macam nak masuk je. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a bit of a math lesson here. At the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, we have a length of 5.543 kilometers for one lap. And for this particular race, the drivers will be enduring 1,000 kilometers. That means that all the drivers are going to be running at about 181 laps. Now you multiply that with 83 cars who are going to be contesting down here throughout the whole expected 9 hours. The math is just unthinkable. Welcome, a very good morning to everyone who's watching us from all our socials. My name is Mio Adlan and I welcome you back again down here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit for the penultimate, the one that we have been waiting for, the endurance of all endurance races happening down here, which is the S1K 2024, the Sepang 1000 kilometers. Thank you so much for all of you fellow viewers who are watching us live right now on our Facebook as well as on our YouTube pages. We thank you so much for supporting us throughout the whole year. As mentioned, this is the final race of the year 2024. We have done MCS prior, but now it's all about that endurance 1000 kilometer race. And as mentioned as well, 83 cars will be competing across 4 different categories. It's definitely going to be an awesome and exciting race as what we are forecasting. And before I go on, we do want to give a mention as well. If you are nearby the area, granted, you could be in KL or even in Bangi or even in Kajau, wherever it is that you may be, do come down over here because as mentioned, these drivers are going to be racing for 1,000 kilometers, which means there's going to be a lot of other activities outside of racing that will be happening down here, like the Tamiya Mini Challenge, which is happening in one of our paddock places. We also have the ES1K Time Attack, which is a simulator race, also catering to a few of the motor spans out here. And not forgetting as well, we do want to give a shout out as well for MotoGP 2025. Yes, MotoGP 2025 happening next year. We are selling tickets like hotcakes, 30% off when it comes to your purchase for MotoGP 2025, and the offer ends on the 30th of November. So make sure you guys check us out down here. So again, as mentioned, we're going to have a very, very interesting race. And we do have our lovely ladies down here together with me from one of our major partners, from our sponsors. We got the Hankook ladies. Ladies, how are you doing? All right, so I just want to have a chat with you, of course. S1K, 1,000 kilometers. You ladies are going to be with us throughout the end, right?
Yes, true.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to in regards of this race?
Looking forward to see all the races and all the best to them. Yeah.
All right. All the best, definitely. And also one of our regulars that we have here. Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
All right. So you're excited about this time because it's not just going to be 20 laps. It's going to be 181 laps.
Yeah. I hope they are having fun and everything plays safe. Yeah.
It's all about driving safe. It's all about performing to the absolute potential because it's all about endurance. As mentioned, 9+ hours we're expecting for the race to be finishing at about 9 o'clock, but we don't know how the weather's going to be like. How is that going to be playing a part in regards of this year's edition? But one thing's for sure, you can see all behind you, all of the drivers, all of the cars are making their way to the grid. We have 83 cars making their way onto the grid across 4 categories as mentioned. And to talk more about these drivers and these categories, we have none other than our partners in crime who are very comfortable up there somewhere in a very nice air-conditioned place versus me in the hot sun here. We got Nick as well as my brother, who's also a shiny one, Jeevan. Guys, what's up?
Good to see you again, and of course great to be here at the Sepang 1000 kilometer race. And what you said is absolutely true. There is no other race like it. Nick Anil's joined me in the commentary box. Nick, good to be here for another S1K.
Yes, indeed, and we are here for a history-making day. Jeev, 83 cars, the largest ever record-breaking grid. The Sepang 1000 kilometer has continued to break boundaries but I'm sure we are in for the biggest excitement. It's going to be an explosive encounter.
It is. It's, you know, a lot of people call it the 1,000-kilometer race. I like to call it a different thing. How to break a race car in one day. That's how you can look at it, because these touring cars that you're seeing coming out of the pit lane right now, as I said, will be pushed to the max. To give you an indication of exactly how far 1,000 kilometers is, the entire length of Malaysia is around about 784 kilometers. So really you're talking about tip to toe and halfway back again, and they're going to do that in 9 hours. As Mio pointed out, it is one of the, well, most unique races you can think of, not just because of the amount of time spent on track, not because of the amount of cars that are on track on this FIA Grade 1 circuit as well, but because of the weather situation in Malaysia. Throughout, you've been with me, Nick, throughout the MCS season this year, and we have always seen it rain at certain times, but of course those races are just 1 hour long, and they've been at various parts during the day. It is almost guaranteed that we are going to see some rain at this race today at some point.
Yeah, for sure. Throughout this season, there has not been a race where it has been a clear skies. Rain has always been a huge part of the race, and the drivers and the teams will factor this as part of their strategy. Learning to contend with the rain, learning to re-strategize and come back out when the rain stops to try and get back in the best position possible.
Well, as we said, it's an endurance race, which means the rules are slightly different when it comes to this. There are safety regulations, of course, in place to make sure that these drivers are taken care of and they don't just run themselves off into the sunset driving cars. I mean, there's a certain limit to the stints that for each driver to go through. It depends, of course, on how many drivers are in each team. You can have up to 4 drivers in a team, 2, 3, or 4, and each of those combinations will lead to, I think the maximum is, if it's a two driver team, it's roughly 5 hours maximum you can play, but 75 minutes is
the maximum for one driver,
yeah,
before you need to make that driver change.
Unlimited amount of pit stops, but each pit stop is going to be 3 minutes compulsory. The pit window will open shortly after we start. As you can see, very sunny days up here in Malaysia. It is 32-degree track temperature now. We've just gone past 11 o'clock in the morning, so we're expecting that to increase as you get to the afternoon session. And it really is broken up into those 3 parts of the day. There's the morning, the first 3 hours, the afternoon, and then the evening. And as you said, because there's 181 laps, there are just the permutations, as Mio pointed out, the numbers just multiply to infinity, really, as to what you can do. You could be half an hour behind the leader and still have a chance to come back and win.
Yes, nothing is a given, nothing is guaranteed until you cross the finish line upon the completion of 181 laps. Throughout the course of us covering this S1K, we've seen so many thrills and spills. We've seen leaders who had their vehicles malfunction 10 laps from the end, and in the end didn't end up completing the race.
So don't forget, of course, as Mio pointed out, the Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia 2025 is going to be just as big as the one in 2024, which was last month. 30% discount until 30th of November 2024. Get your tickets now at sepangcircuit.com. That is one of the biggest races of next year, and it's worth pointing out today. Also, the Car Open Track Day, book your slot now on www.sepangcircuit.com. It's about 300 ringgit to get your car onto this FIA Grade 1 circuit, but you will not forget it, I can tell you that. It is a once-in-a-lifetime situation, and you will want to get around and see what this track is like. You've seen it on the screen, you can see these cars going around, but it's an entirely different situation when it's your car. And this is something that's absolutely new. In December, the Driving Experience Center, get better at driving, handling the track, skid circles, kick plates, dynamic areas, you name it, you can get yourself onto the track and learn more about driving at racing protocols and speeds. And that's more info on that, www.sepangcircuit.com. Do check those initiatives out. As Mio pointed out, it's not just about racing today, it's almost a day of motorsports fun. There's all sorts of things happening. And we'll get to that in a second because Mio now has, as usual, tracked someone down. We're looking at car number 37 and he's with them on the grid.
I'm now down here at P1, car 2037. Putra Adam together with Avila Baha later on. Putra, the best spot that you can be for this endurance race, S1K. Finally, we're here, 181 laps. It must be great being up front. You must have done something great yesterday.
Yeah, obviously really happy to get pole position in this big race. But you know, the job's not done. The weekend hasn't been started yet and the race is just starting and we still have a long way to go. Yeah. So yeah, hope for the best.
Yeah. I mean, in comparison to, I mean, like what we're used to. We've known you for the MCSs. You know, you have all your different type of races, but that's only like 20 laps. But now, the tough job is here. Sustaining yourself, having the correct strategy, knowing when to pit, knowing your partners, relying on your partners as much as you can. Any kind of strategy or any kind of things that you can actually share with our fellow audience who are not familiar with endurance racing.
Yeah, endurance S1K is obviously 181 laps or about 9 hours, so it's obviously a very long race. So it's not a sprint. No, it's not about going as fast as possible. It's about going as fast as possible, but also keeping the car for the whole 9 hours. So that's also really important. But I think the team's done a great job to come up with a strategy and come up with a plan for us to hopefully be able to take the win today.
Yeah. And speaking of the car, again, your car has been performing fabulously. Obviously, the fact that you're in P1 right now. But again, any tweaks or any minor adjustments that you have to do, the fact that it is endurance, it is a 181 lap race here.
I think compared to the previous years, this year Honda Malaysia has done something different. We managed to do the whole of the Malaysia Championship Series season, so I think that has contributed a lot to the R&D of this car. So I think we're prepared for what's going to happen today.
All right. I hope I'll be able to speak to you on the podium later.
Thank you. Hopefully.
All right. Good luck to you. Guys.
Thanks a lot, Mio. Yeah, Putra Adam has, of course, the winner of the SP1 in this season in the MCS. And Honda Malaysia Racing Team, HMRT, have done really well. But it is, as he said, it's about taking care of the car more than straight line speed. But saying that, that being said, he was the only driver to hit 232 in qualifying.
He's been magnificent this season, Putra Adam, a sole driver for the Honda Malaysia Racing Team. 4 victories on the MCS circuit, fastest yesterday. Teaming up with Avila Baha, who is an experienced driver as well. I see that as a very competent combination, and they're going to be the team to watch out for sure.
So what, he's like 18 now? 19?
around that age.
Okay, and we're also, another one of the contenders, of course, Nakib Aslan is now with Mio down on the grid. Let's hear from him.
All right, now I'm together down here with Nakib Aslan, car number 37. Man, you're partnered up with Mitchell Chia. Yeah. You guys are like the dynamic duo when it comes to Malaysian racing. Expectations are high. I'm expecting a lot of things happening from you. How do you feel then for this S1K?
We're expecting the same thing. We know we won it before. We know how to win it. The team's stronger now. Bit of a shuffle with the driver and the technical side of things, but keeping Jan on the side is good because now the team's a lot more complete. Car side of things and driver side of things. We're looking good, confident.
Yeah, of course. You mentioned that Jan is actually in your team right now as your race consultant, like making sure that you boys perform to the utmost best. Again, if you compare to yourselves, your performance for MCS or any other races, this is another different world altogether when it comes to S1K, isn't it?
100%. You cannot compare MCS to S1K. It's a whole different kettle of fish. We are looking forward to it. We've prepared as much as we could. Now it's just a matter of getting the race underway.
All right, so obviously you can't wait to get things started. You're going to be the first driver out of the gates as quick as you can. But it's not just about being quick. It's about making sure the car can stand the whole race.
Exactly. It's an endurance race. That's what we call it. So we have tried our best to make sure our pace can be as consistent as we can be. If the front runners run away, that's fine. We won't stress about it. We'll just focus on our own thing and see how the result pans out in the end.
All right. We do hope that we see you on the podium later on. Good luck to you. All right. Gents, back to you.
Thanks a lot. and that's an important point that Naki brought up there. It's not about thinking about what the rest of the pack are doing. It's about keeping as fast a consistent pace as possible within the limits of your car.
Yeah. Nakib Arslan, interestingly, partnered up with Tengku Jan last year. And they finished in 3rd place, but at one point, they were stuck in 63rd place for the longest time and worked their way 60 places up
That's
to finish
amazing.
in podium. It's got to be one of the highlights of the S1K so far, and it goes to exemplify Nakib's point that nothing, can be taken for granted. This is an endurance race. Even though you get left behind, it's all about focusing on your vehicle and, just trying to finish the race in the best position possible.
Well, that's the thing. When you have a sprint race and it's just 1 hour, if anything goes wrong and something serious, I can remember... Oh, well, before we get that, there's a very big story, of course, this weekend, and that's the return of the Proton R3 team. We're going to be talking to them right now with Mio.
Good, I'm good. Okay. All right, guys, now I'm together with a bit of a debut, actually, for the S70 Proton team. We got Alistair Young together with us. It's not often I see somebody that I have to look up to him because of he's taller, but no, that's fine, that's okay. Dude, again, being in this car, I mean, first of all, the car looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the car alone is a bit of a spectacle on track, I think. We've definitely got the best looking MTC. So it's a lot of motion today. First time in MTC, first time driving a Proton, and that's the other thing. It's a real honor to be part of R3. The heritage in S1K and the Malaysian Touring Car Championship is huge. So yeah, just happy to get going and see what happens in the race.
All right. And the fact that it's making its debut this year, the first time around, because we've seen in the papers how R3 has done a lot on this car and then how it has developed this car specifically for the S1K. Now it's up to the drivers, it's up to you, obviously, to bring it home and to get the best position that you possibly can. Any predictions down here, or is it too early to ask you such questions?
I mean, it's a long race, isn't it? To be honest, we're going to ignore everyone else. If you run a good race, maximize everything and do the best you can with the team and the strategy, we'll be just fine and we'll finish exactly where we want to.
All right. And strategy-wise, because again, don't want to jinx it, but it's somehow expected, basically, later on during the race, something might be falling, from the sky. Any kind of strategies that is in plan in regards to your team, however it is that you want to do, which drivers handle it wet better, so on and so forth.
Nothing that I'm willing to share publicly, but that being said, we're happy to have some weather, It makes it more interesting and it's fun to drive in. So I love Sepang, brings a lot of fun and a lot of unexpected things, so let's see what happens.
All right, we hope to see you on the podium. That's what we hope for. All right.
Thank you so much.
Have a good race, man. All right, lovely. Gents, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mio. Alistair Young there, who's picked up a lot of media practice from his very famous father, of course, ex-F1 legend, the only F1 legend from Malaysia, Alex Young. But he just kept to himself there. Exactly.
Very conservative
I
answers.
loved what he said. He said, we will end up where we want to end up. Now, we all know where that's going to be or where they want to end up, but that's a very a good way of putting it. And as I said, yes, a good bit of weather every now and then at Sepang is interesting. It does make it more challenging. But I think you'll agree with me, Nick, that a bit too much weather can be a bit of a problem.
Of course, we don't want to be talking about the rain for long periods of this race, as we have done before.
We've certainly done that for a while. I remember one of the MCS rounds, I can't remember, I think it was round 3. We're looking at that a wonderful track. As said, this FIA Grade 1 circuit, 5.543 kilometers, 15 corners in the end, and those 2 main straights, that's where the fastest part of the track is, but it radiates out 1, 3, 4, and 6, and 8, 10, 11, and 14 very slow corners, but the rest of it, as I said, it's a good mix-up of speed and braking points, and pretty much every type of driver from every type of class of car has come here to race, including F1. Sebastian Vettel currently holds the record for the fastest lap, which is 1:34.8. Of course, that was in an F1 car.
Yeah.
But that does translate to a corner every 20 seconds. And it really, whether it's Vettel, whether it's Lewis Hamilton, or whether it's our family of MCS drivers that drive here all the time, it is a well sought after track and a regional hub around Asia. Good to see a lot of people turning up here as well. I was just about to say before we went to the Alistair Young interview that there are a lot of other things happening today. It is not just about the racing, but there's Zumba dance sessions, in fact. In addition to this, there's a Tamiya kind of a workshop as well. So a lot of things for the people to do, and if you are in the area, then by all means, get into Sepang to find out. We're going to get back on the grid now with car number 33, who's down with Mio. That's the Kencana Racing team.
All right, guys, we got a bit of a difference over here because we have the whole Kencana Racing team drivers, car number 3 down here. We got the likes of Arman here, we got Mahathir, we got Najee, and we got Nazim here. I was told that the guy with the most hair is going to be doing all the talking, and he's also going to be starting out. We got Najee over here. Najee, S1K down here, 181 race. Granted, you can share the load across all 4 drivers, but who's going to be the best driver of all of you 4? I'm putting you on the spot here.
Who's the best driver among us? I think all of us have to contribute. Yeah, it's a teamwork. Everybody have to deliver. So we all trust each other, and I think we believe we got this because we deserve it.
All right. So okay, that is something that they're telling us in front of the camera, but behind the camera, we have no idea how things are going to be. But obviously, the fact that Najee is going to be starting, I'm just going to go to Arman first. Yes, like 181. Again, endurance race, it's not something that you can just keep your eye off because things happen so quickly, so fast. And the fact that you have to share the load across all you 4 drivers. Any special strategies, any special talents that each and every one of you bring to the team that makes your team better?
I mean, just consistency,
Okay.
stay out of trouble, and just do your best, you know? Because
Alright.
like you said, long race, anything can happen, rain, accidents, mechanicals, whatever.
All
So
right.
just be consistent, stay out of trouble.
Okay, and of course the fact that, you know, in Malaysia, we never know how the weather is going to be there. It could be wet, it could be dry, but should it come to a wet race, then Mahathir, do you think that you can deliver the best during those kind of conditions?
Well, I mean, we're hoping for a dry stint for me. It's my second, it's my second S1K. Last year we finished P4, did really well in the wet. So we're hoping that after my stint, my boy here Nazim can, you know, catch up and if it rains.
All right. So coming to Nazim right now, the fact that you seem that you're the anchor man down here, you're supposed to bring it home. So the expectations are definitely going to be higher for you now.
Yeah, I mean, just enjoy it. I think you put expectations on yourself, it never ends well. So you just try our best and enjoy the race, right? We're here, it's 9 hours, so just enjoy it, be consistent, and most importantly, have fun.
Have fun. All right. So gentlemen, we wish you the best of luck for all your team and bring the car in one piece. Inshallah. All right, Jess. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mio. And I just have to once again
Appreciate
just
that. Lovely.
really,
Appreciate it.
really
Thank
say
you.
what
Thank you. Have a good one,
incredible
bro.
effort these people are putting into their interviews because they're not revealing anything at all. And it's all, I mean, it's true, it is a day out. But let's not forget, there's prize money here. There is something to win. For M Production, the trophy is 22,000 ringgit for the challenge trophy. That's first. 15,000 in second, and 8,000 ringgit in third. That's big money when it comes to it for a good day of racing. S Production G, it's about 8,000, 5,000, and 2,000, and S Production V, 8,000, 5,000, 2,000. There's also the Vios Enduro Cup that's happening. Those are the 4 classes of car. All classes of car under 1,600 cc, which means, as I said, it's good rough and tumble, bump and grind stuff that we're going to see in these 3 sections, the morning, afternoon, and evening.
Well, after they broke up the format where they separated the TP and the MTC, we saw a bit more exclusive driving, meaning there was a lesser cars on track. But all that goes out the window. So like all these drivers have alluded to, the MCS and the S1K is a completely different kettle of fish. Now we see cars snaking back all the way to the back.
So let's get back down to the grid now. The Scuba Racing Team, Jonathan Z, one of the big drivers from MCS,
All right,
is
guys,
with
I'm now
Mio.
down here at car 177 with a guy, might as well he's a Malaysian because he knows this track so well. You've been, I mean, like, again, Jonathan, you're a bit of a veteran when it comes to Sepang International Circuit. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like, you know, you're still racing very well. Again, your name is always on the podium more often than not when it comes to you racing. And Sepang is, I mean, like, you can drive down here with eyes closed, one eye closed, one eye closed. But S1K is a different animal altogether.
Yeah, it's a different ball game. So it's not just being fast. So we need luck, obviously, and also reliability, and also consistency.
Okay. And your car, I assume that it has been gone through the rigor, it has been tested out. not just for speed, but also to make sure that it can withstand the gruesome obstacle that you're facing, and also the fact that it could be a wet race later on. So, any concerns on your side, or you're happy with the mechanics with the team?
We have been testing this car since round 1 of MCS, so the wet and dry is very consistent. So I hope that we will not get into any accidents, so we can finish the race with a positive result.
And you're starting off P4 for your category, SP2G, right?
Yeah.
So P4, close by to podium, so podium in your hand, confirm, Kau team, can you guarantee that 100%? Are you willing to?
I'm willing to, but I can't guarantee, but I will try my best. My team will try my best.
Your team will try.
best.
Okay,
Yeah.
together you and Jason, we wish you the best of luck and
thank
have a
you.
great race, brother.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
Jess,
you.
back to you. We can't wait to race, man.
Thanks a lot, Mio. That's Johnny Z, who I have crowned most valuable driver for a number of MCS seasons because he's very, very fast indeed in the wet and the dry. He's also had just the worst run of luck at times during those championships. So, yes, we hope that he in that Honda GK5 is going to be up in the podium. As you can see, the grandstands are filling up. It's good to see some people up here at Sepang. And as I said, if you're in the area, by all means drop in. The main grandstand is free, but you can also get exclusive paddock passes if you want to get down and you know, check out the cars itself. But good to see people up here. It's already getting a little bit hot up there, Nick.
Yep, and we expect to see more people coming in throughout the course of the day, you know, family and friends, even a team, former team members of the respective races. It's always a festival-like atmosphere every time there is an event in the Sepang International Circuit, and today is no different.
Well, today's the end of the season. That's the thing. As I said, I mean, throughout the MCS season, you could understand people, you know, kind of coming up, but it is a celebration. I mean, just look at that. That should be the 10-minute board. But we've seen there's a 10-minute board, a 5-minute board, a 3-minute board, and a 1-minute board before we get started. That's going to be in about 15 minutes. But look at the amount of people up there. You know, it's like this is the crowning moment for their season. For the cars, they'll take a little bit of a break before the season resumes again in about March. But of course, there are other championships.
Yeah, the support races as well happening in the lead up to the season opener. And what I like so much about the S1K is it continues to draw international participation. In fact,
highest number, right?
Yeah.
Tonight?
So besides the Malaysian drivers, we have participation from Indonesia, Thailand, Australia, Japan, the United Kingdom, the UAE, United Arab Emirates. First time a team from Netherlands is competing as well. Singapore, Macau, Vietnam, Hong Kong, and Chinese Taipei. So it's
international.
It's a proper international spectacle.
Not just regional anymore. And I mean, that's a testament to how Sepang has grown over the last few years, because the MCS also has been oversubscribed. But cars going through, I mean, I think it was 72 cars for the S1K last year?
77 cars. And this year, of course, it's 83 cars. But it is, every year, it is record-breaking. And it just shows the allure of this race, that people are queuing up to try and be part of this signature race.
Yeah, and I was talking about the Tamiya workshops. The Tamiya Mini BMX Challenge and Simulator Time Attack. That sounds great. And I don't even know what it is.
Tamiya, it takes me back to you know, when we were young, racing those Tamiya cars.
Tamiya, I mean, is still around. We've just outgrown it really. But I think everyone we know had a little Tamiya car. I had a
in some
frog,
malls, in some malls, they still have the huge circuits.
I'd love to actually buy one of those now. But of course, we never have time. We're always commentating it up here. Those are the tires that will be used. And I said they're getting it through a good few tires and a lot of refueling as well. The pit stops, 3-minute compulsory. As we said, it'll start with refueling and then take it for granted. Almost every part of this car is going to have to be at least checked or replaced at some point. And as Jonathan Z pointed out, what you don't want, as we have a look at Mitchell Chia and Amir Harris, that's Mitchell, yeah, but that is actually Nabil Azlan and Amir Harris Jeffrey. So it just goes to show you the camaraderie between the drivers. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it's about, you know, what they can do with this car. And hopefully this morning session, as I say, the first 3 hours will be dry enough for them to start really setting some times. I still believe, even though we've heard these very neutral interviews that have been coming off the drivers, I still believe the likes of Putra Adam and Mitchell Shah are going to be pedal to the metal off the start. I just can't see that
Of course,
not happening.
We've seen that throughout the course of the MCS and even in the S1K. They're not giving anything away as of now, but all will be unveiled when we go green later. But what we saw earlier was our defending champions, Amir Haris and Nabil Jeffrey, dominant winners of the 2023 edition. They had dominated almost the entirety of the race and won it by a whopping 5 laps. And that was after taking into consideration that we had almost a 2-hour delay due to rain last year, Chief.
Yeah, that's actually important to point out that 181 laps will be completed, even if there is any full course yellows, and I'm sure there is going to be in 9 hours at least 1 or 2. But even if there's a 2-3 hour full course yellow in the middle due to rain, the 181 laps must be completed if it's going to be the end of the race.
And this is what all the drivers, I think, essentially want. They want to complete 181 laps regardless of the weather conditions, because it's what they've been working to, it's what their team have been working to, putting the car together, getting ready physically, mentally, and just coming here to race with the mindset of completing the 181 laps. And it's a great thing that the organizers have made the decision to continue. We just hope that the weather will be excellent, that we will not have a huge stoppage and everyone would go home happy.
Yeah, I said if it rains, it's great, because there's one of the Toyota Gazoo cars. The Toyota Gazoo, of course, another championship that's been running all year and has been producing some fantastic results. So Mitchell Chia, if I'm right, is in that with Nakib Aslan. That's right. There's the 96 car, that's Tedco Racing. Fuyang Chia, Freddie Ang, and Go Li Heng in that car. That beautifully liveried up orange, black and yellow car. Technical officials, High Rev Dream Chaser off. You can see in the back of your screen, that's another one of the big success stories from MCS. And so basically with Leon Koo from R Engineering as well, we can't not mention R Engineering, because R Engineering, one of the most successful teams in MCS history now, especially over the last 11 years that it's been on. They're going to be taking part. They've got that's 339 car, Leon Koo, Lai Wei Sing and Calvin Wong. The Honda CR7, that's in P3 of the MTC class.
Leon Koo, of course, winning the touring production this season.
Yeah, all those touring production cars, even Johnny Z was a touring production car driver. I said touring production is just not part of the class breakdown for S1K, but it is part of MCS, but they are interchangeable. As I said, now a lot of these drivers have not just, some of them even ran double seasons. They'd be doing MCS in the morning and then they'd be doing Toyota Gazoo in the afternoon. Great time for photos and pictures, of course.
Just looking back at the S1K races since COVID left us, because 2020 was the only year that we did not have a S1K.
Yep.
And 2021, it was a privateer team of 4 that won it. Leona Chin, Akina Teo, Tam Yik Chun, and Adrian Chong. They won it after the leaders, which was, I think, Mitchell Chia. His car got stuck with 10 laps to go. It was Mitchell Chia and Brandon Paul. They had mechanical problems. 10 laps to the finish. The car stranded, and as a result, that privateer team of Leona, Akina, Tam Yik Chun, and Adrian Chong won it. And in 2022, Tengku Jan and Nakib Aslan of Toyota Gazoo Racing also won it comprehensively. And interestingly, Jeep, they did it in less than 9 hours. 8.5 hours.
There you go. I mean, I said.
And that time, I think it was perfect conditions, because they actually completed it below 9 hours. 2023, of course, we had the Wing Hin Motorsports winning it despite the stoppages. So it was a different pattern of victory in the last 3 seasons. I wonder what's in store for us this year.
Well, with Proton R3 being back as well, I said they were winners. I think it was 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Yep.
Yes, it was. Farik Hariman and Mitchell Chia, Shafiq Ali, and Admi Sharul were the drivers for the Proton Suprema and the Proton Iris. Those were the 2 Protons they were using. So that is a good story for them coming back, and it'll be interesting to see if they can reassert any kind of dominance because they weren't around for the MCS season this year. A lot of these other drivers were. Of course, do keep an eye out for Ken Urata, one of my favorite drivers. He's going to be driving, I'm sure he's driving for R-Works. I've just got to, yes, he is, R-Works Rios Racing with Masahiko Ida. That's the 111 car. And they're actually right now in 17th position in SB2G. So, but do look out for them because one of the best drivers in terms of defending and attacking. That's what it's all about. Of course, one racing line around here is the fastest racing line. If any of these cars can stay on that racing line for 181 laps or even 160 laps, I would have thought, then the chances are you're going to win this race. Of course, it is very difficult to stay on that racing line when you've got 82 other cars that are also trying to be on that line. But if you can stay on there, if you can defend it, and you can attack it as well, then you're putting pressure on the car for sure, but you can be sure that you're going to be moving up the standings. So final checks getting in the car now. It's coming down to crunch time. We're about 8 minutes away from the start. And after all the talking and after all the testing, now it's time to get racing.
Interesting point about the Proton R3 that you mentioned. They were, of course, with the Suprema and the Iris, and now they are competing in an all-new S70, which Malaysians have been accustomed to seeing on the road quite a fair bit now. And the return of Shafiq Ali for me is such an interesting factor. Of course, Shafiq Ali, so much of success here. He's won 2 S1Ks already. Making a comeback after a 5-year hiatus. I think the last time he was...
Do we know why it's been 5 years that they've been away? I mean, he was a winner in 2014. He's a winner in 2018.
Yes.
But then nothing from Proton, which is one of the biggest car makers in Malaysia. But it's strange to see them missing.
2019 was the last year, and then of course 2020 the race was cancelled.
Yeah.
And I think maybe it was due to that they perhaps went back to the drawing board and just tried to put together a team. It has taken this long, and now with an all-new combination, a young combination, I must add as well. Arif Azmi is an 18-year-old karting and a touring car champion, and of course Alistair Yong, slightly older, 21 years old, very familiar on the F4 circuit. So that's going to be an interesting combination.
Well, this Proton S70 that they're running with, as I said, it's been getting great reviews. I said I'm actually looking at one right now. All of these cars are road cars, of course. They've been tweaked up for racing, but the Proton 70 does look, it's 0 to 100 kilometers in 9 seconds. Well, it's pretty fast when it comes down to it. 1.5 liter 3-cylinder turbo. It looks like it can really shift.
Yeah, it's been one of the hottest selling cars as well, I think, in recent times.
Well, I said Proton. I remember the old days, right in the old days when the first Saga came out. I mean, look at where they've come from there.
To watch Farid Khairuman, really navigate that Proton Iris through 181 laps, it's just an amazement for me to see a local driver, really be in tune with a local car maker.
So we're at the 5-minute board now. So most of the extras on the grid are going to be clearing, and that includes our grid girls at the front. As you can see, they're also making their way off. So it'll just be drivers and some key engineers and mechanics that are allowed on the grid after this. There will be a formation lap. It'll be a rolling start, as it is for S1K. Race control will now be fully active, and they'll be watching all of this. Such a big grid. It's a lot to look out for. We'll be giving you highlights. We'll be giving you highlights every hour of the race. But so if you do need to break and get away for some coffee or get yourself a drink, then by all means do that. And here we go. It's about to get really, really interesting, for sure. And would you believe it? I can actually see a grey cloud already.
I can believe it, Jeep. I can believe it.
It's right there. That's the first one. Everything else seems to be blue. We've got a pretty good lookout here from the commentary box, just overlooking the front straight. And we will keep you updated of any weather changes that we hear of, because that is going to be absolutely crucial for these cars. Safety cars out, as you can see.
Seated where we are, right in front of the start line, gives us a eagle-eye view of the weather conditions, and we have seen some dramatic transformations.
Very, very dramatic, and I mean in the turn of a few corners, literally. There's one point I remember in MCS this year where half the track was raining and half the track was dry.
Yep.
So, you know, what do you do in terms of tire combinations? 3-minute board up now. Last final checks, the safety car drivers getting into the safety car, as you can see. While there have been some big races up at the Sepang International Circuit this year, MCS has turned into an amazing championship nationally and regionally, with the Indonesian and Singaporean drivers especially coming in. But, and of course the MotoGP was huge again this year. But this race, along with the 12-hour endurance race, which is actually where this came from, because this 1,000-kilometer race has been up since 2009.
It's been one of the longest domestic events, running events, successful events, because like you mentioned, it started in 2009, and the only time that it did not happen was during the COVID year.
Yeah, there was only one race that year, I remember, which I did commentate on. That was the
MCS,
Merdeka
right?
race. There was one Merdeka race that was on, I think it was in July of that year, which in itself was an incredible achievement just to have, because you know, everybody knows how tight it was to run any kind of sporting event at the time. So, you know, it was great to have, but that's the kind of trials and tribulations that these races have had to go through in trying to get the best out of these cars. All they want to do is find out what the limit of these cars are. And to do that, you need to have race time. You need to have track time. They already have this amazing advantage of having the Sepang International, the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, which is one of the best tracks in the world. Possibly the best track in Asia, but definitely one of the best tracks in the world. They have access to it. But for that 1 year, they, you know, it was down to one race. So, cameras at the ready. Gonna stand up. I'm looking down a very, very big grid indeed from up here.
I was at the MotoGP several weeks ago and just talking to several reporters and media personnel that was in the media center, and all of them have said, you know, the Sepang International Circuit, for those who have covered for the first time, if they were to compare it with other tracks, they said Sepang is really a unique track of its own. Just in terms of its logistic itself, makes it such an attractive and appealing venue. So close to the airport, it really doesn't take much of an effort to move things around, and you know, they can set up very quickly, fairly quickly,
absolutely,
and then leave if they have a race right after.
Well, it was designed by that very famous designer Herman Tilke, who would then go on to design Shanghai, Sakhir, Istanbul, Marina Bay, Yas Marina. These are just the biggest tracks in the world. But this was his absolute gem. 25 years old now. It was opened on the 7th of March, 1999. And in that time, it has seen so much incredible racing from so many different classes of racing. I can tell you that when I was a reporter at ESPN and I used to interview the F1 drivers, they used to look forward to coming down to this circuit because of its undulations. We're going to see that now as we go through the grid. Putra Adam on top with Honda Malaysia Racing Team. This is the MTC. Aaron Lim and Faris Fauzi for HMRT also in second position. R Engineering in third. High Rev Dream Chaser in fourth. Toyota Gazoo in fifth and Wing Hin in sixth. Highly competitive first three rows.
We have Tedco Racing in 7th place, High Rev in 8th place, Proton R3 in 9th place, Wing Hin in 10th, Tedco Racing in 11th, and Proton R3 of Shafiq Ali and Farizal Hassan.
And moving through into the MTC, we've got Kenchana Racing in 14th, Piston Project in 15th, Black Wolf Racing in 17th, and also Black Wolf in 18th.
We're starting with the SP2, Jonathan Z is in 19th, we have R-Works in 20th place, Niza Racing in 21st, Sharul Hisham in 22nd, DV Motorsport in 23rd, and Axel Sport in 24th.
And as we move through it, Xiao Wei Ping in 25th, R Engineering in 26th, Bay Racing Team in 27th and 28th, R Works Rios Des Kenurata in 29th, and Putra Fights in 30th.
Lau Ju Sen in 31st, 22 Pro Shop in 32nd, Motul Awesome Racing in 33rd, Axel Sport is in 34th, Night Racing Team in 35th, and R Works in 36th.
So 37th is SP2G, Motul Awesome, Bay Racing 37th, 38th, Pisafan and Baron Sim in 39th, Piston Project in 40th, Bay Racing Team in 41st, and R Engineering, Stefan Tio and Alvin Baha.
And Project S is in 43rd place, Delta Garage in 44th place, Eugene Lin in 45th, Project S in 46th, Black Wolf Racing is in 47th, R Engineering is in 48th.
Let me just take a breath there. As we go to 49th, Mohamed Iksan, Mark Ong in 50th, Sakuro Shenzo in 51st, SD Powered in 52nd, Lichiwa in 53rd, and Delta Garage Racing in 54th.
55th is made up of SD Powered, Chinhua Lip is in 56, Axel Sport in 57, 58 is Bernard Chan, Ho Paul in 59th, and MSA Motorsport in 60th.
And we're still not done. It's Renplatz Asia in 61st, Sakura Shenzo with their other car in 62nd, Tangjun Sheng in 63rd, Chotek Xiong in 64th, AK Boss Motorsport in 65th, and Su Yan Ming and Yu Sheng Wei in 66th.
Rich Palm is in 67th, VMAX Lynx Racing in 68, TD Racing Team in 69, Brendan Paul completes the top 70, Lin Yuan Hu in 71st, and Axel Sport in 72nd.
Sakura Shenzo in Vios in 73rd, and these are all the Vios cars, Tenko Racing, Kagani Racing, Axel Sports, Rook Team Nexter, and Axel Sports with their 61 car.
And the final three cars on this long grid is the SD Powered, the G-Mart, and the Kashash Vina Motorsport.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if those guys at the back, it looks like we're having a staggered start when it comes to it. Has to when you have such a big grid. It's actually something we've seen all year from MCS because you just can't start that many cars off the front. So MTC, I'm sure, is going to kick it all off. And those first 6 cars, here we go. This is what they've all been waiting for. The Sepang 1000km 2024 is gone green for MTC. And everybody, as expected, making a diving run for that inside line. There you go. While the 2 HMRT cars, the white and red cars, just balancing out the line. It was a good move from High Rev Dream Chaser. There's the switchback for turns 1 and 2. And all of those cars through.
Putrajam doing really well to stay in front and just get the early advantage.
And this is the huge SP2V and SP2G. Start as they come around. So 20 cars in MTC that just started. '59 cars in SP2G and V. And even that's pushing it, Nick, on turn 1 and 2, I can tell you. But here you go, they've gone green as well. So all of our starters have gone green. Now, are they going to stick to what they said and ignore everyone else? That was the quote I heard.
Indeed, and upcoming is a very tricky turn 1 with this many cars. It could be tricky.
While the first few gone round, that's very, very wide at the start. It looks like everyone's through, but this is just half of the grid. So far, so good. Well, that's actually one of the cleanest starts.
Yep, safe to say we've had a great start. An absolutely clean start, no bumps and grinds.
No bumps and grinds at all. I'm actually in disbelief that there wasn't even the slightest, but Everyone's just been so well behaved today, whether it's interviews or whether it's on track.
Well, we just one lap in, so.
Well, now it's time we get onto the live timing, and I'm telling you that, oh wow, Putra Adam, that 27 car, put in 3 fast sectors. There are 4 sectors at the Sepang International Circuit, roughly 4 corners of each one, and he has gone very fast and has taken the lead and has set the best time already of 2:33.8 or 9:09. I told you he would be pedal to the metal off the start.
3 of the 4 fastest sector was posted by him. You could see how he shot out of the traps, and even though we had Hayden and Aaron Lim really closing in early on, Putra Adam had only one thing on his mind, to set the tone for this race.
There are those 2 beautiful S70 cars. These sedans, a lot of Suzuki Swifts, Toyota Yaris, and of course that great new Toyota Vios, the 3rd generation Vios that is out, one that takes. Well, that's turn 5. That's very tight. That's actually the tightest we've seen so far. That is Wing In Motorsports. That's Amir Harris Jeffrey in the blue and yellow car, and Nakib Aslan in that black 37 new-looking Gazoo racing car. Very nice-looking car, I have to say. But right, those 2 are already set up for a fight. There's one of those Proton S70s just behind them. I think that's Alistair Young. And this is what these guys are going to be doing for the next, well, for the rest of the day. 179 laps to go.
Hayden Haikal also slowly coming into the picture in that high rev Dream Chaser. Fastest on Sector 1. We have all the top contenders throughout the MCS season that have started out. Putra Adam, Hayden Haikal, Aaron Lim, Laiwi Singh, Nakib Aslan, Fitra Iri, Amir Harris Jeffrey, our defending champion, Alistair Young, and the experienced Shafiq Ali. These are all in the top 10 spots of the MTC category.
Well, I said those the MTC, those 20 cars are stock chock full of some of the best drivers that we've seen in MCS.
So much of quality on display.
Nick Marr is also driving as well. Master Chat, Tedco Racing. Haven't seen him behind the wheel for a while. So as they come up to lap 3 now, and you can just see on the left of your screen how those times are beginning to push on. Putra Adam is still leading. He's now hit 2:32.503. One of 2 teams that have hit 2:32. That's High Rev Dream Chaser and HMRT. Hayden Heikel and Putra Adam are the 2 drivers that have broken the 2:33 mark.
Putra Adam was 2:31 in qualifying yesterday, the first qualifying. So he's really set the pace.
I think they were going to do this. I knew that. I knew it.
He's going to try and even 2:30s, 2:29s is
it's
a possible time.
I mean, it's different once you have another 82 cars on the track, when in terms of qualifying and racing. But it depends on, I said, the weather. If it stays this dry, I wouldn't be surprised if they hit a 2:31 for sure. 2:30 is really pushing it, because then you're really pushing the car. Now, the S70 there behind them, that is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th happening. 5th, 6th, and 7th, I should say, actually. That's Nakib Aslan in the middle, the black Toyota Gazoo car. That's our leader right now, Putra Adam, who has already put himself 2.8 seconds ahead. Now, in terms of strategy, now these cars are going to have to come in probably every 10 laps, I would have thought. Every 10, maybe 11 laps. Get as far ahead as possible is one of the ways you could do it. Or, as I said, you could come in really late and watch to see what everybody else is doing in terms of their pit strategies. But with so many pit stops available, that it might come down to driving stints. You might see one of these guys stay out there for exactly 75 minutes and then come in. There's so many permutations that can happen.
What we've seen throughout the MCS race is the leaders usually tend to stay out there as long as possible because they like to time their pit entry almost at the same time. That's been sort of the customary tradition that we've seen. It remains to be seen if that will be emulated in an endurance race like this.
Putra Adam already coming up against back markers. That's how big this field is. So he's round the first one.
So
that should be. Well, we've had one non-starter, which is Mohammed Fadiz, 943, didn't start. But that should be Axel Sports. Chuju.
Putra Adam almost opening up a 5-second lead. So it's gradually getting more and more faster.
2 seconds every lap right now.
Yeah.
Hayden Heikel might be calming it down. He's now wrapping at 2.34 with everybody else. Putra Adam is now the only person lapping at 2.33. That's Aaron Lim, and coming in behind him, that is our engineering, that bright orange car. Lai Wei Singh should be behind the wheel of that right now. That's a brand new color scheme for our engineering. Used to be blue and gold, I remember. Now it's fully orange. Nice big Sepang 1000km. Maybe this might be their 1000km car. Our engineering is such a huge team, and they've got so many different types of cars. I wouldn't be surprised if this is their Sepang 1000km spec car. That is in fact a Honda CR7 that they're riding now. Look on the inside there for Amir Harris.
This is one of the turns that would pose problems as the race wears on. Turns 9, 10, 11. Like you mentioned earlier, the tight corners.
Well, he's all over the back of Fitrari right now. Regardless of what they said in any of those interviews, if you can set yourself up in a good position early on, then that's always going to help. And it looks like Amir Harris Jeffrey is really pushing the back bumper of Fitrari.
Amir Harris knows exactly what it is to be among the top contenders. He was, of course, the defending champion. Started off in this similar fashion as well last year. Put himself among the top 5, top 6. Eventually worked his way to top spot, and once they got to top spot, they never let up.
Well, that's it. So now that looks like the 76 car. That is Nick Marr, in fact. As I said, back in racing. And Tedco Racing Swift.
Looking at the top, Putra Adam has actually seen his lead slashed just a little bit, marginally, by Hayden Heikel. Now closed the gap to just under 4 seconds.
Well, what I'd do, if I was him, is I would go fast for 3 laps, I'd go slow for 2. And then I'd go fast for 3, and then I'd go slow for 2. And that's at least keeping some kind of balance going.
With your closest competitor firmly inside, that is, right?
Obviously, yeah. You got to know where they are.
It's all about following the motion of the top pack of your closest competitor.
So Johnny Z, is this the battle for 6 now? Alex Young driving in that 7th position.
Still very much early days here.
Well, there are some battles that are beginning to form. There's that Axel Motorsports car. So that is Johnny Z in the 177 car right in the front here. He's got Nikhil Bora behind him for Axel Sports as they come into turn one.
After a quick start, just looking at our monitors here, the fastest sector have now been slowly dominated by the riders from 5th place and below. We don't see the likes of Putra Adam, Aiden Haikal, Aaron Lim really pushing it out there. Maybe it's an indication, okay, we started off really fast, hot and heavy. Now let's just keep the momentum and see how it goes.
Well, I think the first 20 laps for them, they're going to have to, you know, make sure they don't blow the engines, make sure they don't overcook the cars, because regardless of the testing, it's these on-track conditions today they're going to have to get used to, which are obviously going to be slightly different from qualifying, which was yesterday. So getting to speed while keeping your position is probably one of the prime directives for this opening section, where, as you can see, so many cars streaming through each of the corners, that finding a racing line, like right now here at turn 9 and turn 10, you just want to get yourself into the groove. That is SP2G. Currently being led by Naji. We've heard from them, the Kinshana racing team. They were on pole, and they've kept that. They are 14th overall, but leading SP2G. Bay Racing Team in 2nd, Eddie Liu. And Misa Racing in 3rd. Adi Rahimi Rashid is in 3rd place for SP2G. SP2V, it's a double for R-Works Rios right now. And for the Vios category, then that's Sakudo Shenzo, in fact, that are up in front of Tedco Racing and Axel Sports. So we have our initial leaders for each of the 4 classes.
Still all
just see the Enduro Cup off on the left of your side now, how it's very close up at the top between Sakudo and Tedco. It's 0.2 of a second between them.
It's all very close, in fact, in all the classes. I'm just looking at the SP2G. They just separated with less than a second from each other. Even the MTC now, it's just under a 4-second lead between the top 2.
In fact, it's top 3 in the SP2Gs, separated just by a second.
Still very bunched up together, but of course, this is what we've expected and predicted. We would see more isolated driving in the later course of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, bright sunshine, everybody's settling into a nice rhythm. So, 7 laps completed now for Putra Adam. Hayden Heichel still 3.6 seconds behind them. Well, that's interesting. That's the first voice that we've heard from race control.
Involving 3 cars.
Yeah, I know. That's Piston Project is number 5. So some of the SP2G cars. It's just unclear as to what infringement that actually was. But of course, stop-and-go penalties are the real bane of drivers these days. The last thing you want when you're trying to go as fast as possible is to have to stop in the pit for however long it's been deemed as your infringement. Looking down the order, so you can see in the left of your screen, that's all the way up to 60 now. A lot of cars now just 1 lap behind. In fact, it's just the top 13 that have finished 7 laps.
So an update on the weather condition. I think the clouds that you saw earlier has sort of moved away from where we are seated.
Slightly, very slightly.
But good news, good news.
Again, it's only noon.
It's only noon, indeed. It's just past noon. I think once we get past the 4 p.m. mark, and weather
the
condition,
4 p.m. mark is going to be the big cutoff. As I said, it was nice to have actually in the studio just now before the race, the Black Wolf Racing team, father and son combination of Raymond Monick and Dean Monick. They came up and, you know, one of the international, wow, look at that, one of the S70s is out. Now, which one is it? That's
Shafiq Ali. Shafiq Ali and Faisal Hassan.
Well,
that's got a sting.
7, that's got a sting. Looks like he's out on turn 10. Well, that's a very odd position for that car to be in. And I reckon he's taking a bit of a spin there. Well, this is it. I think we're going to get to see it. Try it on the outside. Ooh, took a touch.
Oh, yeah.
And was fully out. Well, that is, well, he's taken damage at the front as well. I don't think that car, well, maybe they can get that car back into the pits. As I said, there's plenty of time to do it and then get it restarted again. They're going to have to redo the front of it, but yes,
Still stalled. It's still stalled. It's going to take some time. They still have time, but it's a major blow early on in the race, and
yeah,
not entirely their fault. We will try and get confirmation of who the collision was with.
Well, I have to say, I mean, that's a bit dodgy going in on the outside on turn 8. With this amount of cars, it was an ambitious move, but whether he made first contact or whether the other car did, good to see the marshals out in force already. And we'll have a look at it again now. That is, he's off track there. He's cut across.
Oh, yes, yes.
He's cut across what looks like Johnny Z, actually.
Man, that is such a big blow. And from an experienced driver like Shafiq Ali to try and come in from the outside and cut off the line.
He hasn't been driving for a while, right?
That's
so,
true.
you know, it was a very ambitious move, that's for sure. Ali's dropping down the order, as you can imagine. And we'll keep you updated on whether that car gets restarted. I fully expect it to get restarted, but probably, I'm saying about 2 or 3 laps behind. And barring anything sensational, is always going to be chasing those 3 laps. That's the difference. It's, you don't want to have a shunt like that. If you want to, if it's a little bump, fine. If it's something to be fixed in the pit, fine. But you don't want something that's going to need your car to be dragged back to the pits, fixed, and then out again because you're going to lose 3, maybe 4 laps.
It's quite surprising that he chose to do that on the straight, heading towards turn 9, and not in the corner where usually you try to execute this kind of brave moves.
As I said, ambitious is an understatement. He should have sat behind that car and gone for late braking.
Yeah.
Turn 9. I think that probably would have worked a lot better. Anyway, as that happens, that's the first casualty that we've seen.
First big incident of these 181 laps.
And he's just dropping down the order now. 33rd currently. Now, I'm just trying to get a read on the car that he was in front of, because I think that was Scuba Racing Team. I think that may have been Johnny Z, in fact.
Johnny Z is currently in 18th.
And he's looking fine. He's looking all right.
Yeah.
Lapping at a good time, so hopefully he hasn't been affected by that.
That car didn't seem to lose much momentum. It just went along on its way.
Yeah, I clipped it at the front and left it. So, looking at the VS Enduro Cup there at the side, still just 0.5 of a second between Tedco Racing and Sakudo Shenzo. Sakudo Shenzo, one of the new teams to join the MCS family, I should say, this year. So many great teams now. There's an air duct off the front of that high-rev Dream Chaser car that seems to be flapping in the wind a bit. That's not going to be helping the aero. There's Putra Adam coming around turn 9.
Putrajam now slightly has extended his lead over 5 seconds against Hayden Haikal.
Yep, 5.7 seconds, and there's a huge drop off before Aaron Lim at 13 seconds.
Yeah, something must have had happened to that Honda Malaysia.
Putrajam is just carving through these back markers.
Putrajam has raced for. He's raced in different teams, in different races, but the result has always been the same.
Yeah, he just keeps winning all the time.
He's been in immense form this season.
Unbelievable talent that we're seeing on show.
A great ambassador for endurance racing as well. I like how he describes each race, and does not disclose too much into his strategy.
No, he could definitely be one of the greats. And right now, Hayden Haikal is not benefiting from any of these back markers. So this is a replay of the MTC start. You can see the two HMRT cars at the front. Our engineering in that orange Honda, and then the High Road Dream Chase is just popping out at the side.
See Putrajam immediately hugging that inside line. And he
Just
knows.
did enough, yeah.
Just did enough.
To defend it. But look at our engineering on the inside, trying to get that inside line. Lai Wei Sing for a second grab, second spot, but has been pushed back by Hayden Haikal now, and he is in fourth. This was the MTC. This was the SP2G and V start. It has to be a little bit more cautious, but I was just very surprised that there wasn't a touch off the start with this many cars coming out.
Yeah, amazing. 83 cars, clean start off turn 1, 2, 3. And in fact, we only had a big incident in lap 7.
Everyone just so well behaved today. Amazing.
So as the field completes the first 10 laps, just looking back at the standings, Putrajam still topping that MTC class with over a 5-second lead over Hayden Haikal. The SP2G is now taken over by Liu Kawai, who's in the lead, albeit with a very marginal advantage over Kencana Racing Team. So Naji Hayat has dropped to second place, but still in close contention. Arworks Rios is topping the SP2V, Ryuma Sako behind the wheel. And the Vios category is currently being led by Tedco Racing with Andrew Haryanto behind the wheel.
And all very close still. Everybody just settling themselves down.
It makes for an amazing, absorbing viewing achieve. You can't take your eyes off because you don't know when the lead is going to change.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I just saw again that High Road Dream Chaser car. You see how that air vent is flapping around?
Out,
that's Hayden Haikal. Now, that's not going to be doing that much damage in terms of error, but it's certainly not the way it's supposed to be. So 3 cars under investigation for that incident at turn 8.
The High Rev Dream Chase, as you pointed out earlier, they actually have built new engines, and there is a new engine built for this endurance race. And the team manager, in fact, said that they're going to try and run them on a slightly quote-unquote safer mode for the S1K.
What's that exactly? what exactly is this? A safer mode?
A safer mode is perhaps just trying to gauge how the car runs, which is perhaps why they are in second place as of this point.
Well, I would. I mean, I'm generally quite a cautious person when it comes down to it, and I think if I was racing... Well, I'm actually looking at the pit stop right now. The first car's come in. That's number 63. Sorry, it's number 66 that's come in. Looking down the order.
66.
That's Night Racing Team. That is Lo Ken-jun from SP2G that is in. And there's serious work being done on this car. They're looking underneath the car, the engine's smoking. We're 8 laps in, we're 11 laps in, and I think that's not looking too good at all.
And there's another car that has just come into pit as well.
So, as expected, because remember, an MCS race is 20 odd laps, and there's a pit window in the middle of that, around about 10 or 11. So, some of these cars are already beginning to feel the heat, but it really does look like Night Racing Team is in deep trouble in the pits, and we'll keep you updated on that.
And that car 830 that just rolled into pit was from the SX83 team, driven by Chiu Po Chang, straight to the garage. So 2 cars currently in pit. There we have it, confirmation of car number 830. There are currently 3 cars who are not out there. 79 cars are still doing their business. Shafiq Ali is, from our monitors, there's a question mark next to...
Yeah. He's not coming back for a while.
Doesn't seem like it. Having just completed 8 laps.
Well, I'd be surprised if they got that car back to the pit that quickly.
The hope is that they do, because I think a lot of fans want to see that S17 action.
There you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There are cars that are already in the pits and they're having a deep look into the engines.
Well,
that is Lin Yuan Hu.
When it was earlier in the season, we had cars that had stalled due to overheating. It was either an engine problem or a radiator problem.
No.
But the weather does not seem as scorching as it was earlier in the year.
I think it's how, you know, for these touring cars, it's roughly every 20 laps. And those MCS races that are 21, 22 laps already push these cars to the limit. So we're beginning to see it at lap 12. Some of these cars have just been over pushed. That's why what Putra Adam is actually doing right now by maintaining that 3-second lead is actually really impressive. 3.6 seconds ahead of Hayden Heichel now. And I'm expecting those top 6 to keep that level of reliability going for as long as they can. But even then, I would say when they're about 40 laps in, 30, 40 laps in, they're going to have to do some kind of review as to how the car's going.
Yeah, indeed. Just looking at the top, so of course Putra Adam has that 3-second lead, but if we go further down the standings, there's quite a big gap that has already developed.
Yeah.
It's quite an immense gap, actually.
I said it right at the top of the program. This race is how to break a race car in one day. You can do all the work you want on it, but in the end you push it so hard that things are going wrong. Now, well, Night Racing has left the pit stop. Whether they've got in the garage or whether they've rejoined the race, I can actually tell you. Well, I can't see them on the general...
Oh, there's another car that has stalled.
Oh yeah, 137.
That's Vicky Law from the Rennplatz Asia Pacific.
That is a very dangerous place to be. That's lap 11. And it's strange that that car's lost all traction. I mean, look at that. It's just sitting there. There are cars whizzing by it. You're going to have to take that off. But, I mean, it's better to have it stopped like that than for it to have left any oil or any dust or dirt on the track. So it looks like engines are blowing as early as lap 13. Whether these cars make a comeback in the second half of the race after getting fixed up, have to wait and see.
Pit crew members are getting busier, and we have a confirmation on what happened.
Now, let's see what happens here. There's a bit of a change around at turn 9. It's always turn 9. Oh, that's a bit of a touch. That's 477. Oh, ho, ho, ho. How about that? That's AK Boss Motorsport. Mohamed Uzaidi that has been taken out and has left debris on the track. Well, all the action happening here. That's lap 13 at turn 9. Now, I wonder if that's going to be our first full course yellow, because there is debris on that course. There's actually people getting hit all over the place. Well, look, Putra Adams in the pits. I thought he was going to come in. I thought he was going to come in. He had to come in around
for
now.
a tire change.
Looks like a tire change. Looks like possibly a bit of refueling as well.
Wow. It's fairly early to have that tire change.
I don't think so. I actually think, as I said, they're going to have to come in every 15 to 20 laps maximum. Because
it's the front two tires, or it's all the tires?
There's something very interesting happening in the back of that car. Well, that car's getting pushed back. And now getting a push start. Well, this is serious stuff.
Well, they do have to remain in pit for at least 3 minutes.
I think they're taking it into the garage. This is big, big news. They are taking it into the garage. There's something very wrong with that HMRT car.
Wow, wow, wow. What do we have here?
So we have a change of lead. High Rev Dream Chaser is now up at the front. And that is Aaron Lim that's now settled into second. And Putra Adam maybe. That's it's either oil or it's some kind of coolant that's coming off the back of that car. Oh, big, big, big troubles. Did he push it too far? He was, as I said, maintaining a 5 second. He was actually, at one point, he was 5-6 seconds ahead. Hayden Heikel has come out gloriously 12 seconds ahead of Aaron Lim here in first place.
Hayden Heikel has suddenly found himself, you know, in the driving seat, so to speak.
Literally driving seat, yeah.
With a 12-second lead.
He's lapping at 2:35, 12 seconds ahead. There he is. They fixed that, whatever was happening with that air vent at the side.
That's nicely been sorted out. It's just so interesting to see what has happened to Putra Adams' car. It looked like he came in for a tire change and then...
yeah, I think they said there was a whole lot of liquid coming off the back of that car.
Yeah, they made a quick decision to push it into the garage and we saw that liquid come out.
Well, all is not lost, and that's what we said at the beginning. I mean, there is chance, he hasn't taken a hit. If they can even get that fixed within the next 5 minutes, then there is a good chance of him rejoining and cutting his way through the field, because he knows how to lap faster than most of the other field. There's only about 5 or 6 drivers that can lap at his level. Hayden Heikel now, of course, is going to push forward. He himself has to come in for a pit stop very soon. I'm expecting in the next 3 to 4 laps that he's going to have to come in either for tires or refueling.
Putra Adam has actually done really well for himself. The fact that he's been in the garage for quite some time now, he's only dropped to 12th spot.
Yeah.
And has stayed there.
Well, if you do see a problem like that, I mean, you have to take care of it as soon as possible, really. You can't. Now, that is a Wing Hit Motorsports car. That is number 39. That is Army Harris Jeffrey. That would mean that's Naqib Aslan just behind him. That is 4th position. In fact, that is Lai Wei Singh. That's all 3 of them fighting for position. That is 3rd, 4th, and 5th going around turn 15. And there is about 1.5 seconds between them, cutting through the back markers. Lai Wei Singh.
Yeah, all still trailing the leader by 1 whole lap.
Well, Lai Wei Singh's done really well here. He's pushed himself away from that battle. using the straight line speed of the Honda. I'm fully expecting Nakib Arslan to come through with that Kazoo Racing Vios.
Yeah, Nakib not too far.
Well, let's look at their lap times. Yes, he is lapping faster. Look at the back of that. That was Mohamed Uzaidi, who at least got up and running again after being, well, manhandled off a turn. I hate to laugh about it, but it's true.
Thankfully,
Look
he
at
didn't
that.
lose much momentum. He just got on with it.
That is not good aerodynamics, I can tell you that. That's not going to fare well in a wind tunnel.
He's got to come in soon to get that sorted out.
Well, things are really rapidly developing. We're going to keep an eye on that pit stop.
So several cars already in pit. Putra Adam from a 13th place has now dropped to 74th place. It looks like there is some serious problems going on with that HMRT car. Now the question is, how long would they need to sort out Putra Adam out before he can get back on track? And there is a mechanical flag for car number 477. That was Usaidi, who is now being made to enter the pit. So another car into the pit. It's buzzing with activity.
Yep, it's happening all over the place now. But look at that, Hayden Heikel with a clear track in front and behind him. That is ominous for the rest of the pack.
Well, we know all about Hayden Heikel. When he's playing catch-up, he really tends to take every single race and push the closest competitor as much as possible. But now he's in the lead, doesn't look to have anyone close to him. He's just going to try and
drive.
Yeah, just try and maintain this same momentum, and he'll now have to sort of already be thinking when is he going to come in for his first pit stop.
Now, Putra Adam, meanwhile, must have dropped right down the standings.
Yep, he's down there, G.
Yep, Renplatz is also down there. Night Racing Team is also down there. This is 75th, 77th.
See, a lot of cars which have came into pits have not left yet. Never seen a smooth transition of a pit stop.
Not yet at all.
Yeah.
Well, we know how fast Putra Adam is, so if he can get that car sorted out, this might be a sensational drive through the entire pack for the rest of the day. Remember, he does have a limit to the amount of time he can stay in the car. Things rapidly coming up almost to the first hour completed. That's how quickly this stuff is happening. So Nakib has got ahead of that Wing Hin car now. Ahmed Harris down to 6th. Nakib up to 4th, sorry, that's 4th and 5th now. But he had to, he was going faster. And of course that battle has played into the drive of Lai Wei Singh, who's managed to pull away. Nakib's now going to have his eyes keenly set on that R Engineering car.
I have to say, we've not seen the full colors of Nakib Arslan in that Toyota Gazoo racing car. Not yet, but I expect them to come into contention real soon.
Well, right now at the top of MTC is 13 seconds ahead of Aaron Lim is Hayden Heikel, who is some 27 seconds ahead of Lai Wei Singh in this big battle that we're seeing. And that's only been in the first 17 laps.
So this is the battle for 4th and 5th. But of course,
4th, 5th and 6th, yeah. Very close. Amir Harris is looking to try and regain that position, but I think Nakib is still lapping faster than him. fact, of the three, Lai Wei Sing is at 2:37.351. In fact, yeah, 2:36.916. 2:37.459 for Nakeem and 2:38.289. So that's going to stay like that for a while based on their lap times. In fact, Lai Wei Sing should start pulling away.
And it makes sense that they are not as fast as they started out to be. When they first started out, it was
it was the initial enthusiasm of
2:32s and 2:33s, and now they're just all, perhaps after seeing what has happened in front of them, Putra Adam, case in point.
That is absolutely tragic what's happened to him.
It's more of vehicle management and really trying to bide your time and time your attacks as precisely as possible. Especially so if you are a front runner in your respective category. Having said that, Hayden Haikal has done really well. 14 seconds, still very much in the lead. Aaron Lim also has a sizable cushion over Lai Wei Sing. 28-second advantage over third place. And Nakeem slowly looking to close the gap on that final podium spot. He's in fourth place, just trailing Lai Wei Sing by just over a second.
So we've seen some rough and tumble action already. We'll be having those 1 hour highlights coming up very soon. First hour.
And this is also a time where the track temperatures will tend to go up just a little bit. It's just past midday.
Yeah, it's just getting to 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. And I think 1 to 3 is going to be the hottest. Started off at 37.
If you ask the team managers, they are expecting track temperatures to go up to 50 degrees.
No, I've seen it go up to 55 once.
That is absolutely...
I mean, it roasts the tires, but as we've seen also from the cars, I mean, you know, these internal combustion engines have a lot of air going through them, there's hot air going through them, and the heat that you don't see when you're watching it like this, not just for the drivers who are sitting in the cars, but also the engines themselves, are that's what needs to be managed. And you'd be surprised how tiny the variance needs to be for these cars to blow. So lap 18 now is a complete, almost a complete MCS round race, okay? And we've seen cars break down in MCS round races. Nakeem just clipping the corner. Interesting that he's already caught up with Lai Wei Sing. It's 0.2 of a second now between them.
Yeah, they're not too far. Lai Wei Sing has just lost a little bit of ground. Nakeem is going faster as well.
Nakeem is going exactly 1.1 seconds faster than him. So he should be coming through. You said we hadn't seen Nakeem's true colors yet. Well, we might just see a few of them coming in right now.
Well, Toyota have a colored history in the S1K. They are, of course, looking to finish among the podium spots, preferably as champions once again.
They've been very consistent like that.
Indeed.
Toyota.
Have a great grassroots development program as well through the Gazoo Racing.
Yeah. TGR. Well, the whole Gazoo Racing, you know, I said we've done a lot of commentating for them as well. That whole racing pyramid is absolutely fantastic. So, Nakeem is now all over the back of Lai Wei Sing as they get through turn 10. And Lai would have been thinking that he was nicely clear of that battle. Notice, though, that Amir Harris Jeffrey has completely dropped off this fight. Whether he's done that for maintaining speed, that's interesting. A lot of the timing computers, apparently, in the pits are going down. So Nakeem has a look on the inside. He needs to get half a car length to legitimately have a valid attempt at trying to overtake this car. Lai Wei-Sing's going to know that, and is going to be just shifting that car left and right off the racing line just to make sure that he has to do something very daring and very ambitious if he's going to try. Right now, though, Nakib is lapping 1 second faster than Lai Wei-Sing. I'm just going to tell you as they cross the line whether that is the same. Well, Lai Wei-Sing's actually pushed up now. He's lapping 2:35. Nakib is lapping at a 2:36. So Lai Wei-Sing has decided to expend a bit of fuel and push himself forward.
Good news for the HMRT fans. Putra is now on his out lap. So
Oh, that's fantastic news.
And there's a change of driver as well. Avila Baha has now taken over the wheel.
No, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So
they've sorted out their engine troubles.
Well,
perhaps
I think
tyre has been changed.
I think they were probably looking to have a driver change around about now anyway, but I don't think they were expecting that liquid coolant to be coming out the back of the car. I think that's pushed them down. But with both of them as very fast drives, keep an eye on Avila Baha and see how quickly he can cut through the back markers and get somewhere closer to where they need to be. Meanwhile, Lai Wei-Sing is pushing it. He's now lapping at the same speed as our leader, Hayden Hankook. In fact, they're the only two cars that are lapping at 2:35. There is Avila Baha in the car that used to lead.
So it wasn't a catastrophe at all for this HMRT team.
It was in the pits. That's the most important thing.
Which they would have come in around this time as well.
If it was out on the track and that had happened, and they had to bring the car back, that would have been a huge problem. But these mechanics obviously didn't want that to happen. They didn't expect it to happen, but they were there on hand, ready to do it. They're out. Where exactly are they right now? They are, well, they'll be down, way down in the rankings.
Currently in 76th place.
76th place, yeah.
But we can expect to see them work their way up.
Well, he is lapping at, well, interestingly enough, the last lap log for that car is 17 minutes. That's because of the pit stop as well. That's how long they were in the pit, 17 minutes.
Indeed, the first setback that we had in this race, the Proton R3 team, that car doesn't seem like it's going to continue, unfortunately. Shafiq Ali still out, and it's been in pit for a long time.
Well, he's 12 laps behind now everybody else, and that's the important thing that you have to realize.
What a massive blow for the two-time champion, who's making a comeback after a 5-year hiatus.
Well, it was his fault. He said no. I mean, it was a very ambitious move by him. So, currently in 76th, Avila Baha is on 14 laps, so he's 6 laps behind the leader. And I will tell you as soon as he comes across the start line, which will be very soon, what kind of condition this car is in. Because if he's lapping at about 2:36. Right now, though, while that's happening, let's get down to the pit with Mio, who is talking to car number 8.
All right, guys, it's early days now here. We're about 160 more laps to go. We're down here with Kishan, second driver for car number 8. Kishan, you mentioned me off air that this is your first ever S1K.
Yes.
And you haven't even had a chance to drive yet for today. Obviously, you drove during qualification. You must be pumped up, man.
Yes, definitely, man. The atmosphere, the energy around us, it's insane. So looking forward to the drive. I'll be the second driver for today. Yeah, so so far, team is doing pretty all right. We just hope to keep the pace up, maintain it, and as we know, this is an endurance race, so it's all about being consistent and hoping the car survives the 9 hours.
Yeah, because again, for endurance race, it's not just about having the greatest speed. It's about making sure that the car survives the whole 181 laps.
That's right, absolutely true. So I think we even saw within the first few laps, there were a lot of incidents and mishaps and cars breaking down and stuff. So this is something we hope not to face throughout the whole day. So fingers crossed, we'll do our best out there today and keeping a consistent and keeping a consistent pace, and yeah, we hope for the best tonight.
And the fact that this is your maiden voyage in regards of the S1K, what will you take home after this race? Obviously, again, you're not even in the car yet, but what is your anticipation? What do you expect from yourself personally?
So, for myself, okay, I have to thank my team firstly, because they gave me this opportunity to take part in the S1K, and it's very different compared to racing in sprint races. So it's all about teamwork. We have our lovely pit crew over here who actually put in a lot of effort and a lot of time in prepping the car overnight. So it's not just the race itself, but it's the whole 3-day event, from the practice to the qualifying, and today we are at the race day. I think the whole journey has been great so far. The struggles we went through together, the challenges, there are a lot of things that we are going to take home. What I'm looking forward to later is actually racing side by side with fellow competitors, but also keeping a clean race. At the same time, hope all of us complete the race together.
Whatever it is, we do hope that you have a clean race, you have a safe race, you have an awesome race. Good luck to you, Kishan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Neil. And there's another man who's very well behaved in front of the camera and actually has probably a great future in politics, because that was a wonderful...
Can sense the excitement in his voice, as he gets ready to go out there for the first time.
I love the way he said we have this lovely pit crew here. I mean, you don't usually talk about them as that, but still, Hayden Heikel up at the front. Now 18 seconds ahead of Aaron Lim. And when he comes in, he's going to hand this car off to Rahul Rajmaya, I'm sure, who's also very fast. But so far, High Rev Dream Chaser, one of the big teams in MTC from the MCS season, gifted almost the lead by HMRT. Aaron Lim still with a shout for HMRT. Now I wonder if he's going to come in now. It's lap 21. As we've seen for MCS, this car, this Suzuki Swift, cannot do more than 24 laps. So he has to come in at some point. Knowing Hayden Heikel, he is going to push it.
Yeah, for sure. We can expect to see him in shortly. I think he's just trying to build a little bit more cushion before handing it over.
Alistair Young is in pit right now, but it was a swift pit stop.
Alistair Young did really well to hand the car to Raja Arif in the top 10 position.
Now, what I'm worried about is that his pit time was 1 minute 15 seconds. And that is odd. But, well, we're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back. Do stay with us for our continuing live coverage of the Sepang 1000km.
Welcome back to the Sepang 1000km race. If you've just joined us, we have the first round highlights for you.
Well, it has been an interesting hour. This was the start for the MTC, and as you can see, the first 20 cars came through very, very nicely. In fact, it was a pretty decent start for both sets of the rolling start. Putra Adam managing to keep the lead from Lai Wei Sing and Hayden Heikel off the start, and those three would contest the lead in MTC. This was the SP2V and SP2G start. 59 cars that went through turns 1 and turn 2, and unbelievably, none of them touched each other, which is a feat of physics, to say the least. But as we went through, there were a couple of big incidents. That was Jonathan Z right in the middle of this big pack, and it was very, very tight for a while. This was the big spin out from the Proton S70, Shafiq Ali, on turn 10, lap 7. He would never recover from that, still hasn't as well. A lot of cars started blowing their engines around now. Early days still, of course, and this should be the very big shunt. Yes, it is. Number 477, that's Mohammed Yuzaidi on lap 13. Absolutely smashed up on turn 9, would carry on and pick up a mechanical flag as well. But that's all it took. We were talking about 181 laps. This was the biggest news, of course, and that was Putra Adam coming in after leading for so long. Would change the driving duties with Avia Baha, and Mohammed Yuzaidi would drag along for a while, but would eventually come into the pits. And soon enough, Avia Baha would come out, but come out in 76th place, some 6 laps off the leader. So a lot of problems for HMRT, but as we move into the second hour now, there's everything to fight for with 157 laps left. It is High Rev Dream Chaser that is topping MTC ahead of HMRT and R Engineering. In SP2G, it's Axel Sports ahead of Bay Racing Team and R Engineering. SP2V, R-Works Rios. Ryu Masako is leading that ahead of Black Wolf Racing and R Engineering. And as for the VS Enduro Cup, well, that is Andrew Harianto from Tedco Racing ahead of Sakudo Shenzo's Teo Hong Zhou. That's where we stand right now on lap 22.
Avila Baha is still struggling to make his way to the top, currently in 74th place.
Well,
slowly but surely, but it's going to take some time.
It's going to take him a good couple of hours, I think, to get into any kind of contention, and he's probably going to need the help from some of the other contenders ahead of him if he is going to make it through. Now, it was very close just now. Very interesting battle which he's got to pick up. Now that looks like DV Motorsport. They're usually, yes it is, Brendan Paul and Abe Rajan in the pits. Always have that grey car. I'm just checking down this huge grid as to exactly where they are.
They are in 61st place.
That's right, yeah. So they're in currently, that is the Black Wolf Racing Team.
Jonathan Z?
I think it is. It is. No, in fact, yes it is, that's Jonathan Z. So Hu Jian Li should be getting into that car now. We're gonna have to keep an eye on exactly who is in which of these cars. That is Hayden Heikel. He must be coming in for a pit stop very soon. It's lap 24. I'd be very surprised if he stays out for longer.
Yep, I would say almost half the field have already came in for the first pit stop. What we've seen so far, the customary tire changes, refueling.
Well, he's still not coming in.
And we've just been made to understand that this car has a high beam problem. As you can see, it's not working.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's been smashed up.
Yep.
Now that is actually an infringement to not have working lights. Well, this is going to be very interesting. What happened to that car in that commercial break? That he smashed that up completely. Well, I'm surprised he stayed out for another lap because they really do need to get some of that magic duct tape onto that car. Okay, well, I think we're going to get to see exactly what happened.
But all the more reason to come in and get that light sorted out.
Well, you don't want to risk it, certainly, because there is going to be a large part of this race is going to be at night. So here you go, this is it. It's fine here.
Yep.
Flashing to get the back markers out the way. That's nicely done by him. Now,
Still flashing.
Oh, this car's cut across him. No, that's still
And
fine. That's him. That's his.
Yeah,
that's absolutely his fault.
Coming into turn 1.
Well, just carried a bit too much momentum. You know, that's 50-50 as to whether it's his fault or not, because you just carry so much speed into turn 1.
Smacked into the rear of Adam Mikhail's our engineering.
Well, I'm telling you, he is going to face some kind of consequence from that, because you need to have these lights not just ready for the evening part of the race, but I do believe, and I'm not going to check the regulations right now, that you need to have 2 working lights at all times. So, Kenchana Racing Team, that were leading at 1 point.
The second driver change?
Yeah, I think it's the second driver change. So that should be, it was Naji that started off. That might just be Mahate that's got in there now. So Hayden Heichel now with another chance at the end of turn, or at the end of the finishing straight, to try and come in. He's got to come in.
Yep, turn 14. Let's see if he goes straight. No.
So he's on 25 laps now, 26 laps now.
Maybe it's also the instructions from his team members. Stay out there, you know, get that lead, solidify that lead.
I said they were gifted the lead, so why not stay out there for a little bit longer? But
there's a 23-second advantage now over Aaron Lim.
Wouldn't want to give that back to HMRT, I guess. Well, I'm guessing he's going to have to come in soon, because I personally haven't seen an MTC car go for more than 30 laps, and he's already pushing that at 26. Bay Racing Team, Eddie Liu is also in the pits right now. TD Racing, R Engineering, DV Motorsports, R Works, Rios, both cars, Kenurata and Takashi Oi. SX83, Tedco Racing, also in the pits. Kashash Vina Motorsports.
Just to give a context of how fast they were versus how fast they are now, the fastest car on track belongs to E1 Jian, who posted a fastest lap of 2:44. That's a whopping 10 seconds slower than what Hayden had posted earlier.
I said this is what I meant. I mean, at some point they have to take their foot off the pedal.
Yeah.
Because at some point they're going to have to, you know. That's great to see you two. Hope you're enjoying the race. Well, Hayden Heichel still cutting his way through the back markers.
With one functioning light?
With one functioning light. So he's got, let's just see, where his Lai Wei Sing is. No, yeah, but he's still got a good 24-second lead.
Akib has actually overtaken Lai Wei Seng into third.
Yep. And is keeping a good 3.5 seconds ahead of him.
And just for context, Hayden currently holds a 2-lap advantage over 10th place Gilbert Ang. That's how fast
Yeah.
He's been going.
There you go. He's coming in. Finally. Whoa, that's a very dodgy entry into the pits. But he had to come in. There was absolutely no way this car could stay out for even longer than that. Now, it'd be interesting to see what they do with that light.
There'll be a light change. There'll be perhaps a tire change for
And
refueling.
for sure. Refueling will happen first. But this should be your classic, compulsory 3-minute stop.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Doesn't seem like anything else is up with that car.
Rahul, there's the refueling hose going in. Rahul Rajmaya should get in there. Hayden Heikel should take a stint, and we might even get to hear from Hayden Heikel. Now that's one of the Axel cars, isn't it? It certainly looks that way. Oh, that's Nikhil Bora. Yep, Alex Young, overall 11th, first in class for SP2G. So that is an important pit stop. Alvin Baha, by the way, that's Avia's brother for our engineering is in the pits at 14th. Avia Baha is now up to 72nd and is lapping at a 2:34. Yeah, he's gonna.
Here we have the replay of the dodgy entry into pit. He's still going fast as he comes into pit.
That's an infringement as well. I mean, you got to be at 80 kilometers an hour when you're coming through that.
Underestimated.
Certainly look more than that. Avia Baha is lapping at 2:34. The closest person to him, and that's in 72nd, is lapping at 3:03. So he is going to be coming through this field very, very quickly. He's lapping 30 seconds faster than everybody else around there.
Tire change. The light has still not been fixed yet. I think they're going to get to the light after this.
Well,
tires change.
I said I'm not 100% sure if it's a full regulation, but they're going to need it for the evening.
Yep.
So that should be Rahul Rajmaya. No, they're not fixing the light right now.
Oh, wow. They're going to save it for later.
You know what? They might actually have to send someone out of the track to go and look for a light pod, because I don't know if they've actually got light.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the thing. They might not have that part ready just now.
Thankfully, there's enough daylight as of now. You can continue racing in these conditions.
Absolutely. There will be for the next 3 or 4 hours.
And Lai Wei-Seng has also come into pit, Jeef. He's just came into pit. So
yes, he has.
Gazoo Racing is now on the out lap, so we can expect Gazoo Racing to be among the top 3, even pushing for second spot.
Well, apparently Gazoo has already come in for a pit. We didn't get to see that. So all the top teams, all the way up to 10th, have now come in for their first pit stop.
All with a driver change as well. New drivers, fresh drivers.
Mohammed Farah is now our overall leader in that 26 car.
So the dynamics of this whole race, I would say, will be changing with the switch of new drivers as well.
We're just waiting to see who should be coming in. I mean, we haven't got confirmation as to who's in that #1 high rev Dream Chaser car yet. It should be Rahul Rajmaya.
And for Gazoo, it should be Mitchell Chia.
Yeah, that's right.
Lee Wai Kong has came into car 100.
That's right, and for Lai Wei-Seng, well, that could be Leon Koo or Calvin Wong that has joined the race. That's Nkai. If I'm right, is that the 39 car? No, sorry, it's the 39 car, then that is Nabil Aslan, who is very fast indeed, and is now going to be pushing ahead.
So the defending champions now find themselves in second spot. Really on course in familiar territory.
Well, what's interesting for HMRT is because of that Hayden Heikel coming in, they're now 1 minute 35 ahead of Wing Hin.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's another gift lead really for them, but that's a great lead to have, because if they get that over 3 minutes, and that's their next pit stop taken care of.
In confirmation of the new driver in car number 26, so Faris Fauzi is now behind the wheel of the 26 of the HMRT. Albeit with a very slender advantage over Nabil Aslan.
So, Axel Sports, Stuart Hine, 1, 2, 3. So just going through our classifications now, as we have had most, in fact, if not all, the active field. Yes, in fact, everyone on the active field has come into the pits at least once. Honda Malaysia Racing Team up front ahead of Wing Hin and Toyota Gazoo in third in MTC. The two high rev Dream Chaser cars after that, as cars keep streaming into the pits. SP2G Scuba Racing Team. Jonathan Z's handed that lead off to Hujian Li. Stuart Hine, we just saw from Axel Motorsports, is in second. Well, he's actually leading SP2V. In second in SP2G, it's Sekudo Shenzo. Second in SP2V is Project S, Tan Yong Ming. Timothy Tan is in the driving seat there. And for the Vios Enduro Cup, it's Timothy Yo from Sekudo Shenzo up front, and Juan Mohammed Rafi from Tenko Racing in second, with G-Mart Motorsport on their outlap in third. But that is our current leader. Gifted a lead. So HMRT gifted High Rev Dream Chaser a lead, and then High Rev gifted them back a lead with the pit stop. First of many lead changes, I can tell you.
And confirmation of Rahul Rajmaiya getting into car number 1.
Oh, that's been confirmed now?
Yep.
Yes, it has, you're right.
And Leon Koo as well. Leon Koo takes over from Lai Wei Seng.
I did think he was. He is the second fastest driver in that setup. But still cars, as you can see, in the pits, getting their compulsory 3 minutes done.
And an update on our initial leader, car number 27 of the HMRT. Avila Baha is now moved up 6 spots. He's now in 68.
Yeah, I told you, he's lapping 30 seconds faster than everybody else. So in this hour, wow, 2 minutes a lap, 30 seconds faster. Oh.
Yeah, he's one of the fastest lapper at 2:34 actually.
Yeah, he's not going to stay there for very long.
Yeah.
At that rate.
Amazing time.
It's just a question of finding the opportunities to get through. There's Leon Koo in that R Engineering car.
So we can expect to see car number 27 right back up there among the mix. Maybe not so soon, but in due course.
Leon Koo with a nice entry to turn 1. Under no pressure at all. Laps still to go. So much can happen in that time.
It's also when the concentration perhaps, comes into play. We see a yellow flag being waved there. Is that an indication?
That is very interesting, because I can't see a reason as to why that's happening. Oh, incident turn 1. In fact, car number 1, that's High Rev Dream Chaser. That's Rahul Rajmaiya,
who just got in the car.
Yeah, and he has hit somebody. Car number 101, that's R Engineering. So there has been a hit, and a big hit, if this is our first full course yellow.
Will we get a confirmation of that incident? It remains to be seen.
This is a turn one now. Let's have a look and see that there's some skid marks I can see already, but no cars seem to be off track. No, all looks, oh, there's a bit of a wheel over there. Oh, it looks like a bit of body work. But no further action is coming from that incident. I think it was just a bump. In the end, Rahul Rajwire is still running.
We will get confirmation of the full course yellow. We just saw the steward.
I think that was just, I don't think that was a...
Oh, there's no further action. We have confirmation on that.
I think that was just a slow down flag. Everything's back to green racing again. But they just had to make sure. And based on their lap times, well, Rahul Rajwire is still lapping at 2:38, 2:55.
Who generally has done a great job since taking over from Jonathan Z. They've now assumed top spot in the SP2G category. Really nothing much separating Fu Jian Li and also Tei Chi Xiong. See, that is a battle for first place. Very unique yellow bee-looking livery.
Yeah, they've all got nice paint jobs for the Sepang 1000km. So that is currently, that's Hu Jianli, who's topping SP2G. 28 laps completed and has been lapping at 2:41.614, which is pretty good. I mean, that's only 3 seconds off the lead right now. Generally speaking, everyone's down at 2:38. I'm going to have a quick look back at Avia Bahar again, who is lapping at 2:36. He's going to be coming straight through there. Where is he exactly? He's up to 65th.
Wow, that's 3 spots up from just moments ago.
I know. At this rate, I think this afternoon we're going to see him up at the front. Of course, you know, notwithstanding anything happening to that car.
It's just so amazing to see how these drivers have, you know, they recover from a setback, be it in the garage or in the pit or car stall, to slowly work their way up. All at the same time, pushing their car as much as possible.
Yeah, you just don't get to see this in you know, a lot of other races. I said I've done a lot of Asian Le Mans series. That was also endurance racing, but that was just 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, which is nothing compared to this. It comes down to it. This, the ability of what you can do if you just get it right. If you just get what you're supposed to do right, means, as I said, Avia Bahar is a classic example. You keep lapping at 2:34, and your race will get better.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
You will find yourself back up in the top 20.
Because
top 10.
half of the 83 cars on this grid cannot lap at 2:34. There's only about, I'd say, 10, 11 cars. So you'll definitely find yourself amongst them. That car's going very slowly. That car is going extremely slowly. That orange car. Can't get a read on the number. I'm thinking it's 117. Might be Sakudo Shenzo. Well, we've hit the 150 lap mark. So this is lap 31. This is already new territory for MCS cars. This is where things get really interesting. Now that's the Gazoo racing car, which has now got Mitchell Chowan behind it. That 37 car.
Yep, Mitchell Chia coming on a couple of laps back.
2:38.906 is what he's lapping at right now.
And with a very sizable advantage to make up for too. Just less than under 10 seconds. Faris Fauzi. Mitchell, of course, so much of success in this S1K. He was a champion with Farid Khairuman in the Proton R3 back in 2019. He's had an interesting season, Mitchell Chia, with a new team in the MCS.
Well, he's won just about everything, Mitchell. That's the thing. So, you know, he does take this race very, very seriously. But when it comes to knowing this track, there's no other driver I can think of that's going to know how to adapt to situations as well as he does. Hayden can go very fast, Putra can go very fast too. But in terms of experience, not just on the national circuit, but the regional circuit, Mitchell Chia is your man.
I think he's on a redemption mission, a big redemption mission this year.
Yes.
He's not really done too well for himself by his high standards.
He's been ousted.
He's been ousted, yeah. That's the word I was going for. He's been ousted. He's not won a race on the MCS.
A lot of people, as I said, have kind of taken his headlines away from him.
Yeah.
And that's why he's probably going to want to win this and win this well.
And he's picked a brilliant team to be racing the S1K with, you know, with a fantastic partner of high caliber as well. So I think all the markers point to a good showing for Mitchell Chia. It's now up to him to translate that into a podium finish, hopefully right at the top.
Well, he's doing a great job right now in getting past these back markers, as you'd expect from Mitchell. 32 laps completed now.
This is
now that's good to see. One of the Proton R3s, that should be Raja Arif, Raja Azmi. It is indeed currently in 9th, and 9th in class as well, yep, in MTC. So it hasn't been the best return for Proton R3 so far.
But this team are keeping up to the end of their bargain in the top 10.
That's true, that's true. I mean, if you're coming back after a 5-year hiatus for whatever reason, you're probably going to aim for at least the top 10, top 5, if you can, maybe. Maybe saying with the likes of Wing In Motorsport and High-Rev Dream Chaser around, and of course HMRT as well. Now this looks like it's a full course yellow.
Yep, this is a full course yellow.
Now that has turned up because there is debris at turn 8. Now it's interesting to see where that's going to turn up from, but this is going to be a little bit of a respite for these drivers. First full course yellow of the day.
Which means adhering to the 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, and this is, I said, psychologically this is difficult for drivers. When they've just been pushing it as fast as they can, they're now going to keep it on 80 kilometers an hour, which they can do. You're not allowed to overtake on a full course yellow either. But it's when you come off the full course yellow back to green again, that's when incidents can happen. That's when you can get a little, you know, touches every now and then. But they'll stay on this racing line at 80 kilometers an hour.
I think it's easier for the leaders because they've already developed some sort of momentum, and it's all about maintaining that pace. But for the likes of Avila Baha, who is really valiantly trying to make his way up, it really impedes the progress and puts a damper onto the proceedings.
Of course, these laps are still going to commit and contribute to the overall.
So we have confirmation that the marshals are on track to clear the debris.
Oh, we're back to green flag racing now. That would explain why that Proton just went straight past that car, because so it was just for one lap, debris cleared.
Well done, marshals.
Well done, marshals. Well done to all the logistical people up at Sepang.
Oh, it was cleared in quick fire time.
Still unclear as to exactly what happened at turn 8. But we are back to green flag racing. And that means the likes of Raja Arif, Raja Azmi right here can start getting back to some fast times. Just as an example, under the full course yellow, these cars were lapping at 3:02, 304 and 308. Those were the top three in MTC. So basically 30 seconds slower than what they would usually be lapping at.
Still quite a number of cars who have not really moved. That car driven by Shafiq Ali, don't see it on our radar anymore.
Yeah, that's gone. That car is not coming back, I'm sure of that. There are three cars right now, 13th, 14th, and 15th, that are just passing the start line. This is our leader, Faris Fauzi.
Avila Baha, I think, has moved up just a little bit. He's now in the top 60.
So it will be interesting to see how fast this car is going right now. Faris Fauzi, as he comes across the line, just did a 302 under the full course yellow. Should be down to about a 240, maybe a 238. .253 actually, so he hasn't taken that much off. There is that 27 car. Now up to 59th, 12th in class. Last lap 235. That's going to be good enough. 235. I'm sure that nobody around him is.
Nice, one of the fastest car on track.
235. Well, I did say that we'd be hearing from Hayden Heikel, and he's now out of the car and cooled down and talking to Mio. Let's hear what he has to say.
All right, guys, I'm down here in the pits interviewing, or should I say, getting to know these gentlemen down here from High Rev Racing. We got Hayden and Aib. Hayden, you started things off. We could actually see on the screen. Aggressive is Hayden Heikel, isn't it? You're always aggressive regardless of whatever the situation is. How has the track been for you at least?
I mean, the track so far, it's been super hot today. We're struggling a bit with the setup, but yeah, our pace is really good. We're consistent with the 34s and low 35s, but yeah, I mean, early on, trying to catch up to Putra was really tough, but you know, somehow we managed to stay consistent, stay out of trouble, and yeah, I think he was just pushing too hard. I don't know.
But take us back to during that first corner, right after the flag off. You know, when there's, you know, obviously all the cars were there trying to gun in corner 1 and 2, trying to get the best position. You were kind of a bit of a sandwich there. You were stuck in the middle, trying to get yourself out. Share with us, what's that all about?
I mean, yeah, headed into turn 1. I was right next to Putra, and I thought it'll be just a clean, you know, around the outside, or you know, just try follow him a bit. But nah, I think I got tapped behind by the other HMRT. I don't know whether it's like a team game or whatever, but you don't really want to see that. So yeah, you know, in the end, we're in front of both of them, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
It is an endurance race anyway. This is not a 20-lap race here. We're talking about a 181-lap race. And of course, Rahul's right now in the car, and you're dying to get into the car, waiting for your opportunity, waiting for your chance to show to your brothers in arms here that you can deliver for your team as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think Rahul's carving through the traffic right now. He's doing a good job. It's going to be interesting, you know. It looks like it's going to rain soon. So we'll see how the strategy plays out. You know, we're on a completely different strategy to the rest of the MTC grid. We're using a bit more fuel than everyone else, so we have to refuel every stop. We have a bit more pace, so we'll only be able to see how the strategy plays out at the end of the race.
Yeah. You just said it, like we are anticipating some rain coming down soon. How confident are you, you know, when the track is wet, you put money on yourself to perform the best that you can, or is there some doubts over there? You know, the fact that it is going to be a bit more difficult, a bit more cautious. All the drivers are going to be driving a bit slower than usual, not taking the chances as much, maybe. How will it treat you then?
I mean, for me especially, it was my first time driving in the wet the other day on Friday practice, morning practice. So that was a big learning curve for me. But I think in the wet,
The biggest issue is not ourselves, but worrying about overtaking the SP2 and the slower cars. Because for us, we just focus on ourselves. We should be able to hold ourselves in the wet. I have confidence in myself, Hayden and Rahul in the wet, but it just gets a bit more tricky. As you can see, there's so many incidents while trying to overtake the slower cars, and the wet just makes it a lot more scarier.
Yeah, of course, but whatever it is, we do hope that all of the drivers, they will have a safe race out there. You can't wait to get into the car. You get some rest time right now and let Rahul do his thing. We're definitely going to catch up with you just later on. Thank you guys. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Mio. Now, I don't know about you, Nick, but do they have like a weather satellite? Their own personal weather satellite? Because I can't see where
We don't see it from where we are seated. It's absolute clear skies.
It's totally clear skies right now, but maybe they have got an inside line as to when it's going to rain. If it is going to rain, statistically it should be within the next hour or two, but right now it is very, very clear. But interesting insight there as to they can really only see 20 laps ahead, which is to the next refueling stop or the next time that car comes into the pit, and they have to read the situation as it goes.
Yeah, but the fact that they came in so late for their first pit spoke volumes, and it's sort of contrasting from what
oh, absolutely,
Diane said, that they were using more fuel, but it took a longer time to come into pit.
Now, Mitchell Chow just locked up his brakes and lost a lot of time. Now, look how close that 39 car is. That is Nabil Aslan.
It's going to be interesting to see if Mitchell can keep that line.
Mitchell has actually moved ahead into second spot because of that car. So Nabil is trying to get through this. But hold on a second. Is that Rahul Rajmaier right in the middle of that pack? I think it might be.
Yep, it is.
So this was Mitchell taking second spot.
And now Rahul
there we go. He locks up.
This is where Mitchell overtakes, right?
He should come through, yes.
Yeah.
So he's now in second. Now that is actually Rahul Rajmaier, who was in second. So I think Rahul's dropped down to fourth. Unless, of course, he's just got himself back in front of Mitchell Chow. So this might be second, third, and fourth. That's what it should be. But they have been dicing around, these three. There is less than a second between them. And as they cross the line, it is, in fact, Mitchell Chow that looks like he's in second. Well, this is a replay, so that might be, yes, that is in fact Rahul Rajmaier retaking second spot. So for a second, Mitchell was in second. But second, third, and fourth, absolutely nothing between them, all playing into the welcoming hands of Fariz Fauzi. So we're going to get back down to the pits now, where Mio is talking to car 96.
That's Freddie Young.
All right, guys, now I'm together down here at Hankook Racing Pit, together with car driver number 96. We got Freddie here. Freddie, you're one of four drivers who's enduring this race, 181 laps. You have not taken your turn yet. You're the third driver of the team. You got the second driver out there. You must be raring to go, man. You can't wait to get in, at least before something falls from the sky.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if it rains. You know, it gets a bit exciting and gives us a chance. Our car on the dry is not that competitive, so I'm hoping that it drizzles a little bit and equalize the field.
Whatever that gives you an advantage, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so, and you said as well off camera that this is your third S1K that you have participated in. Share with us that journey, you know, when you started off, understanding what S1K is all about, getting into it in the second year and now in your third year. How has the experience been for you in preparing you for this year's edition?
Definitely a lot calmer. You know, we know how the procedure works, how the driver change works. The only exciting thing this year is that they took out the 3-minute. So it's a bit more hectic in the sense that we have to go in and out as fast as possible.
All right, and obviously you're up against, you know, all the big guys. You got the HMRT, you got the High Rev, you got the Gazoos. The competition is fierce. And at the start of the race, you were at P7 and now you're around P7 as well with all the driver change and whatnot. Do you see any improvement coming out, at least from you, when you have the handle, when you have the steering in your hand?
Definitely, we'll just push all out. End of the day, it's a long race. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, all right, so we wish you the best of luck and hope you have a safe race. We'll definitely see each other soon. Guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Neil. Freddie Yang was a great performer. And we can just confirm now that that is Rahul Rajmai, and he is in second spot. After dicing around, you can just see how close they are on the left-hand side of your screen. That 39 car is now just dropped off the pace a little bit. Mitchell Chow also has put a little bit of daylight between himself and fourth spot, which is Nabil Aslan. Two high rev Dream Chaser cars in the top 5. Lee Wai Kong is now up to 5th. And doing the usual Avia Baha check. Where is he now? He's up to 54th. And is still lapping at 2:35. So
that's a five spot jump from when we last checked.
Yeah, he's definitely coming through. I mean,
consistent progress.
It would be an incredible run if he could do that. If he could come through.
Very interesting insight from Freddie as well to say that they are looking forward to a wet race because
it equalizes the field. Yeah.
Yeah, and cars most suited perhaps to a wet race.
Well, it's certainly going to slow down. I mean, there are drivers that are fast in the wet. There are drivers that are fast in the dry. But everybody's a little bit more cautious, of course, in the wet. And it does depend now on exactly how much rain comes down. There is a big grey cloud.
Yeah, we can see some
hanging like a UFO over us now.
Some clouds forming. We finally get what Daim was saying earlier.
I think they have a weather satellite. I think they have, some kind of lead in. Maybe they hacked, some US weather satellite. And then they now can see where the weather's coming, because that is alarmingly prescient to know how exactly that's happening. Still, it's just one cloud at the moment. There's a bit kind of, well, you can just see in the back of your screen here as we look at the pit stop for Lo Jusen and Liu Yiming. They are 32nd in class or overall at the moment. And 19th. Oh, third in SP2V.
How many sets of tires do you think a car needs throughout the course of this?
A great many. I mean, there is a set amount that you have for the weekend.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can't remember offhand exactly how much that is. How many?
It could be easily between 5 to 10 sets.
You know what? I will check. I will check right now.
With just under 40 laps, and we've already seen quite a fair bit of tire changes that has happened.
Yeah, coming up to the close of the second hour soon. An hour that saw that first full course yellow.
Of car number 888, that's Black Wolf Racing, currently topping the SP2V with a 9, or rather, that's almost a 20-second advantage over Artworks Rios. A healthy lead for the Black Wolf Racing team, with Kingston Tan behind the wheel. That car 888.
Well, HK Motorsport are the only tire supplier for the race, and it doesn't actually specify in the regulations exactly how many sets they're allowed. So I guess it's open.
As many that's needed.
Yeah, by the looks of it. but you're not allowed to use any mechanical or chemical modification or heat treatment such as buffing, scraping, or applying any kind of solvents to the tires. The tires have to be stock tires as they come in. 195/55 R15.
Standardized tires.
Standardized tires by Hankook. There are certain race classes where you're only allowed 3 or 4 sets, but I guess it would be harsh for these guys to, you know, I mean, you have to have a set of rules that allows fluid racing. Well, things definitely graying up now. Sun's certainly gone in.
There was a big conundrum in the recent MotoGP race because of what happened in Valencia with the floods. They had to move the race to Barcelona, but then the tire issue came into play because Michelin is the official tire supplier, and they had produced an X amount of tires suited to each track conditions.
Yeah,
and so when it got shifted from Valencia to Barcelona, there was also the question of whether the tires would adapt to that kind of track conditions.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, these Hankook tires that are being used here as the official tire supplier are perfectly set up for this race.
Yeah,
and,
so there's not an issue over here.
MCS as well.
So just to bring you up to speed, we have the battle for first place in the SP2V still being topped by Kingston Tan. In the MTC category, Faris Fauzi is still very much in the lead with an 18-second advantage. Oh, and looks like we might have a full course yellow. That's car number 62 that has had to report to a race control. It's just popped up on our monitors here.
That was overtaking under a full course yellow. And that was exactly what I was saying about how when you come off the full course yellow, you're a little bit too impetuous. And that is a very serious infringement indeed. And I'm sure something's going to... So we haven't gone to a full course yellow just yet. But in the last one, which was on lap 32, 8 laps ago, as I said, coming off it, you come off a little bit too soon, you overtake, and it's just in that initial 30 seconds that all the infringements can happen. But these guys, I mean, there is communication in their helmets and stuff, but sometimes they're just a little bit impatient when it comes to getting back up to full race speed.
Just a quick update on the weather forecast. It's pretty much clouds.
Yeah, it's getting grey now.
And that's the confirmation of the earlier...
There you go, exceeding 80km speed limit enforcement for car number 62. That is... let me just have a look down here.
There was actually quite a number of cars that had overtaken under full course yellow.
It was a surprise yellow. I said, sometimes that's James Gibbons in the Axel sports car that's going to take that infringement. But sometimes if there's a really big shunt that everybody knows about, then it's really clear when the full course yellow turns up. That was just debris at turn 8. And all of a sudden there was a very big announcement. So a lot of these drivers were caught unaware as to when it came on. And then both you and I expected that full course yellow to last for at least 3 or 4 laps. It actually lasted 1.5. Yeah, so
we can call it a surprise yellow.
Yes, it was a surprise yellow. That was actually the biggest thing that's happened, thankfully, in the second hour of the race. We're about to see the highlights coming up in about 5-10 minutes from now as to exactly what's happened in hour 2. We're at lap 40, so they are roughly going at about 20 laps an hour. So definitely things heating up here. Well, all of a sudden, through the clouds, the sun just powers through. I'm tending to agree now with those drivers that there will be rain very soon. But this is a difficult time of the race for these drivers, because all of a sudden, from going very hot, the pressure's going to drop. It's going to get very cool. And of course, if the rain really does start bucketing down, then, well, we're going to see a drop in lap times of at least 20 seconds. Currently, nobody has been hitting the high notes. 2.32839, I think, is still the fastest that we've seen. That is from that high rev Dream Chaser car. There it is right now. In fact, that's the other one. That's Li Waikong, who is in 4th. So, as you can see, 3 cars overtaking under full course yellow. Team manages to report to race control. That is...
This was from the earlier incident.
Yeah, that's not a good situation to be in, because, well, at the very least, you're talking about a 30-second stop-go penalty that's just going to really wreck your plans. The last thing you want to do is have to stop for 30 seconds in the pits, because it's not just 30 seconds. It's the 30 seconds you stop in the pits, but it's also the slowing down, getting into the pit lane, and the slowing down, or the speeding up as you come in on your outlap. So, not an ideal situation. You can see the ambient light has begun to start failing around the course. When no clear skies.
No clear skies.
No clear skies.
No
from
more.
The commentary box anymore. We've seen this too many times this year. As Mio so aptly put it, things are going to start falling from the sky.
Well, a little rain is always good. Is always welcome. It lessens. It lowers the track temperatures. Nothing too heavy, Chief. I
Nothing
think.
too heavy.
Nothing in excess.
Nothing too heavy, you know.
As long as the race can go on without any hindrance, I think everyone will be happy.
Unfortunately, planet Earth doesn't listen to us. So whatever we humans want, it never really comes true. But yes, I'm expecting it to rain now in the next 20 minutes, half an hour, I think. So 139 laps to go, lap 42. Again, this is beyond Thunderdome for these cars. These cars are set up for 21, 22 laps throughout the year. So whatever testing they were saying they were doing, they have not been testing it for more than 42 laps. Now it's about watching the car and making sure that they don't. And that's why I think, Nick, we're seeing lap times at 2.38, 2.39, and 2.37, because they're taking the foot off the pedal.
Yep, and also the positions have not changed. You see, everyone has settled into some sort of rhythm. The top 5 remains the same. No sudden activity, no sudden overtaking going on there. Everyone seems pretty content to just manage their positions as of now.
That's what they need to do. They need to manage it. They need to make sure that this, we're still in the first portion of the race. Remember, we started off at 12 o'clock, so it's going to be the first 3 hours that's essentially section 1 of this race. Everybody taking it nice and easy now, coming to turn 1. A lot of big spaces amongst these cars. It's 19 seconds between Faris Fauzi and Rahul Rajmaya up at the top of MTC. A further 3 seconds back is Mitchell Chow in 3rd, and then a whopping 45 seconds between Mitchell and Li Waikong in 4th. So Mitchell's already done his job in consolidating that number 3 place. But can he push forward and take 2nd spot? In SP2G, Bay Racing team from Axel Sports and Pisau Fun. In SP2V, it is Black Wolf. Kingston Tan is leading that. As we look at a replay of turn 5, Oh, that is some lock brakes there. Is that ST Wangan? I think it is. Yes, ST powered. That's So Chi Xiang. Wow, a little bit of lock brakes there from the number 22 car. They are currently 23rd in SP2G. And locking brakes again. In fact, that might be a big brake problem for them. Either way, losing speed when they do that, and more importantly, wearing down those brake pads, which on any given day, on a 1 hour race, is just not a problem.
Yeah.
But what you don't want is when you're trying to do 1,000 kilometers around the Sepang International Circuit, is to suddenly lose your brake traction. Not coming in for another stop. So now the second round of pit stops should be happening around now. Right, so looking at the second hour highlights, that was that was Hayden Heikel actually that clipped and lost his headlight right at the beginning of the hour. He would come in shortly after, and his entrance into the pit lane was, shall we say, spectacular. You don't need to do that. Young drivers watching don't enter pit lanes like that. Rahul Rajmaya would then get into that car. Apart from that, no significant problems for High Rev Dream Chaser that have cemented that lead up at the top. Of course, in the pits, that meant that Faris Fauzi would come out. Mitchell Chia then got into this number 37 car and had a huge battle with Nabil Aslan. He would then take second from Wing Hin Motorsports, but this battle for second, third, and fourth would rage for most of the hour. In the end, Rahul Rajmaya would again retake second spot right here at turn 1. All of this happening roughly 20-odd seconds behind the leader, Faris Fauzi and Honda Malaysia Racing Team. There was a full course yellow in the second hour as well. That turned up on lap 32 from some debris on turn 8. And this was just recently ST-powered number 22 car locking its brakes twice as it came round. But all in all, a very solid and easy way. Now, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, more from the Sepang 1000-kilometer race.
And we're back with the Honda Malaysia racing team. That is Faris Fauzi currently holding a commanding 22-second lead over Rahul Rajmaya. So in the time that we went to break, Faris Fauzi has just extended his lead.
Yeah, and it looks like on lap 47 that they might just be getting ready for another pit stop as well, because I saw the pit mechanics getting ready. It's certainly getting a little bit cooler out on track now.
And in the break, we also saw Avila Baha come in for an extremely quick pit stop. That was a quick fire. I was just noticing him less than a minute. He was in and out. And he came in 40th place. So he's really worked himself up the standings.
Is he up to 40th already?
Before he came in, yes, he was in 40th place.
Where is he now, though? That's the problem.
He may have dropped a little bit, courtesy of that pit stop.
Well, that's Wong Yu Chung, and in the pits at the moment from Wing Hin Motorsports, a number 38 car.
There's a lot of smoke that's coming.
A lot of smoke coming off that. As I was saying, brake discs, that's the problem. I mean, these brake discs are not set up for that, and that actually is not a problem at the moment, because I said you're going to expect there was a big driver change there as well. So now we're getting into the interesting part. That is the #1 car of Rahul Rajmaya, who's done well enough. He's lapping at 2:38. He's keeping pace. He's 21 seconds behind Faris Fauzi at the moment. And if we are, well, there's a big development, and that is Nisa Racing, Adi Rahimi.
Yeah, they were in 10th place when it happened.
Nisa Racing out by the looks of it. They were in 10th place. They're not going to be in 10th place for very much longer. A lot of cars in the pits at the moment. And that car is not moving anywhere. That looks like it might actually be at turn 2. Now, there hasn't been a full course yellow called. He's getting out of the car. I think that's Adi Rahimi, if I'm right. Just going to check on exactly where they are. Well, we've had a lot of big names now. So that is another car that's in the pits at the moment. 133 laps to go. That's Rook Team Nexter, in fact, in the Vios Enduro Cup.
Yeah, it's busy time for the pit crews. Like you alluded to earlier, Jeef, this is the second session of when it really starts to get busy in the pits.
Yeah.
Lots of cars coming in for their second shift.
Roughly every 20-25 laps they're coming in now, and there is Mitchell Chia, who is cemented, as I said, 3rd place, and he's very good at doing that. So he'll be coming in again soon and changing back to Nakib Arslan. And with a full 50-odd seconds ahead of Lee Wai Kong, which means Lee Wai Kong has been steadily increasing. Fastest man on track right now with a 2:36.497 is actually Freddie Ang, who we saw in the pits earlier on.
Yep, he's just taken to the wheel.
He's come out firing. He was waiting to get in there at 47 laps.
It's just 9 seconds behind Rahul at this stage.
Consolidation time. I said this is hour 3, and after this we're going to be getting into the afternoon session that does look like it is going to be a rainy session. So Rook Nexter are now out. Vios Enduro Cup currently being led by Sakudo Shenso, still Timothy Teo, who's been doing a sterling job up front. That's Mitchell Chia now closing in on DV Motorsports. Tedco Racing is in third. Kagani is in second for Vios. Our engineering in fourth.
Oh,
Wow,
car
look
number
at that. You
39.
know what? I was wondering where that car was.
Yep.
That car
In
has
pit.
been missing. Nabil Aslan came in and has not come out for a while.
So we can assume they'll go back to Amir Harris after this.
Well, Putra Adam is back in that 27 car and they are up to 35th.
Yeah, I just saw that. So from the 60s, now they are into the 30s.
No, well, let's not forget they were 76th.
Yeah.
They went down to 76th. They're now up to 35th. That is the big story. Now, what has happened here that is worthy of this replay? Well, that's Mitchell Chow right in the middle of these two cars. Wow, look at the line that he took through there. That is pure class.
Mitchell absolutely intent on getting to Rahul as fast as possible.
That was precise driving from him as well. Really impressive stuff. And that is worthy of a replay, to go down the middle of four cars. But that's what you can do when you're Mitchell Chow, who is lapping at 2:37. So he's actually lapping faster than the two cars ahead of him, but he has still a lot of time to make up. He's 8 seconds behind Rahul Rajwaya. So in 8 laps, if he stays like this, he will catch Rahul. Of course, as I said, I think he's still on one pit stop. Yes, he is. So Tedco Racing, High Rev Dream Chaser behind them, and Wing Hin have all come in for their second stops. Both the Tedco cars have come in for their second stops. In fact, early strategy for them on the second stop. But they are too far behind right now to make a significant difference. Things graying up in terms of the weather. There is that 27 car, Putra Adam. Just out of interest, I want to see exactly how fast he is driving. 2:34. He's on a 2:34. He's lapping 4 seconds faster than the leader at the moment.
They have been doing that consistently, lapping faster.
That's what he said at the beginning of the race. You know, he said, you just focus on what you're going to do, maintain your pace. If they've set their target pace at 2:35 and 2:34, then they have delivered on that. Being very careful that Pisao Fan in SP2G. Now, Pisao Fan was vying for the lead, I remember, but now is third in class in SP2G. That's our engineering coming to the pits. No, just a very wide line on turn 15.
Leon Koo still content to be out there.
See on the left of your screen there, 20 seconds is the lead for HMRT. And we really do have to say a bit about Fariz Fauzi, who has come in and done a very, very good job of just maintaining that pace.
Yeah, he's just been such an unassuming driver. You know, he's just gone quietly about his business and left it to Rahul and Michel and Leon to battle it out for the podium spots.
So there are 3 drivers, in fact, in that. So Akash Neil should be getting into that car next. And I think then Aaron Lim will come in for the third. It's really up in the air as to which is the best combination, whether you've got 2, 3. It depends on the drivers that you've got. I myself, I think 3 drivers is about right. And they each come in, they have a decent enough rest, because I'm just a bit worried with these 2 driver combinations as to whether they're going to really feel it. To be honest, the likes of Mitchell Chow, well, I reckon he could go for 90 of the 100.
Yeah, Mitchell usually, from my experience, he doesn't seem to have a big team. He's usually in a 2-man team. If not,
yeah, he doesn't go for 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Well, he is 11 seconds behind Rahul Rajwaya. He's lapping about 0.04 of a second faster. So he will be catching him up very slowly. That's Leon Koo, who's lapping at 2:43. So he's actually off the pace by about 5 seconds. looking to see if anybody else is really pushing the marker. And as I said, it's Putra Adam who's now up to 29th.
My
Still
goodness.
maintaining.
That's amazing speed. And I think Putra will push it a little bit harder than Avila. Avila was making consistent progress, but we can see a sudden spike.
Well, that is the 777 car. As I said, Raymond and Dean Monick, the father and son combination, who are driving with Daniel Rainbow. One of them is going to be getting into that car now. Overall in 21st, 12th in class, and lapping at about 250, which is admirable. This looks like a full pit stop for them.
Always nice to see a father and son combination.
Yes.
We did see that last year as well. There was a father and son combination, Liu Kawai and William Ho.
Yep. Well, there is Putrada. Fastest lap, 2:32.503. He's just 2 seconds off that right now. Going very wide on that corner, but just cutting through the back markers like a hot knife through butter.
That's just confident driving.
Look at that.
He's just so focused on what he needs to do. The back markers are just merely
I said, I'm just glad they fixed that
passing
problem.
shadow.
Whatever that problem was with that coolant coming off the back of the car, they have managed at least to fix it.
And they had a extremely successful second pit.
Yeah.
Done in quick fire fashion, and so it seems to be that they are back on track now.
Well, certainly at this pace, and they've got enough time to do it, they will be up there. That looks like Raul. That's Nikhil Bora. That's Nikhil Bora.
See Putrada making his way.
Well, he's certainly the fastest man on track at the moment. Faris Fauzi is lapping at 2:36. Raul Rajmaya is at 2:37, along with Mitchell Shah and Leon Koo. Well, Leon Koo's at a 2:41. So Aaron Hakim Heikel in the other high-rev Dream Chaser car should be catching Leon Koo very quickly, because he's lapping at a 2:37 as well. But fastest man on track, Putrada for sure.
Yeah, 234 is pretty much unrivaled at this point.
And if they keep that up, as I said, it's just an inevitability that they are going to be Bay Racing heading into the pits. That number 80 car. Sun Chu Po is behind the wheel of that car right now. And that means that To Cheng Kiat, Justin To should be getting in as the driver change. So the next round of lap of, well, I mean, we've still got the top 4 to come in for their second pit stops. But the third pit stop should be around lap 60 or 70.
Kingston's done really well to keep that top spot in the ESP2V.
Yeah, as I said, understated drives that, you know, we've been looking at some of these big names, but the likes of Faris Fauzi, who's just been consistently putting in that 238, that's been keeping him up top. And that 20-second lead has been untouched, really. So, there you go, smoke coming off the brake. This again. Justin To, as I said, should be getting into that car. 128 laps to go now. They're just about to get onto their 50th lap. Grey skies, but still no rain yet.
Yeah, the weather's holding up pretty fine. At this stage, it's really ideal conditions for this
This
drivers.
is perfect. This is absolutely perfect.
Cooler track temperatures. It's not too hot, it's windy.
Still haven't fixed that front line.
No.
Both high rev Dream Chaser cars next to each other. That's not for position. Or it shouldn't be for position. No, it isn't. One's on 51 laps, the other one's on 52. Rahul Rajmaya is currently lapping at 2:37, maintaining second spot. They're just throwing things away from the bottom of that car. What you don't need, I guess. There's the duct tape at the front. As I said, the most valuable part of any motor racing car. It's an interesting fact about that. That's not actually the duct tape that we use at home.
No, it's not. It's far more powerful one.
Yeah, it's almost on par with that aviation sealant tape. It's made of an aluminium base, and it's supposed to resist high temperatures, which is what you're going to get around that engine block.
Yeah, we've seen it hold up bumpers and skirtings for like long periods of the race.
Yeah, not the stuff that you buy at 7-Eleven. Though I wouldn't mind getting on a roll of it myself. I mean, I'd love to see what I can do with it at home. Interesting, windscreen wipers already on.
Perhaps it's raining or slight drizzle on the other side of it.
It might be. It might be. I said it hasn't been a full rain downpour yet, but if those windscreen wipers are on, there's got to be a reason for it.
Because from where we are seated from, there's clear skies relative on one side and grey skies on the other.
You got someone in the middle of the track there who's thinking maybe it's cycling track day. While losing a bit of traction on that opening straight. Look at that. He's all over the place right now.
Something's up with...
Aaron Hakim Heikel is not enjoying that front at all. He's the only one with windscreen wipers on. Well, I wonder if there has been a bit of a change. Kagani Racing, 361. They were doing very, very well. And in class, of course, leading the Vios Enduro Cup. Daniel Storkerson in the car right now. And as you can see, busy time at the pit lane.
Yes, and Rahul Rajmaya is one of them who has just came in.
He's just come in. Well, I did say the top four had to come in for their second stops. So he's the first one in. Early from High Rev Dream Chaser. That means both their cars, in fact, have come in. So High Rev opting for the early strategy.
Yes, and that bumps Mitchell up to a second spot for the time being.
Well, he's going to have to come in, and Faris Fauzi is also going to have to come in at some point.
Faris Fauzi's just been so consistent on the 236 that he's...
It's drivers like that. Now they are taping up the front light, so they're going to run with one light.
But that will not suffice come the night race. You'll have to do something about that.
Yeah, that's going to be harsh from about 5 o'clock onwards. And twilight is a very tough time for drivers as well. The change in light and the low sun coming through the windows.
So efficient pit stop from.
Yep, nice and quick. Mitchell Chia still out. He's 37 seconds behind Faris Fauzi now. So he hasn't been making any ground. This would be a perfect time for him to come in. So interestingly enough, and we heard this from Freddie Young earlier as well, that the compulsory 3-minute pit stop rule has been taken out for this edition. That's why a lot of these cars have been coming in for 112, 157.
And as a result, we'll see a far greater volume of pit stops.
I reckon, yeah.
Now that they know they don't have to adhere to the 3-minute.
And here he comes. Had to happen.
Had to happen.
So Mitchell Chia and Rahul Rajmaya both in the pits at roughly the same time.
And Faris Fauzi too. Faris Fauzi is also in pit.
Oh, he is, yes.
and Leon Koo as well. So our top 4.
It was definitely going to have to happen.
So
there they are. There's Leon Koo.
It checks out the strategy of the leaders coming into pits at the same time.
So that means that Calvin Wong should be getting in that car now. The door is open for him to do that.
Calvin Wong, and we will have a change to the Gazoo as well.
It's HMRT that have come out first. Fantastic stop from them.
Wow.
So that means that should be...
That is one of the fastest pits.
That's an amazing stop. That's an absolute...
There should be Aaron Lim behind the wheel.
It should be Aaron Lim, yeah.
Or Akash Neil. We haven't seen Akash Neil as of
Actually,
yet.
no, you're right. It should be Akash Neil.
There's a three-driver team.
Well, they're going to maintain their start. Naki Barzan is definitely going to get back into the car for Gazoo Racing.
And we've seen Daim already take the wheel for the high ref Dream Chaser #1.
So quick stop also for 37. So the top 2 positions should be intact. Is Rahul Raj still in the pits? He should be just there behind. Can we get a little peek of him?
I think Daim is already out on his out lap.
Okay.
So he's handed the car over to...
It'll be time. I hear Shamuddin.
And yeah, Akash Neil Nandi. I interviewed this boy. He was still a boy back in 2014. It's been a decade.
10 years ago.
Yeah. Now he's a young man, and it's good to see him doing the business here in the S1K.
Look at this.
They have been in pit for the longest time.
Yeah, let's find out exactly how long they've been in pit. But that car has not been going anywhere. And look at that. They've got hammers out to it. Good insight as to what you need to do to get cars moving.
Defending champions are in some sort of trouble.
Putra Adam up to 18th.
Yeah. Even the status on this car 39 is a question mark, but they have been in for a long time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out exactly how long they've been in there for. 39 car isn't even registered right now. Oh, there you go. And they have been... Well, they went in at 37 laps. So it's now lap 55. That is really tough for them.
Yeah.
That is really tough. They are, going to be a full 20 laps behind.
Yeah, we didn't see an issue with the car.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
There wasn't anything serious going on, but obviously with the amount of people working on it right now, it certainly looks like it's an engine problem. So Daim Hishamuddin. With all respect to him, the slowest driver in that team, but he's now going to be out here to maintain. I know that everybody watching everywhere expected the weather report to get worse. It's actually got better.
Yeah, happy to report that.
The grey skies have just come and gone. They just went straight through. It's blue skies again.
I'd say the grey skies, I seem to be moving away from the circuit.
Which is very strange. They didn't unload anything. I wonder if we're going to be completely dry all day. That would be one of the first we've seen. So Daim, as I said, is just going to be here to maintain this pace. How fast is he going right now? 2:35. That is very fast. Very fast indeed. In fact, if I'm right...
Yeah, he's just completed his first full lap since coming out. So.
Yeah, he's lapping at the same speed as Putra Adam, who's now up to 13th. From 76 people.
76, yeah.
From 76 at the start of this race, they have cut their way through. We said it was going to happen because if you keep lapping at that time, they've got this car out. Amazing.
Finally.
Well, it's 20 laps behind. I guess Amir Harris is going to be in there. Nabil Aslan was the last driver in there, but they've got their own race to start running. I don't know if they've got, I mean, 125 laps is a long time. If they can get it moving and maintain that pace, maybe, but they are 20 laps behind.
Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom for them. Cars fixed. Hopefully it's good to go for the rest of this race.
So Putra Adam is actually 4 laps behind the leader. So that is very, very doable. I mean, it's a lot of work still, but yeah, he's at 12th overall, I think. Yep, he's moved up to 12th already, and he's rapidly closing in to, he's about 4 seconds behind the Axel sports car. And good to see that Wing Hin Motorsports car out on the track again. Watch yourself there on turn 1.
Yeah, but I think it's definitely doable. Over 125 laps, anything can happen. We've seen worse.
He's going to need a couple of people at least ahead of him to start dropping out. Windscreen wipers on for Akash Neil. Oh, sorry, that's Putra Adam.
Putra Adam, who we reckon should get himself into the top 10 pretty soon.
He can do. I think the top 10, yes. In fact, the top 10 are on 53 laps, so yeah, he will be able to do that. Catching the leader right now is going to be a bit tough.
Catching the leader will be a bit tough for now.
But again, we'll see what happens in about 40 laps from now.
It'll be interesting to see how Akash and Neil Nandi in this car does. I think in terms of experience, perhaps Faris Fauzi and Aaron Lim have.
Well, both of them put in some really good stints.
Yep.
He's got a 41-second lead over Naqib Aslan to play with. Naqib is going to be going faster. In fact, look, Akash is putting in a 2:35. That's really fast. Naqib is on a 2:36. Dime's on a 2:35. Those are the only 3 cars, along with Putra Adam, who's on 2:35. Everybody else is on 2:37 or slower. So he's doing fine right now in this 26 car. So now we did say it's an international field. Let's go down to one of the Thailand teams that have joined Sepang 1000km race this year. They're with Mio.
All right, guys, I'm now down here together with Anaton, car driver 324, together with Adi Rahimi as well as Hendra. Unfortunately, you have to retire your race due to... No? You're still fixing the car. Okay, share with us what actually has happened to your car.
Just we lost power on the straight, and I don't know, suddenly we saw smoke, and that's it.
Okay, so how long do you think the mechanics will need time to do their magic to get the car ready for you?
I think about another 20 minutes.
Another 20 minutes?
Yeah.
So do you think that by losing 20 minutes of race right now, you can recover the best that you can with your fellow teammates?
I don't know, we'll try and see what we can do.
So tell us again, what was the issue with the car again? There was some engine failure that happened?
We lost power since on the start of the race, and then suddenly nothing seems to start working, and yeah, we just lost power for the whole race, and then suddenly it's just white smoke.
All right, so obviously, as we can see over there, the car is actually being repaired right now, and we do hope that you and your fellow teammates are able to be competitive after this. So give it another 20 minutes that you can get back into the race.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I hope so, yeah.
Okay, so try to relax and try to chill as much as you can, because the race is still not over. We still have 100 plus more laps to go. So good luck to you and your teammates. Good luck. Gents, they're not done yet. They'll be out soon.
I don't think anyone's done yet, apart from maybe Shafiq Ali and this car on the straight right now. That looks pretty much
the one
done.
with the brake issues, with
yes,
the brake pad
that's
issues.
right. ST Power 22 car is now, whether it was lock brakes, whether it's in, that looks like an engine failure completely. Well, that's lap 58. As said, we're coming up. This is hour 3. So ST Powered has lost power on the front straight. So Jixiang on Chungxian. Now I don't know. Well, again, it's nobody's out of the running at this stage. And they are close enough to the pits if they can just hobble their way back. That's another car that's got all of its wheels off. That is Axel Sports. That's Hendrik Jaya in that car. Oh, that's 122. No, that's 123. That's a different car. And there you go. Hendrik Jaya is in there. Albert Lederer should be getting in. And they are second in SP2V, lapping at about 248, 246, which is what the general pace of the field is, except for the likes of Akash Neil, who's still lapping at 235, and has in fact increased his lead over Nakib Aslan to 43.
Yeah, trailblazing start from Akash.
Look at the bright sun that is turned up on home straight. Well, well, well.
Not a single grey cloud inside.
Yeah, it's 2:38 now in the
It's
afternoon.
been pristine racing conditions, I have to say.
So far, so good. So they're back out on the track. Well, certainly looks like, oh, well, yeah, Nakib Aslan is just 30 seconds away from the start line, so he's not really one lap behind at all. But he is going to be a good 45 seconds at least, I think, behind Akash Neil, who is doing a fine job. So right now, the combination of drivers for HMRT in that 26 car is doing the business.
And to be fair to them, they've yes, they got that surprise advantage or that gifted lead, but
yeah.
When they got it, they just went on to try and cement it as much as possible.
That's what you have to do. You have to take the opportunity that turns up and then make it yours. And by doing that, it's also got that fundamental principle of all three drivers or all four drivers maintaining that target pace. For them, it looks like that target pace is 2:35. For me, that's pushing the car a great deal. I hope they don't run into problems later on in the race by pushing it so hard. But for now, it's a 48-second lead.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's about just sticking to that lap timings and trying to ensure that the car holds up to its end of the bargain.
What is the ideal pace for a 181 lap race? Is it 2:37? Is it 2:38? Is it 2:35? We saw from Putra Adam that running a 2:34 and 2:35 early on already led to problems.
Yeah.
Now he's back on course and is again running, well, he's at 2:34 again. He's up to 8, by the way.
Quite seamlessly, he's made his way into the top 10.
Into the top 10 from 76th on the grid. Well, I mean, dropped down to 76th in the field, but started on pole, remember. So he's had just the most zigzagging, yo-yoing experience so far of the Sepang 1000km 2024 race, which is what you're watching if you've just joined us. We're not even halfway, I can tell you.
Yep.
But we are coming up to the end of the third hour, and that's going to be the end of the first section of this race. Faris Fauzi has been one of the standout performers, and he has now cooled down and is talking to Mio in the pits.
All right, guys, I'm now together with car number 26, the pacemaker right now, right up in the field. Akash is driving right now, and this man here, Faris Fauzi, literally just came off of the car. Mate, how's the temperature like out there?
Oh, it was very, very hot inside the car. I was trying to, it was quite hot. I was trying to focus whether, make sure that I also hydrate myself. I drink in the car. I was trying to make sure I didn't make mistakes. Braking at the right time, turn at the right time, because you've been driving for 1 hour non-stop. So sometimes through the end, you tend to lose a bit of focus. So I'm trying my best just to make sure the focus is on point every lap.
Yeah, that's what people don't actually get when it comes to endurance race. Again, as much speed as you want to give the car, as much power you want to give the car, but also important the concentration of the drivers themselves, isn't it?
Yes, yes. In a weather like this, if it's wet, then it's a different story. It's a bit okay. But right now, you really need to make sure, not just yourself, you need to take care of the car, the brakes, the tires, everything, the gearing, just to make sure that you bring home the car one piece.
Of course. At one point, especially at the initial part, during the first 20 to 30 laps, HMRT was leading the pack 1 and 2. But unfortunately, car 27, one of your partners actually had to fall back due to some complications that he had. But now he's actually back in the race again. How are you, Akash, together with Aaron, trying to negotiate this endurance race right up until the end? Because again, we still have about 120 laps to go.
Well, it's anyone's race. On our side, we just focus on our thing. We just focus on our strategy. Hopefully, everything don't break down. Touch wood. You just focus on ourselves. You know. Now we're in a good pace. Let's just make sure everything is okay to the rest of the race. Yeah.
Right. So next up, after Akash, who will be jumping in? Will it be Aaron or would it be you?
Yeah, Aaron. It's like Aaron, me, Akash. Yeah, it goes on.
All right.
Goes on.
So you have time to have some lunch now.
Oh, thank God.
Enjoy your lunch, man. Guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Mio. That's a really interesting insight into what these drivers are going through, especially in this heat. But it's true, when things start getting hot, you start making a couple of bad decisions, a couple of early turns, a couple of late braking, and it can make all the difference. But, you know, we were talking about how understated he was. He was doing all that stuff every lap, and that's what has been keeping it. But in terms of HMRT, Akash, who's in this car right now, has just put up a 2.34.
Yeah, Akash has been consistent with 2.35s, and the last lap was a 2.34. Just continuing from Faris Fauzi's excellence. And I like the fact that he mentioned how he's had to keep his focus on every single lap, because it's not been easy in any condition, especially with this scorching heat, where you have to keep yourself hydrated as well. That I think is a crucial component in heat driving.
Yeah, and now, you know, I said with the weather looking like it's just going to keep burning away for the rest of the afternoon, that situation's only going to get another, well, this is interesting. Full course yellow at...
Yeah, it's actually directly across us from where we are seated.
Well, this is, I wonder what's happened here.
It's trying to...
Drive shaft at turn 8 curb, left-hand side. That's what it says.
Oh, and there's debris as well on turn 8.
So, lap 61 is a full course yellow for some debris. This is the second full course yellow of the day.
And we're back to grid racing. Again, well done, marshals.
Wow. They really have a keen eye on what's going on here. So that's for maybe half a lap. Now, I wonder if that has again caught out a few people. There's Akash on the inside. That is tight. That's very tight, but he gets through.
Akash keen to continue in the same momentum. Oh, and Akash has opened up a sizable over a minute advantage now, because Daim has just suddenly dropped off the pace.
2.54 from Daim Hishamuddin. Now that signals a serious problem for that number 1 car, because he's not in the pits at all, but he's suddenly now lapping almost 20 seconds slower. I wonder if that's got anything to do with that full course yellow.
I think it is. I think it is. We've not seen the real-time lap times yet.
Well,
perhaps now.
Naqib Aslan also was at 2.58, so it certainly looks like.
But
there he is. There's Naqib. There is Daim. That's for position, both of them. Yep, there's absolutely nothing between them right now.
Actually, all of them slowed down considerably, except for Freddie Young and Akash and Neil.
Well, there is an active investigation by race control about overtaking under full course yellow once again. These surprise full course yellows have been catching people out all day. That is one of the Tedco racing cars. Currently 4th in MTC. So that was Freddie Young in there. Is he still in there? Yes, he is.
Freddie Young is still there. Freddie Young is currently in 4th.
2 minutes behind the leader is Freddie Young. That's how far away things can get when you're closing in. So halfway, remember, of this race is going to be around about 91 laps.
Just a quick check on our defending champion of Wing In Motorsports, Amir Harris, has not yet fully recovered after that long stoppage. He's currently in 73rd spot.
Wow, and he's only completed 42 laps.
Yeah.
So 20 laps off the pace there. Putra Adam is up to 7th. And he is still 4 laps behind, but is lapping at 2:34 still. So if he keeps that up, maybe he was going to be in with a shout. There is Freddie Young. Nice, easy line. That looks like turns 7 and 8. That's a fast part of the course. In fact, you know what? That might be 11 and 12. Well, he's going to be going past this back marker pretty soon. Yep, there you go, straight through. Nice solid line from a very reliable and solid driver.
So the lap times that we are seeing was a result of the earlier stoppage to full course yellow. I reckon in the next lap we'll actually see these drivers all getting back up to actual lap times.
No, I agree. I think that's when things are going to really start kicking into life. Akash is on a 2:34 again.
Yep, and here it is. Wow, but he's lapped considerably faster than the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's now 1 minute 3 seconds ahead of Daim Hishamuddin, and therefore 1 minute 4 seconds ahead of Naqib Aslan. So there is a big fight happening for 2nd and 3rd right now in MTC. Just a recap of the standings. That's what's happening in MTC. It is Honda Malaysia Racing Team over Hi-Rev Dream Chaser and Toyota Gazoo Racing. Scuba Racing Team, Jonathan Z's team, is topping SP2G ahead of Bay Racing and Piston Project in 2nd and 3rd. SP2V is Black Wolf Racing are leading ahead of DV Motorsports and Axel Sports. SP2 and Vios, it's still just Sakudo Shenzo up front. Tedco Racing and Kagani Racing in 2nd and 3rd.
We have one of our top 5s in pit. Calvin Wong has now came in.
R Engineering.
Yep.
So that's the 3rd stop for him?
3rd stop for our engineering.
Right, so Lai Wei Sing will be getting back into that car now.
In the last lap, the only person to match Akash in the top 10 was Putra Adam. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I told you, those two are the only two that are lapping at 2:34. But of course, the significant one is Akash because he's completed 63 laps now. And rapidly coming up to the end of the 3rd hour. So this will be the end of section 1. That's a little bit off from DV Motorsports. And that is Daim Hishamuddin that is about to be taken by Naqib Aslan on turn 9. Oh, it's a great move by Naqib. Can he hold it? He's got half a car length. It's valid, it's legit, it's legal, and he's through.
Just about.
All Daim can do is watch that. That was a great move by Naqib Aslan, who moves up into 2nd spot. Big fight for 2nd and 3rd in MTC.
Great move there from Naqib Aslan. He sensed that hesitancy from Daim, and here it is again.
Yep, Daim did have a quick look in, but Naqib is consistently lapping faster than him, if I'm right. Yes, a full second ahead, so he was always pushing to come through. Now the question is, can Daim have a look on the inside here at turn 1? He does have a little look, and he's actually got, yes, he's going to take it. The switchback, though, look at that. Oh, cutting a corner. This is a huge battle between them.
It's good to see the some movement, overtaking activity going on at the top. It's been a while since we saw.
Yeah, they have been spread out, but now caught up in the back markers, and Daim has managed to push forward again. Naqib still on his tail. Absolutely anything can happen at this point. Oh, look at that. Both of them taking the same line. Now that should be Naqib's line, it is. And that's Gazoo Racing
Oh,
Vios.
he's gone a bit wide.
He's lost it a tiny bit, would have lost a bit of time. And Daim is looking, well, he's in the wrong place here to own turn 9. That's well played by, or well raced, I should say, by Naqib Aslan.
This is when it gets tricky, when they have to come past a host of back markers. It's been a while since they've been accustomed to this. In the NCS, it doesn't really happen that often.
Yeah, that's true. And especially now, oh, there's a bit of lock brakes from Naqib. But he looks clearly through now. And as I said, he is lapping a second faster, so he should be able to keep that. But that Swift is going to be faster when it comes to corners, just like this big turn 15. In on the inside. He's got the racing line.
He did well to push Naqib as far wide as possible.
Well, they have been dicing with the lead these last 2 laps, or at least for second spot.
This is where we saw Naqib really put press on the pedal a little bit more when it comes to the straights.
Well, he's got the power going through the straights, and then the Swift has got the power going through the corners. And that's why we've been seeing this change of leads. But both of them are lapping at 238 and 239. .3 of a second between them. Into 9 and 10.
Perhaps Naqib is just bidding his time to find a spot, a sweet spot.
Well, you see, this is actually a dangerous situation for both of them, because when you're in a battle like this, it's almost instinctive to have a tendency to push the car. And remember the bigger picture here. You can try and win the second spot, but if you're over pushing the car, then in the end, You know, I said it's not an hour race. It's not a 1 hour race where you can just suddenly stop the car. So they've got to watch themselves. So far, that Gazoo racing car has been very, very solid. And to be honest, so is that high rev Dream Chaser car. Remember, it was the previous leader. But I wonder if they're both getting wrapped up in this fight too much. And they're going to push themselves too hard.
Also, they've not been having too much of back markers in their way to contend with, so they've been able to have this cat and mouse unfold.
Yeah.
It makes for great viewing nonetheless to have.
Now, if you look at the left of your screen, you can see how far back everybody else is.
Yeah.
Some of them 56 laps behind.
It's just got a whole lot more spread out.
Yeah, there are a number of races happening now. So this is hour 3 of the Sepang 1000km race. That was a great move by Mitchell Chia. In fact, probably the best move we've seen all day to get through 3 cars in one go. This was the end of NISA racing. Apparently this car is being revamped and is going to be out again, but I don't know if that's going to happen. That happened on lap 44. A lot of cars coming into the pits around this time for their second, some third pit stop. Bay Racing were chucking things away. And this was the end of ST Wangan, the ST powered car that was on lap 58. And well done in terms of keeping that going. Now this was the Wing Hin Motorsports car that was under some serious mechanical restructuring, but did find its way out again. There was another full course yellow in this hour as well, the second one on lap 61, but it only lasted half a lap, but that was still enough. All in all though, HMRT has been leading. Akash Neil has been in fine form. This is a bit of a bump at turn 1. The sun came out once again, and this has been the big battle ever since for second place between Daim Ashmudin and Nakib Aslan. And that's Nakib ducking in on the inside on turn 15. And that's where we are right now.
They're still at it.
Well, this was just the end of that hour. And this is where he went a little bit wide and allowed Daim back in. But so, as we continue on, we're going to take a break now, but do stay with us for the rest of this Sepang 1000km 2024 race. Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the Sepang 1000km race here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. As you can see, it's lap 71, and we're getting into hour 4 now, which means it is actually the second part of the race, and this is going to have its own challenges, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. So this will be the last of the daylight hours in this second part of the race. And of course, I mean, it has grayed over a little bit, Nick, but still, thankfully. Now, before we go any further, don't forget, of course, while we've got this time, to check out sepangcircuit.com. There's a great promotion going on, as you can see, for the Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia next year. It was an absolute sellout this year. It's been an absolute sellout for the last few years. You can get a 30% discount until the 30th of November. So do go check it out, www.sepangcircuit.com. Also, while you're there, check out the Car Open Track Day details. Fulfill your need for speed via SIC's Open Track Day. Get your car onto this track, and of course, within reason and very safely, enjoy the track, this FIA Grade 1 circuit. Book online now at sepangcircuit.com. And this is something new, Driving Experience Center. Have you ever wanted to up your driving level? Well, you can. You can learn about track handling, skid circles, kick plates, all of that cool stuff that makes driving and racing so much more interesting. Open for booking right now. For more info, log on to sepangcircuit.com. So, where are we right now with 110 laps to go? Well, I can tell you, you can see the lights got a little bit grayer, but Akash Neil has still, and I think that's him in the 26 car, yes, he has been ruling the roost and putting in, well, he's now on a 2:36, but he's been averaging about a 2:34. He's 1 minute 21 seconds ahead of Naqib Aslan in second, who is still having a huge battle with Daim Hishamuddin with just 1.2 seconds between them. That's the top 3 in MTC. SP2G is Bay Racing Team ahead of Piston Project, and Delta Garage now up in third through a great run from Akila Chandra Dewanto. In SP2V, Black Wolf Racing still leading the way ahead of DV Motorsport and Axel Sports in third. And for the Vios Enduro, well, that is being led by Tedco Racing ahead of Kagani Racing and Rook Team Netza. That's where we are with 109 laps to go.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Akash has been one of the standouts since coming on. Consistent, fastest lap timings. In fact, he's just posted a 2:34.
I expected him to be the slowest driver in this 3-man team, but if this is the case, if Akash is as fast as this, and Faris Fauzi is that good at holding and maintaining, and well then, you know, I mean, we might just be looking at the winners, maybe, if they haven't pushed this car too hard, of course.
Yeah, but it's also great to see that Naqib and Daim Hishamuddin have not let up since we went to commercial. They've been added that battle for second place. You see Naqib Aslan.
Well, there he is.
In second.
He's caught behind a back marker at the moment. In fact, it looks like he's actually got ahead of...
Yeah, he did, because Daim was in front of him before we went for a break.
So, yeah, Daim is now 2 seconds behind, and that's great work from Naqib. But, of course, all of this, as I said, in the bigger picture of things, have they pushed this too hard? We don't know, but we do know that it's all playing into the hands of HMRT, who are now 1 minute 23 seconds ahead.
And the other HMRT, Putra Adam, is now back in the pit for their 4th pit. So Putra Adam will most likely hand this back to Avila Bahar. It remains to be seen how long they stay on pit. I can see the car just below the commentary booth. And it looks like it's ready to go. And it's off. Another quick fire pit by the HMRT car number 27. Presume the wheel is handed back to Avila Bahar. They are, of course, in a 7th place right now. about 5 laps behind the leader. That's about a 4.5 minute deficit. But the Reed, Putradam and Avila Baha have been conducting this HMRT car. I won't be surprised to see them battling it back for the podium positions in the coming laps. There we see Daim Hishamuddin 2 seconds trailing Nakib Aslan. He's posted a lap time of last lap time of 2:37. So Daim has done well for himself since taking over as the latest driver in that high ref Dream Chaser. Daim, of course, when he was speaking to me earlier, was excited to compete in his first S1K race, and he's doing a great job holding himself against some of the more experienced drivers in this endurance race. See car number 38. That would be Wong Yu Chong, currently in 5th. The MTC category. He's on 71 laps, trailing the leader by 2 laps. So a quick update on the weather condition. The skies have grayed just a little bit here. Nothing too much of a concern. Still dry tracks. Still very much favorable conditions for these drivers. We see more cars coming into pit. This is car number 168, Mortal, also racing. As a result of the new format in terms of pitting, where you don't have to conduct the compulsory 3-minute pit stops, we're seeing more activities in the pit lane. But this is the man who has been doing the business for HMRT, Akash Anil Nandi, the 3rd driver in the team. He has just been a consistent figure in terms of fast lap times. See, the best lap time is 2:33. It's not he's not gone too slow from that. He's just hovered in the 2:34s and 2:35s, and as a result, he's got almost 1.5 minute advantage. And in the context of endurance racing, that is a pretty comfortable advantage. And a big stop. This is for car number 60. That's just checking the engine oil. If it needs a top up. Busy pit.
A very busy pit indeed. And it looks like there's a lot of issues with that car. Certainly not your average pit stop. Well, lap 68. And as I said, these cars usually are set up for 21 laps for the MCS season. In fact, most of the other races, sprint races, up to 13, 20 laps. So it takes a lot of thinking, and it takes a lot of planning and strategy to make sure that these cars are in good enough racing form. Meanwhile, up at the front, Akash Neil Nandi is still on a 2:34. He's now opened up a 1-minute 28-second lead. That is it still Putradam? No, it's Avir Baha that's now in that car.
Yeah, they just came in for another quick pit stop. In less than a minute, they were out.
Well, up to 7th and 2 laps behind, if I'm right.
That's been the story of this S1K.
Oh, it really has, yeah.
From
it
76
really
to 7th spot.
Well, those two HMRT cars have been lapping at 2:34. Javier Baja is now lapping, yes, he's lapping at 2:34 as well. We just had a faster sector, sector 4, that's come in from Javier Baja. So they are pushing for sure. As I said, well into the second section of the race now.
It's been almost 10 years since Honda HMRT team won an S1K. The last was in 2015 when Aaron Lim and Faris Fauzi actually won it. Could we see?
Yeah, a repeat of that. Wow, so far so good. You know, they have certainly, there is the car. Well, no, that's Javier Baja.
It's been a long time coming.
Well, I wonder what was wrong with that car at the beginning of the race, because they seem to have fixed it. Now consistently lapping. As you can see, that 2:32 was set right at the start. Last lap of 3:57, but that's going to be because of the pit stop.
Yep.
Overall 7th, in class 7th. He even had time to put his indicators on. What well-behaved driving. As I said, we've seen a lot of that happening today. Naqib Aslan now 1 minute 30 behind Akash Neil Nandi, the 26 HMRT.
Akash has been increasing his lead by at least 4 seconds with every passing lap.
That's a perfect stint. That's what you want. And of course that is now going to go back soon to Aaron Lim. That'll be the next driver in there. And then Faris Fauzi will come in. And based on what we've seen from both of them so far, it's going to be steady driving from them. The only thing that can go wrong is if the car itself starts having some reliability issues. And we don't wish that on any of them. Coming up to a few back markers now as they turn up at turn 15.
I think Avila perhaps still doesn't realize that the indicator is on.
Well, he's got a lot to think about. Certainly has.
He's okay to drive with the indicator on.
Unless he consistently wants to move to the right, which I don't know if he wants to stay on the outside line, and he's telling everyone that he wants to do it. I hope that's not a problem. By the way, I hope that indicator just isn't broken. There you go. He is on the inside. Nice line on the in. As he gets through the back markers have been well behaved and moving off the racing line to let the leaders through. That's what they should be doing so far. And we're talking about a good almost 80 laps that have been done. We haven't had much from race control. We've had a couple of full course yellows. There was
I think
one at lap 32 and one at lap 61, but they're all basically half full course yellows.
Half. So if you were to combine, it's just basically one lap of FCY.
But apart from Shafiq Ali and Mohammed Yuzaidi, those were the two big DNFs at the start. I don't think Shafiq Ali's ever returned.
I've not seen that 82 anymore.
No, I don't think so. Just going to check on exactly where he is. Yeah, that car is currently at 68. Alistair Young is behind the wheel. And they are still at 57 laps, and they're lapping at 2:38. So not making any real inroads at all there. A lot of cars. There's that Winghin Motorsports car back in action. Very far back. That was 20 laps back last time we saw them.
Yeah, they're still not moved much. Currently in 70th spot.
Army Harris Jeffrey is. Well, there's Ronnie Risman. Haven't seen much from him. Piston Project in second in class in SB2G. And cars beginning to bunch up again. Well, that's what it's like in the pits. People ready to go.
people ready to go. Some of them taking a much needed break, some having a late lunch.
Some of them checking their hair, I noticed, as soon as they get on TV. Best time to do it, I guess. Middle part of the race, important. Every part of the race is important. But the most important factor is you've got to keep pace. Akash Neil Nandi still on 2:35. I haven't seen him go less than 2:35 the whole way.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he's
What
asked
he's supposed
of him.
to do, yeah. So I'm guessing Aaron Lim is going to get back into that car very soon. I expected a fourth pit stop from them, or third pit stop from them, to come very soon. The cars behind them, that's Tedco Racing, as again, they've already completed 4 stops. Wing Hin Motorsports, also the 38 car. Nkai is now behind the wheel of that. And this is Adam Mikhail. We haven't also heard from him. SB2G, 3rd in class, 10th overall. But look at those lap times, 2:46, best lap 2:44, always off the pace. You know, that pace has been set by HMRT, no doubt. It's only the 27 car and the 26 car that have been averaging around about 2:34. 77 laps completed now for the leader. Looking at S Production 2, you can see they're 7 laps back. But Bay Racing Team in top spot there. And we're actually watching that right now. So that's the R Engineering car. That's currently in 3rd in SP2G. There's so many cars. So that is 10th overall up at the front. Bit of a changeover there. I think that's a 26 car. Yes, it is. That is Akash Neil coming through turn 1. And it's going to be a long way back before we see Nakib Aslan. 1 minute, 33 seconds, in fact. All of these cars.
Over a full lap.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, that's set themselves up nicely for that 3rd pit stop when they do come in, and they will be coming in very soon. The top 3 still on 2 pits each.
Nakib and Daim still engrossed in that 2nd and 3rd battle.
But that's now widened a little bit. Daim is 5 seconds behind. But then there's a full almost 3 minutes between them and Tedco Racing in 4th. SP2V, that's Black Wolf Racing car that's been leading for quite a while now. There it is, the orange and white car. That has had a good lead in SP2V. In fact, it is sandwiched amongst all sorts of SP2G cars. And R-Works Rios very far behind. So cars coming in for their 3rd, maybe 4th stop. This is Ong Wai Kwong and Taekyun Bun. Oh, Taekyun Bun, I remember. He was actually running in the SD Wangan team. It's a Singaporean team.
Currently 13th place.
But they did have a lot of success a few seasons back when they ran a Mercedes A50 in the MCS. So everybody just consolidating their places here in the 4th hour. So you just see that 289 car, that's Kashi Oi, Fan Swin, and well, it's a 4-man team for R-Works Rios. They are currently 18th overall. Well, big milestone about to come up, which is breaking the 100-lap barrier.
I think this is perhaps like a sort of a respite, a rest phase for this pack before they really start to get intense in perhaps the last 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm guessing as soon as they get to about 40 laps to go, they're going to all start pushing again, which is why they need to keep these cars. This is a very dangerous time for these cars right now. If you overpush them, this could be where you get engine blows.
This is a very crucial stage as well, where you have sort of developed your standing, or where you want to be, or where you foresee yourself overtaking.
Yeah, totally. So those are the standings for SP2V. Lap 72 for them.
In 2022, the champions crossed the finish line in 8.5 hours, Jim. Do you think we could see a similar timing? Just based on how we're going so far.
If it stays this dry, then who knows? But, you know, I think the only thing that's going to change that is if it rains, and it hasn't done that yet.
Yeah.
It might do. It's graying up again, or that might just be late afternoon here.
I would love to see a record time being created here by the champions.
So that is Nakib Aslan, who is biding his time in second spot behind Akash Neil, and that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, I'm still lapping a full second ahead of Daim.
The important part is there that they've been lapping at about 2:38 and keeping that pace. So if they can keep the second spot for a little while longer, Mitchell Chia will get back in that car soon. Those top 3 cars are due a pit stop very, very soon. And I wonder if they're going to be the quick pits that we've seen, or if they all come in at the same time.
I think in the last lap, the leaders all came in about the same time.
Round about the same time, if not within a lap of each other.
But now it's a bit different because Akash has a 90-second plus lead
For
over.
Akash, it'll be fine because he is, as I said, he's 1 minute 38. I mean, he could come in, literally just get the refueling and then change the driver. But for Nakib, that's going to be different because he is only 6 seconds behind. Now, talking about this number 37 car, Mitchell Chia is the next driver to get in there. And before he does, he's now currently talking to Mio in the pits.
Okay, now I'm down here with the bad boy of Malaysian motorsport. Can I call you bad boy, Mitch? No. Okay, the good boy of Malaysian motorsport, Mitchell Chia down here. Mitchell, your partner is doing very well down there, keeping the pace. Granted, it's P2, but still keeping up the pace with the HMRT. How are you guys doing with Gazoo?
So far, I think myself and Naki, we are a good combination, you know. Pushing our max, pushing each other. I think so far, I think how many laps into the race? 70 maybe. Okay. It's been so good, so far so good. So hopefully we can continue this pace and we'll see what happens.
Okay, I do want to ask you because, like you said, you're okay, you're doing well with Nakib. How important is the chemistry actually between yourself and your driving partner?
Of course, it has to be a good relationship so that we can learn off each other and improve each other, push each other. So far, it's been pushing me, and I've been trying to push him as well.
And what about your team, your mechanics? How have they performed so far? We're almost touching the 100 laps mark, 100 laps to go. But again, it's still a long race to go. How is your team doing right now?
So far, everyone has been at their best. I think this is what you need in a team. It's not just the drivers, it's also the car, also the crew, the whole, all the engineers behind the scene as well. He has to have a good combination.
And of course, again, everybody knows Mitchell Chia as being the aggressive, being all-out kind of driver. But in this kind of endurance race, is aggressive the way to go? Or is it more you have to play smart about it? You have to be meticulous about it?
Definitely have to be smart about it. There are times where I have to be aggressive, but I also know that every time I get in the car, I have to do a 27 lap, 26 lap, so I have to manage myself in that 26 lap to make sure I do the same all the way through.
All right, awesome. You're jumping in soon, so I don't want to take more of your time. I'll see you on the podium. Hopefully. All right, Major Chia, guys, back to you.
That's actually a pretty good shout, saying that he's going to see him on the podium, because they are doing well enough. And that, as I said, they're maintaining their pace. Maybe, as I said, keeping it at 2:38 is the way to go. We've yet to find out what the effects of running at 2:34 for the amount of time that Honda Malaysia have been running at is going to affect their overall outcome. You can just see there at the side of your screen in 7th spot, that's Avia Baha, now 5 laps behind. That's Takujan, yeah.
Now in a technical rule, I think...
oh, he'll get in the car. Not this car. He's not going to get in this car today, but he's always going to be in a car. But he's, of course, one of the Toyota Gazoo ambassadors.
Yep.
And knows a great deal about this new Vios.
Perhaps more of a mentorship role this time.
Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely.
For Nakib and also Mitchell Chia.
One of the most successful drivers, Takujan. Done extremely well, drift champion as well. But any type of racing you can think of, he's been there and he's done that.
And we are going to break the 100
Yep, this is an important mark for them to go, oh wow, our engineering, that has to be our engineering.
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Not good at all on lap 81.
That's Calvin Wong behind the car. Behind the wheel, rather.
Not good at all. Lap 81. Calvin Wong has come to a stop, and I don't know if this is the right time for this to be happening for them, because they might not have enough time. Now, he was running, well, they were top 5 for most of this race. And it looks like that car, there's a lot of smoke coming off that car, and not just from the brakes. So this is what happened.
It was already slow heading into turn 1.
Yeah, he was really slow, and he knew it. So he very smartly got off the racing line, and I think it's going to be around here that he is going to pull off. Yeah, that's a powertrain that's gone. Well, let's get down to the pits with Mio now. He's got another interview lined up for us, and that's bad news for our engineering.
All right, now I'm here with one of the drivers for car number 34 under the Vios, 36 under the Vios category. We got Nipipon, or known as Captain.
Yeah, you can call me Captain.
Captain, we got the captain in the house here from Thailand. This is your first time racing down in Sepang.
Actually, my first time in Malaysia and also first time in Sepang.
So how has the Sepang International Circuit treat you? Is it good? Is it fun?
It's really good. I have to say, like, I have many experience from here and many people around here. It's really nice for me. I really appreciate that I can join this race.
And in comparison, you're obviously familiar with Buriram very much back in Thailand, but what's different down here in Sepang?
I think it's have like a lot of, the track is very different from the Buriram, and it have a very different corner. Also, it have a hill. Something is very different and many experience for me. Also, the track is more confused than Buriram. So I think it's very good experience for me as well.
All right, great. And of course, you are familiar with endurance racing, lots of laps, right? So the fact that the Sepang, the S1K, you have 181 laps here with the whole team here under the Vios team racing down here. Everybody definitely must have been very supportive of you.
So thank you everyone for coming, and I'm like number 36 for the Vios one make race, and also thank for Look Team so support us.
So does this mean that we'll see you more racing here in Sepang next year onwards?
Yeah, for sure. I will come back here. I really love here, and as I told you, I really get many experience here, and I think this one, after I finish this race, I think I can drive any track in all around the world.
All right, lovely. Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you. Back to you, Colonel and Major in the studio.
I would have preferred General myself or Admiral, but okay, yeah, sure. That's a very interesting point. It's true. If you do drive Sepang, then you can pretty much drive any track in Asia. It is definitely the premier racing destination for Asian drivers, and they all love coming here, as you can see. Now, we saw another car out there. That was the 444, Mohammed Iksan. Looks like he stopped as well, so we've had 2 stoppages. This is the big one, 26. Akash Neil, after an absolutely perfect stint, has come in for his 3rd pit stop, and that's going to be Aaron Lim that gets back into that car. Refueling, as you can see. Nothing else needed on that car by the looks of it. We've broken the 100-lap mark, 98 laps to go. And it's another full course yellow. Oh, a lot of screaming going on. Lap 83.
Could be because of more debris on track.
Might be. Let's just check. Our car stopped at turn 8, it says. Now, turn 8 seems to be finding a lot of action today. Full course yellow. Is this going to be a quick one? I wonder. Yes, it is. Back to green again. Well, you know, hats off to the marshals for getting these situations taken care
they've
of.
been so alert and so efficient in their job, and so has the pit stops from HMRT.
Yeah, look at that. They're out again really quickly. This is how you do it. I mean, this is what it's all about. So that should be Aaron Lim back in there. And they're going to maintain that lead because this car has yet to come in, and I'm sure it's going to be coming in now. Absolutely perfect from that 26 HMRT.
Not just the 26, he's also 27 as well.
There you go. Mirroring. So Mitchell Chow will now get back into that car. And as we just heard from him, from the horse's mouth, they are looking to just maintain this pace. 236, 237, 238, see what happens at the end of the race.
And we could also, high rev Dream Chaser, Daim is also pitted. So
well, they had to, yeah.
So we have the top 3 who are in pit.
So they are now all on 3 stops. And just behind them, even though the cars are 2 laps back, they are on 4 stops. So there you go, Mitchell is in. Oh, bit of a stall. Certainly lost a bit of time there.
It's a bit of patience needed.
Well, just not as quick as HMRT. But out quick enough. So that should keep them in 2nd spot, I think.
Back to Mitchell.
Well, let's see how fast he can go. He's going to have to go very, very fast indeed if they're going to think of... I mean, they might be hoping for a mistake. That's the refueling rig. Very strict rules around refueling. Only 2 engineers allowed out next to the car.
At this point, I think only a mistake would let Mitchell Chia back in the hunt for top spot.
They need something to happen which is out of their control.
Yeah.
If that happens, then yes. If not, then, well, I mean, it's going to take a lot of fast driving indeed. But as you can see, a lot of cars in the pit for this 3rd, maybe 4th run. Getting close to the end of the 4th hour now. Late afternoon coming up. 4 p.m. roundabout local time. So that should now be Hayden Heichel.
Hayden Heichel, yep.
Okay, now he is fast, and let's see what he can do. 2 laps back from the leader. Taking it nice and easy. They've got that light working.
Yeah,
they've actually managed to get the headlight working. Just in time as well for the evening. I said this second stage of the race, this second 3 hours is going to lead us to twilight and evening. I don't know how they managed to get that. I didn't see them put a new light in. I just saw them tape it up.
The previous pit was just taping it up.
To be honest, it doesn't look like it's a particularly effective headlight. But we shall see later on. So there have been 3 very quick FC-wise.
Mounting to just 1.5 laps.
Yeah. Seven laps to go, lap 84.
Now Aaron Lim is close to a 2-minute advantage.
Yeah, but he's at 1:53 now.
We'll have to see how fast can he lap.
They're both on out laps, so it'll be the next lap that we get to see exactly how fast they're going. But seeing as how there was no extra work done to either of the cars, like this, for example. Now this is, if I'm right, our engineering, yes.
Yeah,
are they going to get this car back out in time to do any kind of damage? Oh, they got torches in the engine. Certainly was some kind of engine powertrain failure. Well, that's a nice little look inside the engine. No, I don't think they know what's up with that car yet.
Yeah.
So as they come round, so Aaron Lim has just put in a 2.35, which means I really do think that over the last 85 laps, all 3 drivers have put in a 2.35 or better. That's what I'm talking about. If you can maintain that pace, there's no way you're not going to be making the podium. Interesting, very interesting. Something has happened between those 2 cars.
And that 39 is the Wing Hin Motorsport.
Yeah, that one that was already been stuck in the pits for too long. I'm guessing there was some contact. Maybe that was even the reason at turn 8 for the half full course yellow. So this is Sakudo Shenzo. Currently 7th in class in SP2G. Moving down the order because they're in the pits. They were the earliest in the pits. Pretty much everyone's now done at least 3 pit stops.
I think HMRT car 27, Avila, and also Putra Adam has done 4.
Yeah.
Because of the unscheduled first pit stop.
Yeah, that's right. They have to come in and fix that car. But once again, we can't, you know, take away from the great achievement that they've had to come up from 76th, make their way up into the top 6 now. Well, big slew of cars coming into turn 1. That's Black Wolf Racing at the front of that pack. Axel Motorsports cars at the back. Now that should be 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th on your screen now, with Black Wolf, that 777 car, leading the pack. Well, I think I've got that right. Looks like that was a 888 car. So it might, yeah, that is 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th.
It's the father-son combination.
Actually, they came up to the commentary boxes before the race and introduced themselves. Were really looking forward to this. And actually said that there is no race like it, and that is just the truth. Even in endurance terms, there's no race like it. Oh, bit of a bump there, and that's going to lose him a lot of time.
Adam Mikhail.
Yeah. That's actually Jurian Deback in that 101 R Engineering car.
Adam's partner.
And he's now facing a lot of pressure from Black Wolf and all the other cars. And in fact, that is, I think, is
Avila.
it? Yeah,
Avila
it's Avila
Baha.
Baha. That's right. So he's going to be coming through for sure, because he is lapping faster than all of them.
But as fast as Avila and Putra Adam have been, they've still not managed to shave off any laps from the car number 26.
No, they're not going to do that,
teammates.
because they said they're going to have to start lapping at like 2:25, something like that for the rest of the race. It must be tempting for them to start trying to push even harder. And I bet you they could hit a 2:31 if they wanted to, but at this stage, at 86 laps with 95 to go, I wouldn't push a car like that.
Still too early to do anything drastic.
Yeah, you have to keep it, keep a lid on it. Well, it's coming up to the end of the 4th hour. We'll have those 4th hour highlights. There's a high rev Dream Chaser driver. I'm guessing that is going to be the other high rev car, because we just saw Hayden Heichel get into his car. So that should be, well, Fitra Eri is in there now. That should be Aaron Hakim Heichel in the 100 car. Or at least waiting to come on. Hayden Heichel, meanwhile, has put in a 2:33. Well, well, well. Somebody is pushing hard.
Not surprised with Hayden behind the wheel.
That's one of the fastest laps we've seen in a while.
Yep.
There's Danny Chin in SB2V. That yellow 99 car coming through. Currently 11th in class, overall in 41st. Uncle Danny. Obviously another one of the drivers that has a long-standing relationship with Sepang International Circuit and knows the circuit like the back of his hand, which you could say for most of these drivers actually. Update on Calvin Wong is that there's a question mark next to his car. That car is steadily dropping down the order.
Still in the pits.
Yeah. Yeah, that car's looking in deep, deep trouble. Which is a shame, because it was running in the top 5 for a while. Project S in the pits. Well, car number 70, we just heard, had to report to the racing stewards. That's for pit lane speeding. See, you gotta keep it down. You gotta keep it down at 80 kilometers an hour. Somebody is watching, and it's not just us and everybody around the world. Some very important people watching. It's called race control. And they see everything, they hear everything, they know everything. There you go. It was Wing Hin as well.
Yep.
So those two cars, well, it's a shame about that Wing Hin 39 car. It's had a lot of trouble today. So Project S out of the pits.
And there we see.
There it is. That's the car. That's.
Where are they at this point?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think they're going to be high up the rankings. 69 they are. Nabil Aslan is back behind the wheel.
Yeah, they've been struggling so badly since they had that earlier issue.
No, it's 68 laps. They're still 20 laps behind. So, I mean, I don't want to discount any races just yet, but it would be something sensational and quite miraculous if they managed to make up those 20 laps. All you can do is maintain a consistent pace. So there's that second high rev Dream Chaser car. Fitrieri behind the wheel right now. Honda Malaysia Racing Team now full lap ahead of Toyota Gazoo. 2 laps ahead of Tedco Racing in a high rev Dream Chaser. So it is at this point theirs to lose.
Yeah, Aaron Lim has been posting a 2:37. It's not as fast as Akash, but still good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough to keep it going because Mitchell Chow's also on a 2:37. So these are the highlights for hour 4, and it was very much a consolidation hour. There was this big battle happening between Nakib Aslan and High Rev Dream Chaser that kept on going. That was Daim Hishamuddin, in fact, I think, in the car at that time. They were making their way through the back markers, a little bit off the black stuff there. But generally that car has been keeping good pace throughout the hour. And good to see Proton R3 back up and running, though very far behind in terms of the standings after that early. This was Shafiq Ali's car. So it did get back out in the end, but as I said, a lot of work to be done. This was the big DNF R engineering for Calvin Wong. Started losing power at lap 81 and pulled off to the side at turn 2. And that car has yet to be restarted and getting back into it. That wasn't the only DNF either, as car number 444, that was Mohammed Iksan. I think this is it here. Yep, also pulled off to the side at turn 8, which has been seeing a lot of action. That also looked like a powertrain failure. Now, we had another half full course yellow at lap 83. But thanks to the sterling work of the marshals, it was very quick. Then High Rev Dream Chaser back in. Hayden Heichel back in the driving seat with a suddenly working second headlight. And we're going to be taking a break right now, but do stay with us for the Sepang 1000km 2024 conclusion and, of course, resumption of Section 2. So, back here with 91 laps to go at the Sepang 1000 kilometers. The finale race of the season here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Now, don't forget, there is another big race happening. It was huge last month. It's going to be huge next year. The Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia. Get your tickets now on sepangcircuit.com. There's a huge discount, as you can see, 30% discount until the 30th of November. Get your tickets early, because I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people turn up here for that race every year. While you're at it, do check out some of the other initiatives. The Car Open Track Day. Fulfill your need for speed via SIC's Open Track Day and get your car onto this track. Do take care when you do it, but it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. More information, get onto sepangcircuit.com, where you can also find out about this new initiative, the Driving Experience Center. You can learn all these tricks about advanced driving, now open for booking. And for more info, log on to sepangcircuit.com. Well, Honda Malaysia racing teams so far have been the story of this race, not just because they are leading with their 26 car, but because of the fantastic run of the 27 car, which was on pole at the start of this race. Seems so long ago now, 4 hours in fact. But then went down to 76th in the classification and has fought their way up with a consistent 234 lap to 7th in the standings. And talking of the standings, well, HMRT, as I said, Aaron Lim behind the wheel of that 26 car. Mitchell Chia is now in second place with Toyota Gazoo. They've maintained that second spot for quite a while. Fuyang Chow for Tedco Racing is in third, and Hayden Heichel is in fourth. But there's only one of those cars that's on 90 laps. In fact, two of those cars on 90 laps, and those are the top two. For SP2G, it is Eddie Liu for Bay Racing Team, ahead of Piston Project and R Engineering in second and third. SP2V, Black Wolf Racing, haven't said enough about them. They have been solidly leading SP2V for quite a while now, ahead of R-Works, Rios, and Ong Han Ming and To Siwei. There's the overall leader in 26, and for the Vios Enduro Cup, well, that is Lin Guohan and Chong. No, in fact, hold on a second. Yes, it is. It was Kagani Racing. It's not anymore.
Saduko. Sokudo.
It's Kaguno. No, it's Kagani. Kagani are. No, you're right. You're right. It is Sakudo Shenzo up top. It is Tedco Racing in second. It's Kagani in third. So that hasn't changed either. Now, ST-powered PTE, they're having a lot of problems. And as you can see, those problems have not been resolved at all. So a lot of these cars are on 4, maybe 5 pit stops now. Some on 5. But a lot of work to be done, and it's a crucial time. So there's debris at turn 9, apparently. Right-hand side. But no full course yellow has come. Another car is off. That is car number 30, the first retirement on the 5th hour.
But it's back up.
Oh, yeah. So not DNF at all.
Maybe just having a breather. Oh no, it stopped again.
So, look, I'm going to write this down. Are you DNF or are you going to start again? Come on. No, I think it stopped. It stopped for good now. Well, as I said, it's quite an achievement to keep these cars running for this long as it is. It is stopping again.
Out. It's not made up its mind.
I think they're trying everything. It looks like a gear problem. Can't get out of first gear, maybe. Is he going to give up the ghost? No, he's locked in now.
Will he make it back on track?
At that speed. So that's the 4th start for that car. That's the Bay Racing Team. And in fact, 16th in SP2G.
I think it's just to get back now, back to pit and see what's wrong.
It's interesting to see the marshals actually already turned up to try and drag that off, but I don't think that car's going very much further. because it's not at racing speed, shall we say. Well, this is something that we haven't said. I mean, if you travel at that speed, there's no way you can win S1K. That's one thing we can say.
They have to get it back to the garage to see what's up.
It's got to be a gear problem. I think he's locked in first gear. So if he can get back to the pits and they can figure that out. There's Hayden Heichel. He's now lapping at a 2:36, which is equaling Aaron Lim.
Not surprising. We know that Hayden would definitely try and match the fastest lap times.
So it looks like for HMRT that Akash is actually the fastest driver, and that Fariz Fauzi is the maintaining driver, and that Aaron Lim is the one there to give them both a rest.
Yeah,
in
Akash,
terms of
we haven't seen 234s from either Fariz
or Aaron. So this is Freddie Yang's Tedco Racing. I don't know who's behind that with 4 drivers. We've got to check to see. That's actually, that car was 5th. That's Fu Yangzhe, so it should be Freddie coming back in. Maybe even Go Li Heng coming in.
I think it should be Go Li Heng.
It should be, because Freddie was just before,
yeah,
right?
Freddie was behind the wheel for quite some time.
Well, things definitely cooling down. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Happy to report that the weather is still holding up. It's
been fantastic so far.
It's been great. It's been cloudy. It's been cool. Yeah, confirmation of Go Li Heng getting behind the wheel for Tedco Racing.
So Go Li Heng is there, right? They're out now, as you can see on that out lap. Avia Baha is up to 6th. Lapping at a 2:33.976. Well, he's certainly having a go, Avia. That's still story of the day, I think, no matter where they finish up.
There's debris on turn 15, I think caused by car number 13, which we saw earlier.
Yeah, could be. Whether that car has made it to the pits, we don't know.
And I see a yellow flag being waved, so we could have another...
Yes, we do, in fact.
FCY.
So on the 93rd lap.
And that's due to the debris on turn 15. Because of that car, which had those gear problems.
Well, no, I wonder if this is going to be a long one, because if that was just debris, or maybe it was oil, then, as I said, we're going to have to wait and see. But so far, the 3 previous full course yellows, which was lap 32, lap 61, and lap 83, were all pretty much half lap full course yellows. This one, let's see if the marshals do their sterling job again and clear it all out as quickly as possible.
This one could last longer by the looks of it.
A little bit longer. Well, this is going to be a breather for them. Well, we're 7 laps away from 100 laps completed. Remember, 181 is the target.
And all in good time, Jeef.
All so far in very, very good time. Yeah.
We started at about 11:15 and coming up to
well, I mean, the
4:04.
flag off was at 12, so I mean, we have still been...
Yeah, flag off was at 12.
Oh, so there you go, back to green again. It's just safety and caution. So back up to racing speeds. Aaron Lim just put in a 2:35 before that full course yellow. 2 seconds faster than Mitchell Chow. Hayden Heichel just put in a 2:40. You don't see that very often. That could be down to the full course yellow though.
It's also the stage of the race where most cars have already pitted. Very few activities apart from this car. Perhaps some issues. Most of them are out there.
Well, we've got that situation again that the top 3 are still on 3 pit stops, and it should be coming up to their next change.
The most pits we've had is 5, and that was from Tedco Racing. Tedco Racing. Most cars averaging about 3 pit stops.
Peace out fun also. Baron Sim also on 5. So just having a look now at that 80 Bay Racing team car. That's the battle for first in S Production G. And that car leading the pack. Piston Project just behind them. R Engineering just behind them. Brandon Ho is driving for Piston Project. Jurian de Back for R Engineering, one of the international drivers that is on show today. As we said, today's Sepang 1000km race is very special indeed, as it has seen a huge influx of international drivers from all over the world, not just Asia. Netherlands, Singapore, of course, Indonesia, Thailand.
That R Engineering car that went in car number 339 has not gone out of the garage. No. Looks like their race is done for.
So the complete list of international drivers: Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Australia, Japan, UK, UAE, Netherlands, Singapore, Macau, Vietnam, Hong Kong, and Chinese Taipei, all here in Malaysia for the finale race of the season. But that's half of the attraction of it, the pull of driving on this racetrack for a race that is, you know, I was just, as I said, I do a lot of other commentary. I was telling people about coming here to Malaysia to do this, and they said, what commentary are you doing? I said, it's a 9-hour race. And they went, what? I went, it's 182 laps, 9 hours. And they went, really? I went, absolutely. They said, that's like 24 hours a month, basically, yeah.
Well, we are here for almost half a day from the time we walk in.
Pretty much, if not the whole day.
Not the whole day.
Good 12 hours.
Of course, this track is busy all year long. It rarely takes a break.
Well, that's a car that's being wheeled in. R Engineering is not having a great time. Chotek Song, one of the veterans of MCS, not having a good time in that number 11 car. They were 50th and 23rd in SP2G.
They were already struggling.
Yeah, they were struggling. And they're checking a lot. Let's get a look inside the car there.
That's the second R Engineering car that's in a pit now.
Yeah, Lai Wei Singh's not going to be happy. He's the owner of the R Engineering team, and he prides himself on the reliability factor of his cars. That's not going to be welcome news at all. Meanwhile, Aaron Lim up at the front is lapping at 2:35. Hayden Heichel there in third spot is lapping at 2:39. Wow. 53 seconds ahead of Unkai, but while he's a good 3 minutes behind Mitchell Chow. So they're also going to be looking for a bit of a miracle. Mitchell Chia is meanwhile lapping at 2:37, as has his partner, Nakib Aslan.
Yep, the deficit from the top spot to Mitchell Chia is still almost 2 minutes.
Almost 2 minutes, yeah. It's an incident at turn 15 that's under investigation at the moment. And overtaking during these very quick FCYs once again.
Perhaps Aaron Lim might have visions of him winning the championship with Faris Fauzi back in 2015. He might start to dare to dream.
It's around this time that you could start to dare to dream, but is it wise? And you can see that that's the timing board that we get up here as well, and it's a very comprehensive piece of software that gives us all the information you need. For us, it's about the classifications, but for them, well, these technicians and mechanics are going to be looking at relative times and trying to calculate strategies as to exactly how they have to negotiate the next 1 hour before we get to the final stage. This is still hour 5 of what should be a 9-hour race.
Hayden Heichel has just gotten a little faster. He's now lapping at 2:35, so he's on par with Aaron Lim.
I guess that's going to be their strategy from now on, is just to keep pace and make sure they don't lose time. It's one thing to start getting faster. Now there's an incident involving none other than that 27 HMRT car. I just saw it flash up. Avia Baha, yep, it is turn 9, 27 and 37. Something happened between those two cars. Still lapping at 2:35 of Avia Baha, so obviously wasn't that serious an incident, but no stop-and-go penalties yet. No penalties.
It's been a very clean race. Your comment about disciplined driving has...
It's well behaved. Everyone's just been well behaved.
It looks to have come true.
I mean, there we were expecting all sorts of weather and this and that, and before you know it, they come out, and so far it's been pretty good. So it's 4:20 now. Now we can tell you as Malaysian residents that the 4 o'clock hour is the time when it should be, things should be getting a little bit rainy, but it looks clear.
It looks clear.
Now this is in start. I've actually been out of the country for most of this week, but it's been raining all week,
It
right?
has, and it has been raining right about this time.
Well. Have we struck gold in terms of racing conditions? Maybe. 3 laps to go before we hit the 100-lap mark. This looks like SP2V. SP2.
The Vios category.
No, it is the Vios category.
And it's
that's
still
right.
Timothy Thomas in the lead.
They've done so well. They've been in the lead for this Vios Enduro Cup for a while now. It's hard to keep track of all the great achievements that are happening on track right now, and it's very easy to go straight to the top of the classification, but you cannot overstate or understate even the achievement of the likes of Timothy Teo. So no further action for Avia Baha and car number 37.
He'll breathe a huge sigh of relief.
They're already having a tough enough time. Looks like, I'm sure it was just a little bump. but we've got so many cars now. Rennplatz Asia, 10 laps. Proton R3, that 81 car, 11 laps completed. R Engineering, 26 laps completed. And as you can see, the fatigue is beginning to settle in on some of these marshals and engineers as well.
A little bit of a midday lethargy.
It's, I said, you've got to, you've got to take it into account. It always happens straight after the heat of the afternoon before you get into the evening. But they still have to keep their wits about them. That looks like the 27 car. Yes, it is. That's Baha.
Still lapping at a commendable 2:34. They have been extremely consistent with those timings.
Can you just imagine if they hadn't have had that problem earlier on? They were in pole, so if this car had performed like this at 2:34 from the start, then it would be right up there with the other HMRT car.
Yeah, indeed.
And you'd have a 1-2.
They'd be extremely comfortable in front.
In terms of a team setup, HMRT so far seem to have got the victory sign sorted out with both their cars lapping at an average of 2:35. It was just that tiny mistake, or not mistake, or whatever error this 27 car had at the beginning that put them a couple of laps behind, and it could have been a lot more. Well, Jonathan Z's back in Scuba Racing Team, and believe it or not, he's put in a really fast Sector 1. He's currently lapping at 2:48. And is 5th in class in SP2G. That is, in fact, his car. So he's in the pits. So Hu Jian Li will now get back into that car.
Still a lot of work to be done for Jonathan Z, who I'm sure is looking to end this season on a flourish.
Oh, he'd love to.
Yeah, if he can do it.
I mean, there's a lot of dreams for these drivers as to what they want to do, but this specific race, this 1,000-kilometer race, has its own ideas as to where it's going to place you. And a good example is that 39 Winghin sports car that's now on the outside line at turn 1. It's had a host of problems.
Still struggling to make its way back up.
Absolutely.
In 68, I don't think it's moved much. It's still in the low 60s.
Lap 98 for HMRT. And now Toyota Gazoo are officially 2 minutes behind them. Well, incrementally building into a great performance by HMRT. And based on what they did during the MCS season, you'd have to say it's pretty much deserved so far.
Yeah, they've been the standout team.
Really have.
Almost taking the podium in almost every event. It was just perfect preparation leading up to this endurance 1,000 kilometers.
There he is, Aaron Lim, coming to turn 1. And
99 laps completed.
62 axle sports car that's behind him. That's William Dew in that car, who was actually 58th overall. That's a Honda Jazz and a Suzuki Swift. Kenchana, that's Kenchana. So that is 50 and 51 overall. Cars all over the shop right now. Well, we could probably say, I think now with 100 laps completed, that The return of Proton R3 is not going as well as it could. That's not looking good either. Axel Sports 1-2-1.
It's Alex Hine behind the wheel.
Overall 63rd in class 21, but out. That's their 90th lap. But just hit the gravel a little bit. Back on track now, though. And I'll tell you one thing. SX83.
That's a replay of what happened to Alex.
Well. Just skidded off, yeah. In fact, well controlled. Skidded to a stop. Restarted and got going again. Good control. But there are two cars right now. There was that car and the SX83 running in 48th that has disappeared from our timing screen. Su Yenming, we have no idea where that car is.
Oh, yeah.
Running in 16th in SP2V. We'll get an update on that, we'll let you know.
And then our engineering car.
Yeah, Calvin Wong's car is still question marked. William Ho's Tedco Racing still question marked. They are so far back now. And it would be a bit of a miracle for them to come back.
So some damages are so severe, even in the context of endurance race, they're not able to fix it.
Not in time, not now, I think. I think if you still had 122, 130 laps to go, there's a chance, but 81 laps, you know, time is now against you. So Hayden Heichel makes a good approach into turn 1 and is lapping at 2:34, fastest of the top 3, in fact, by 2 full seconds.
Yeah, that's been the time for the last few laps from Hayden.
Well, he's always going to try his best. It's just a question of whether he can pull it off.
But Aaron Lim has actually increased that lead to further 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Breached that 2-minute mark.
Very slowly, incrementally, winning this race. Now that's another SD-powered car that's in the pits and looking at least all right.
100 laps done for our leader.
That's it, we've crossed the 100 lap mark, 81 laps to go. Well, that car looks like it's out and out for good. Certainly looks like, that's Su Yenming, there you go. That's the car that was missing.
That looks a car that has run its race.
Yeah, I can't see that restarting in any way. So that was on lap 91 for them. But lap 100 overall. So they're 9 laps back. Yeah. Either the engine is stopped or the gearbox just isn't working, but I don't think that car's going anywhere. In fact, the next thing I'm expecting is to see Su Yenming get out of that car. There is our leader, Aaron Lim.
And car number 27, so Putra Adam is now back on his out lap. They had actually entered pit, so Avila had given the reins back to Putra Adam.
Well, let's see what he can do. It's around that time that the top 3 will be making their 4th stop.
They have pitted for the 4th time.
Yeah. So it's just the ones ahead of them, the top 3, that should, once again, as we've seen for the first 3 pit stops, be coming in. And there are the first 3. It's been that way for quite a while now, except there is now no longer a fight between Nakib Aslan, or I should say, High Rev Dream Chaser and Toyota Gazoo.
Yeah, in fact, it's quite a distance between both of them.
Yeah, it's almost a minute now.
This is our Vios leader that has come into pit.
They've been quietly coming in and out of pits, getting the job done, and staying, as you can see at the bottom, in class number 1, lapping at 2:52, best lap 2:51. It's good pace from the Vios. So they're looking good for the win at this point anyway.
I just saw a blue indication pop up next to Putra Adam. He just posted the fastest sector 1. I wonder if that's an indication of what he might try to do.
That is fast for him. Aaron, Hakim Heikel and the other high rev Dream Chaser cars also in the pits. But all eyes are on the top 3 as to when they're coming in. It's getting dark again. But I still don't think it's going to rain. I just think that's late afternoon. That is Mitchell Chia. Just keeping pace. I wonder if Toyota Gazoo are just going to be happy with second place on the podium. Maybe.
I think for them, they'll be happy to maintain this pace, but of course, you know, a slip up at the top will let them back.
Exactly. I think maybe they'll be hoping for a problem with that HMRT car. So let's get down to the pits now. Mio is got another interview lined up.
All right, guys, now I'm together in the pits once again. Literally just got out from the car. We got Timothy Yeo, car number 3. Timothy, how's the track down there? It's getting a bit cloudy. Aren't you glad you're outside now?
I wouldn't mind even if it rains, but yes, the track is definitely getting a little bit greasy. So yeah, let's just hope that we bring back the car in one piece.
All right. Obviously, I think Nick will do the best that he can to make sure that you guys do stay in P1. That's where you stand right now in P1 after about about maybe 90 laps already that we've covered. So how's it been? Because like, a lot of the other teams, they had like 3 or 4 drivers. It's only you 2.
Yeah.
And you've done what, 2 rotations?
Yeah, that was my second rotation. So another hour before I get back into the car.
So Nick is going to be handling the car for an hour now.
Yeah, correct.
So okay, maybe not a lot of people understand when it comes to endurance racing, during your downtime here, what exactly do you do? Do you take a breather? Do you go and eat? Do you go and sleep? What actually do you do?
Definitely take a breather, drink a lot of water, get your hydrations in. If possible, eat a lot of protein and then get back in the car again, do it again.
No, because again, driving out there for an hour, the level of concentration is so high, so huge that you cannot even fall, you know, like just out there. You have to be always concentrated, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, concentration is a big key. It doesn't matter if you're fast, you need to last the whole race.
All right, so I'm not going to take any more time off of you. Go and have a rest. We'll see you back later.
All right, thank you.
All right, see you on the podium, yeah?
Thank you. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, and that is very true. I mean, we talk about driving skill, but in the end, there is a human pilot to these cars, and humans need 3 things. They need rest, they need protein, they need energy, and they need focus. And, you know, if you don't keep those 3 things up, then things are going to go, wow, you're just allowing a lot of problems. Black Wolf Racing now in 17th in class, overall in 31st. Raymond and Dean Monic, the father and son combination. Just overtaken there by Mitchell Chia.
Putra Adam has just posted the fastest lap.
2:32, I was about to say.
Is that the fastest?
That might just be the fastest that we've seen, you know.
2:32. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that is 2:32.500. Wow.
So he's beaten Hayden Heikal, who posted the other 2:32.
Absolutely pushing. I wonder if that's going to help him in any way. But maybe he just wants to put in a good stint. There he is.
still 5 laps behind the leader, so that has not changed. But
who is lapping at 2:36? So as fast as it is and as good as it is, just not good enough right now to win. But certainly, it's been good enough to get them from 76 up into the top 5.
yeah, in fact, it'll take quite some doing from Putrajam to try and even get to Wing Hit Motorsport, because it's almost over a minute difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, 5 o'clock. This next hour, we'll see drastic changes in lighting for these guys, and that looks like our engineering car with its entire engine has been taken out.
Oh, that's major works right there.
Yeah, that car's not coming back. Or if it does come back, it'll just be for an exhibition lap at the end. Well, they're looking like they're going to lift it back in. But that's serious work. And you got to feel for these guys, because if they had a day to fix that car, that would be fine. But they haven't. I mean, they haven't even got a time frame. It's as quickly as you can possibly do it.
And you have 5 people dedicatedly working on the engine from the time it entered pits. It must be a massive problem.
Yeah, it must be a huge, huge problem. Well, we saw it, as I said, it ran out of power around about turn 2. And that was on lap 81. So 77 laps to go.
Well, this wide shot doesn't really tell the entire picture of how the weather is like over here. Actually, it looks brighter.
Yeah, it does look a little bit brighter. And remember, it is coming up to 5 p.m. local time, so it is now early evening, late afternoon. Though that big grey cloud up there is a little bit worrying.
It's a little bit worrying.
But as I said, so far throughout the day, these clouds have turned up and left.
Yep.
They've not wanted to watch the race at all. So coming close to closing out hour 5. Well, as I said, at this pace, and you were talking about earlier, we might actually get finished in 8 hours, because they've been averaging 20 laps an hour. 77 to go. You know, it's at the 5th hour. We've still got at least another 20 minutes here. It might be 8.5 hours, you never know. But there have been no significant stoppages so far, thankfully.
Even the FCYs have been
short, sharp, succinct, and to the point. So that's second in class there, that number 12 car for the Vios Cup, or Vios Enduro, I should say. And that's one Mohammed Rafi that's behind the wheel, lapping at 2:53 right now, which is pretty good for a Vios, but a long way off the 2:36 and 2:38 from Aaron Lim and Mitchell Chia, and of course a 2:34 still from Hayden Heichel. Putrajam is meanwhile slowed down to a 2:35. Wow, Nisa Racing, 324, back in action. This car was out on lap 44.
Yep, they are a welcome sight. We thought we would never see them.
They did manage to get back to the pits, and looks like they are going to be restarting. There you go.
Wing Hit Motorsports car number 39 is back in pit.
Okay, the wind is picking up now. The wind is picking up quite substantially, in fact. Could this be the big change in weather that has been threatening all day? Certainly getting darker, and as I said, the this second part of the race is the one that's going to take us into evening. And this is a very, very crucial time for these drivers because of the change in light. Well, there's another car that's off. Looks like turn 11. Doesn't look like it's coming back either. Could that be the piston project that's overdue? It is car number 999. Sakudo Shenzo, SP2G. So they might be topping Vios, but they're certainly not winning anything here. Lam Si-seong. Lap 97 for them.
Aaron Lim has continued to put in a solid second shift.
All three of them, Aaron, Faris and Akash, have been on top form today. They've nursed this car. They've managed it so well. The car's responded so well. But on top of that, I haven't seen them go below 237 or 236 actually for a long, long spell. You could say they were gifted the lead at the beginning, possibly, but what they've done with it has been nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, it's safe to say that they are dominating this race as of now.
Absolutely, yeah. In the same way that Sakudo Shenzo have been dominating Vios, and that Bay Racing Team have pretty much been dominating SP2G, and Black Wolf definitely have been dominating SP2V.
So we've had all these dominant leaders that have really not let up.
No, they haven't. And I said, we haven't said enough about Black Wolf Racing in SP2V because they've been racing amongst SP2G and MTC class cars. They've left everybody else behind in their own class, lapping at 248, whereas, you know, everybody else in their class is lapping around 252, 253, so they were never in any trouble. This car, this High Rev Dream Chaser #1 car, Hayden Heichel's car, has also been doing very well. That's in a full course yellow. Incident at turn 15. Car number 70 and number 5 under investigation. It's not a full course yellow, it's a yellow flag at that turn. Well, car number 5 is Piston Project with Brandon Ho. And car number 70 So let's get down to the pits where Mio is talking to car 611.
Okey, sekarang kita nak tukar gear sikit. Sekarang kita nak cakap bahasa Melayu pula. Sebab kita ada bersama-sama dengan Iman Danish, kereta nombor 611 untuk kategori SP2G. Iman sekarang dekat luar tu dah nampak macam gelap semacam tu. Tapi pastinya Iman ada peluang untuk nak berlupa dalam keadaan kalaulah hujan kan pastinya.
Yap, but kita tengok tadi daripada pukul 2 tadi rasanya dah start gelap and then cerah balik, gelap dan cerah balik. During saya punya shift tadi, saya dapat lihat dalam hujung shift tadi macam dah start gelap. Tapi itulah, saya rasa maybe kita tak tahu dalam sejam 2 jam lagi maybe akan hujan. Kita tak tahu. So maybe hujan kot.
Nah, itulah kehebatannya sebenarnya, kelebihan di Sepang International Circuit ni. Cuaca memang memainkan peranan sebenarnya dalam apa-apa perlumbaan yang berlangsung pun. Tapi untuk Iman dan juga rakan-rakan Iman yang lain, experience so far macam mana dengan S1K untuk tahun ni?
So pertama sekali saya ingin ribuan terima kasih kepada VMAX Racing kerana sudi invite saya untuk menjadi salah satu diorang punya driver pada tahun ni, S1K tahun ni. So ini adalah first experience saya race S1K
So saya tak pernah buat sebarang race endurance panjang macam ni. So saya boleh cakap ini adalah experience yang sangat best dan sangat mencabarlah bagi saya.
Dan pastinya ini bukan penampilan Iman yang terakhir dari segi endurance race dan sebagainya. Pastinya kita insyaAllah ada peluang nak tengok Iman dari tahun ke tahun lagi menjadi lebih mantap, menjadi lebih baik lagi. Betul?
Betul. Okay. Boleh kita dapat race lagi lah.
Itu yang kita harapkan, itu yang kita doa. Kita masih lagi ada berbaki 90 lap lagi lebih kurang. Masih lama macam-macam boleh terjadi. Saya cuma nak tanya jentera yang digunakan pakai, the car. Prestasi dia bagaimanakah keadaan enjin dia? Because banyak kita dah tengok ada yang kereta-kereta dengan enjin failure dan sebagainya. Tapi Iman dengan tim, dengan mekanik sebagainya macam mana sekarang?
So mula-mula tadi kita mengalami isu di mana kereta macam ada sedikit masalah dengan ada punya sensor. Kudos kepada tim dapat selesaikan masalah-masalah tersebut dan kita dapat keluar balik. And masa shift saya tadi, okey, alhamdulillah kereta dalam keadaan yang sangat baik. So when saya paskan kereta kat tim saya Azril, so saya dapat rasa macam kereta okey.
Baik, okey, apa-apa pun saya mengucapkan selamat maju jaya untuk Iman dan juga untuk tim Iman, okey? Baik, kepada rakan-rakan komentator, anda boleh berbahasa Melayu kan seperti kami?
Terima kasih. So pretty much he's saying that the weather has been playing mind tricks on him.
Yeah.
Threatened to rain, but it's not rain. Threatened to rain.
What do you do? How do you set up your car? I mean, it's basically, are you going to go to wets? Of course, nobody has yet. Nobody needs to just yet. But yeah, it's obviously going to be tough on strategizing, especially if you're in the middle. If you're not up at the top, and you've got a clear strategy going.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the more ideal conditions. If you're talking in the context of the entire season where they've had to really battle it out with the weather.
Raindrops have been spotted at multiple turns.
I didn't want to say, Jeef. I saw it on online, scattered thunderstorms, but I think I'll keep it to myself.
This could be it. It might just be that the last section of this race, and the 6th hour onwards, might just see some rain. So it's, we were all thinking about whether it's going to rain during the daytime. It's going to be very, very tricky for these cars during twilight as well. But raindrops have started to fall around the track. As you can see, windscreen wipers are coming on. So it looks like turn 5 is one of those places.
Yep, as of now, all drivers have been recommended to turn on their lights.
Which is going to be hard for Hayden Hankook because he's only got 1.5. Lap times are beginning to slow, slightly.
Slightly, yes.
But trust me, if you've never seen the rain up here in Malaysia, it's not something that you have to deduce or conclude. I mean, when it comes, you'll know it, absolutely. So right now, it's still easy enough. But as we heard from our recent interviews, the track is getting a little bit greasier. 73 laps to go.
Aaron Lim over 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes and 13 seconds advantage.
I said they just keep building that lead, and they keep building it really well because they've been so consistent with their pace. They've been so quick with their pit stops, and they've been cycling through their drivers. It's been a good combination as to who goes on first. And having Aaron, then Fariz, then Akash seems to work. So basically, it should be Fariz coming on next after this.
Yeah, the pit stops for me have been so impressive. They've tried to do it under a minute. And to see the amount of work that goes in, refueling, tire change, and out in the outlap, less than a minute.
Well, now is the time that they should be coming in for their 4th stop. After a great stint from Aaron Lim. I wonder if it's going to be right now. And I wonder if, based on these raindrops, if they're going to change to wet tires. That's going to be a big thing.
If you ask me, it looks like passing clouds.
Yeah, I still think it's going to...
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be heavy.
It's fairly clear.
Lane coming in. No, he's going to stay out again.
Apart from one grey patch.
Well, closing in on the end of the 5th hour. And An hour that's seen no real change in terms of the leaders. There's Nakib Aslan, who is waiting to come on, which means Mitchell Chia is just about ready to come in. They've been wonderful partners in the Toyota Gazoo Championship this year. And Nakib sure to be picking up a lot of great tutelage and knowledge from Mitchell Chia.
And Tengkujan as well.
And Tengkujan, obviously, yeah.
And they've done well to just keep that high rev Dream Chaser comfortably at bay.
Yeah, they've done that perfectly well. That car right there, in fact. Hayden Heikel has been pushing.
So in any case, it's consolidation for second spot.
So we're down to 237s, 238s, and 240s, based on the new weather situation that's turning up. And what's important is, as I said, keep that car on the track.
Hayden has been fast, but he knows he can't keep going at 234s.
No, he can't.
Lap after lap.
That's going to push. That's going to push. I mean, I said if you're lapping at 234 for no reason, then you're asking for trouble when it comes to the end of the race. So he has to stop. He has to pull back a little bit and do a little bit more of what Toyota Gazoo have been doing, which is consolidating that second spot. You know, it looks pretty certain now. So that 9-9 car, Sakudo didn't manage to get back to the pits. That was the big stoppage in this 5th hour. Ooh, bit of a touch there. Oh, you see, you don't need that. You don't need that. You need to consolidate your spot. You need to not touch other cars.
Hayden just trying to bulldoze his way past everyone.
I don't know if that's the... I mean, that could have been a lot worse. And correct me if I'm wrong, that actually looks like the 22 ST powered car that's back up running. So, you can never tell with this 1,000-kilometer race as to which cars... There's another car that's stopping. 511. That's Motul Awesome Racing Team. J. Joel Ong is behind the wheel of that. So that is on lap 101. And it looks like it's coming to a stop right at the front of the pit lane. It's good that these drivers have been making the right choice and pulling the cars off early. Said they've all been watching themselves well.
He's not given up on resuming the race.
No, unless, of course, he just pulls off to a complete stop now, which he might do.
I think he's just looking to make it back into pit.
Oh, that's a blown engine. That is a massively blown engine. 46, Pisau Fan and Kifli Othman. I think that is SB2G in 8th.
Yeah, they were in 8th spot.
Yeah, that's actually Baron Sim behind the wheel there. So
Baron Sim has not had a great season, even in MCS. There's always something
season.
up with Baron Sim's car.
And he's such a fast... Look at that. Now, that could be a problem. That could be a proper full-course yellow. Because I think that there's a lot of oil that's just been left on that track. Should have taken that off right immediately, Baron. But he did in the end. That car, well, I'll be very, very surprised if it came back. It's already been in the pits a couple of times. And this time, I think that might just be good night, Charlie. Yep, certainly. Doors open, he's out. Certainly doesn't look... well, of course, I mean, he's got to make sure that car is suddenly going to catch fire. So they were running in 17th overall and 9th in SP2G. But now it's all done. This was the other R Engineering car that came in and is still in.
Still in, yeah.
it's all about engine troubles.
We have 3 R engineering cars currently.
Finally, the top 3 are about to make their pit stops, and it's HMRT in first, once again, leading the way. This means that Toyota Gazoo will be following.
Yep. And it will be Faris Fauzi now taking on the wheel.
Should be, and Faris Fauzi, as we know, did a brilliant job in his last stint. Really wouldn't be surprised if Toyota Gazoo Racing and Hayden Heikel, High Rev Dream Chaser, came in very, very soon.
Well, we saw Nakib already waiting in the wings for Mitchell to return back.
That's
so
right, yeah. So
I think it's just a matter of time.
Well, they've actually opened the bonnet of that car, which is a bit suspect.
Maybe just to check and see if the black oil is enough.
I hope
needs
so.
to top up.
I hope so. That refueling rig is for the car in front. Yeah, no, I think it looks okay.
All good. Tire change complete.
Screwing on the wires. Keep that bonnet down.
This, for me, Jeep, is where it's going to be won. This quick fire turnaround pit stop.
Another brilliant.
Less than a minute. They've done it in less than a minute.
It's an F1 grade pit stop for them. So, yes, that should be Faris Fauzi coming out.
We should be seeing...
Well, interesting. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, and 80 to race control for driver stint investigation. It's around now that some of these drivers may have overdone 75 minutes at a time. So, HMRT is out again. They had a 2:21 lead and would have kept that. That's Motor Awesome that are back out again. So, Toyota Gazoo, if they're going to make an entrance in the pit lane, it'll be right now.
Yep. And indeed, both
both of them. High Rev Dream Chaser as well coming in. Well, they had to do it, I guess. But now let's see how fast their pits are. Ooh, that 30 car out again. Same place, if I remember rightly. Oh, these are the highlights from the hour, that's why. Yes, that started off. That was lap 93. This is the 5th hour. And Hayden Heikel was pushing forward as he could, as much as he could. But there were a couple of DNFs in this. No real changes in the lead. HMRT, this was a big, big run out for Axel Sports. Managed to control it well though. Alex Hein, come back on. A lot of other cars grinding to a halt. R-Works, Rios are having a bit of a nightmare. Went very, very slowly around, but they did manage to keep going at least. And this was the big, big news from the 5th hour, which was an entire engine block change for that car that was running. That was Sakudo Shenzo that stopped on them. For them, it was the 97th lap. Bit of a touch for Hayden Heikel as he was trying to push as much as he could. Because at this point, he kind of slowed down a little. And I'm sure we're going to see Baron Sims' blown engine. There it is. That thankfully didn't lead to a full course yellow, but I think that is the end of that car for P. Saofan and Keithley and Baron Sim. Good combination of drivers, just couldn't keep that car in good enough shape. So we managed to cross the hour mark. And we're going to take a break right now, but we will be back with more from the Sepang 1000km race. Don't go anywhere. So back with the Sepang 1000km race, 66 laps to go, and the big news is that after that pit stop for the top three, they were all mirroring each other in terms of entering the pits, but Toyota Gazoo Racing are still in the pits, which means this car, this #1 high rev Dream Chaser Suzuki Swift, now being driven by Rahul Rajmaya, has moved up into second spot, and Mitchell Chia, unfortunately, has been wheeled into the pits, still yet to come out, which means Tedco Racing are up to third, Wing Hin Motorsports are up to fourth, and Toyota Gazoo, after a great run and maintaining that second spot, hoping that something was going to happen to HMRT, well, it's turned against them. Something's happened to their car. Now that is very wild from Rahul Rajmaya. But he is now almost 5 minutes behind Faris Fauzi, who again is lapping at 2:38. They've kept such a consistent output. There's confirmation of it. Toyota Gazoo just not registering in the top three anymore. Hopefully they're going to get that car out. Tedco Racing are now in the pits as well, which means there's a good chance that Wing Hin Motorsports are going to make it through. Well, this is what happens. I mean, he wasn't pushing the car that much at all, Mitchell Chia, but it has led to a very, very difficult situation for them with 66 laps to go.
Yeah, when they came in, it seemed like a customary pit stop, but suddenly the car just got pulled into the garage and never seemed to have emerged.
That's how quickly it can. No, and they still haven't come out yet. In fact, they've been in there for 12 minutes and 35 seconds. That is not a great pit stop.
Gazoo Racing, of course, have had high ambitions to finish on the podium once again.
Well, we do have a stop-and-go penalty. It's car number 80, that's Bay Racing. But nothing seems to be troubling this number 26 car so far. Faris Fauzi out again, doing what he did in his last stint, which is maintaining. But now with a almost 5-minute lead over the new second place car, High Rev Dream Chaser.
They can start to dream now, HMRT.
While they're still chasing. Well, is anything gonna trouble HMRT? We don't know. But Putra Adam, meanwhile, has been running at 2:33, and he is up to 5th in the standings. He's about 4 laps behind. There he is. Still a good run from both HMRT cars, except this 27 car, of course, was pushed at the start of the race. And we're into hour 6 now. So around lap 114, Mitchell Chia still not out. That's a 14 minutes they've been in the pits. So Putra Adam pushing and pushing hard. Only car that is running at 2:33 at the moment.
Faris Fauzi is also done really well, 2:36. Again, not dipping below the 2:37.
Yeah, I said they found the right speed and the right pace that that car can handle, it seems, so far anyway. Mitchell possibly pushed that car a little bit too much. Wasn't really going that fast. is Fauzi, right in the middle of some back markers. 2 laps ahead of second place. So all he has to do is keep it at 95%. In fact, all of the drivers for that number 27 car and that number 26 car, all they have to do now is just keep this car running for another 64 laps, and they, after you said 10 years, will be registering a win for HMRT. Those raindrops that were spotted around the track seem to have dissipated. There's the 37 car, as you can see. Looks like it's... No, this was when
That
it
is
was...
the 37. Oh, this is the replay.
Yeah, this is when they were pushed back in.
So they quickly realized there's a problem and it needs to be attended.
It's a big, big problem as well. It needs to be pushed back. Well, they're still in there. They're up to 16 minutes now in terms of the pit time, and that's just a massive heartbreak for them.
Well, if they need to draw inspiration, it will come from last year when they were stuck in 63rd and eventually made their way up to 3rd. It's going to take some doing.
It's going to take a lot of doing, especially at the pace that HMRT have set, and they have been the ones to set the general pace for everybody else. So S Production 2, currently on 106 laps. Black Wolf Racing still leading, as they have been for most of this race. That's Malaysia Touring Car standings as it stands, 117 laps completed for HMRT. Well ahead, as you can see, of everyone else. And Proton R3, 106 laps back now.
Proton, not the comeback they desired.
Not the comeback they were looking for at all. But as I said, if you do take 5 years off, nobody knows what was happening in those 5 years. It's a big, big gap to try and push on. So lap 118 now. That's the second Wing Hin Motorsports car.
According to the Wing Hin team manager, key strategy was to push the car at 90% for the first 4 hours of the race and really push it in the last 4 hours of the race.
As I said, how to break a racing car in 1 day.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that strategy plays out, because if that is the game plan, then Rahul has really got to start working on chipping away.
So when it comes down to it, this is the battle for first with the top 3. And Aaron, Faris and Akash have been doing really, really well. Well, it's going to take an absolutely phenomenal, monumental effort from High Rev Dream Chaser to try and catch that now. They're going to need something to happen to that HMRT car if they want to get top spot. But second spot on the podium, still, that's some money, that's a prize, that's challenge, that's a trophy. Tedco Racing have settled into 3rd.
Yeah, Tedco Racing have been so consistent as well.
Yeah, one of these teams that, there they are, that have really performed. Yi Kok Jun is the driver behind the wheel of that car now.
Freddie Young did such an amazing job before handing it over to Yi Kok Jun.
Now that's how Putra Adam can make up laps. Mitchell Chia has now dropped beneath him, obviously. So he's up into 5th place. Might not be able to catch the leader, but a couple of retirements ahead of him might just get him into 3rd spot on the podium. So it's that 38 car, Wing Hin Motorsports, Wong Yi Chung, who is now in 4th place. And that is Putra Adam.
Putra Adam has been lapping the fastest of the lot.
Yeah, only one on 233.
3-2 set early on in the race.
And that is the current state of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Lot of work being done. It looks like it's a brake issue. Maybe even replacing brakes, in fact, but not just that.
Yeah. Just that.
Engine work being done as well. Well, that is tragic for Nakib and Mitchell.
Nakib was already waiting in the wings. He was ready to get out there. Glad to see some fans still out there supporting this race, supporting their friends, family.
Yep, it has been a good turnout throughout the day, actually.
Fans spread out all across the grandstand.
So looking at the various classifications, Piston Project, Ronnie Risman is now heading up the SP2G category. Bay Racing have gone into second after leading for a long time. R Engineering in third with Adam Mikhail. SP2V, Black Wolf Racing still, and they've been there for a long, long time, topping SP2V. R-Works Rios in second, and Axel Sports in third. And for Vios, it's still Sakudo Shenzo up front. They've been there pretty much since the start. Tedco Racing in second, and Kegani in third. Those classifications haven't changed for quite a while. That's a bit of a slow entrance there for that car, maybe going into the pits. TD Racing Team, 6th in class for SP2G.
The standouts so far have been the HMRT. It has been Black Wolf Racing. These two teams have
dominated, yeah. Absolutely. Well, there's Mitchell, and there's Nakib. And as you can see, neither of them are looking to get in the car anytime soon.
Just out of their hands at this point.
And that's what's really frustrating for them, because they were settled in, consolidated second spot, and they were nicely placed. Might be too late now with 61 laps to go, especially with the pace of HMRT. Now that's very tight for Putra Adam on the inside at turn 1. That's taking it on the outside as a switchback.
It's been the story for that car number 27 to get past all those back markers as they really try and find a way into the podium standings.
I think it is part and parcel of this race that, I mean, if you think about it, they were hitting back markers from maybe the 5th lap, 6th lap on. So it is one of those things that you have to get used to and try and be as fast. And that is also a testament to HMRT, that they can still maintain this 234, 235, 236 pace with all those back markers around. Pushing through 234 now, he's lapping up. There's another car that was out there, and it actually looked like for a second. Now, just checking I thought for a second it was the other HMRT car, but it's not.
Some team managers are having to report to race control for drivers' stint investigation.
Tisk is what I say. If they have overdone it. Shasul Hisham, racing for Empire M Racing during the MCS season. Had a bit of a torrid time actually this season. That 34 car, SP2G, 7th in class at the moment. And you can see that on the left of your screen, some 2 laps back from the leader. Piston Project, who have overtaken Bay Racing. ST Wangan back out. The Singaporean team. Then with the likes of Jonathan Z, must love coming up to Sepang. There is, of course, no track or circuit in Singapore.
Yeah, I think they are out here for most parts of the year.
Well, it is close proximity, of course. And if you've got a racetrack of this caliber, then why not? It's not easy bringing these cars over from Singapore to race up here.
Another Singaporean driver that is not featuring here today is Roy Tang.
Oh yeah,
Roy Tang, another great driver in the TP category, and he had some great battles with Jonathan Z and Leon Koo, of course.
Now, I'm sure I saw Roy Tang on the list at some point. Of course, Leona Chin is another one that has not made an appearance.
Yeah.
At S1K this year.
And Leona Chin has done well recently. She went to China and she won a race there.
No, yeah, Roy Tang is playing. He's racing. Bay Racing team in car number 70. SP2G.
Hardly seen her.
I haven't seen anything from him at all.
Yeah.
Racing with Jason Leong. Let's just check to see exactly where he is right now. Well, that was the car, of course, that was in serious trouble. They are 62nd and 23rd in SP2G, so that's why we haven't seen them.
This is not what we would call the final stretch just yet. We'll have to wait for another 30 laps, perhaps.
Yeah, I think we're going to be getting into that final stage, the last 3 hours, which will be in about half an hour from now. And it looks that way at 20 laps an hour.
Can also tell you that all the clouds have dissipated.
Yep, looking like a clean sunset. Wow, we've been lucky today.
We have been. In fact, the weather this week, in terms of outdoor sporting activities, and there have been a couple that's been happening in the country. The weather's been kind.
Well, you know what? I like to think it's because I turned up.
Yes, definitely played a part as well.
Bring the sunshine everywhere I go. Of course, that didn't hold for the MCS season. So, this is the battle for 21st in S Production 2. There he is, Roy Tang. There you go. So, Jason Leong is right now in that car. And their team manager has actually been called to race control. No reason given as to why. And Fariz Fauzi has been, again, just keeping pace up at the top with a 2.38.
Yeah, the first time, actually, they've dipped...
Well, as I said, they're now a full 5 minutes ahead of High Rev Dream Chaser because Toyota Gazoo have dropped out of second spot.
They can afford to take it a little
They can afford to take it really easy. And even that 5th pit stop of theirs, they can do, if they've been doing it the way they have been with 130s, 120s, 110s, then, you know, they're still going to turn up with a 4-minute lead. So it's just about nursing that car and making sure it can make these last 59 laps. And you've got to feel for the likes of Toyota Gazoo and some of these other teams, because it is such a difficult proposition to keep these cars up and running.
I've not lost hope on that car 37. I'm still hoping to see it back out on track. Currently in 15th place.
Yeah. Well, Well, down to 16th now, and 30 minutes. They've spent half an hour in the pits.
I know with the caliber of Nakib and Mitchell, they can still try and make something happen. Of course, with the good fortune.
It does need a lot of good fortune and something to happen to some of these other cars. Well, thought for a second I saw a car off the track for a second, but no. So the sun is beginning to set. And this is, as I said, that difficult time for drivers with the lighting conditions getting a little bit different. You know, you've been out, you've been racing for just over 5 hours. DV Motorsports, Divyesh Parajan's team, driving with Bradley Benedict Anthony, 6th in class in the moment for SP2V, and lapping around about 2:47. But with a lot of damage on the side of that car.
Always among the front runners, Divyesh and Bradley.
No, that team has been getting a lot better over the last few years. But as you can see, he's taken a bit of a knock. He's taken quite a bit of a knock at the back. That number 19 car. Now, Putra Adam is, well, he's still a lap back. But Wong Yu Chung from Wing Hin Motorsports in the number 38 Wing Hin car is now just 13 seconds behind third place Tedco Racing. That's very doable.
Putra Adam has actually shaved off a lap. They were 5 laps behind the HMRT, now they're 4. Small wins.
It is tiny. Still going to need, as I said, pretty much everyone else now is going to need something to happen to HMRT if they want to get top spot in that podium.
Car number 37 still in pit. They are dropping further down, 24th at this point.
Such a tragedy, really. The only car in pits. Either 667 is also in there.
I'm sure we'll get some insights from me or perhaps on as to what happened with
well, we should do.
Gazoo.
Tedco Racing have now made 6 stops. That's an HMRT driver. Guessing that's actually Akash, who should be in next.
Yeah, it could be Akash next. Should be Akash next.
Well, I wonder if he's going to start pushing at 2:34 again, as he has been doing most of the race. Turned out to be the fastest driver in that.
And we have car number 38 in pit, so Putra Adam could have his opportunity to try and jump up to 4th.
That's right, Wong Yu Chung is now into the pits.
We have confirmation.
Is that a 7th stop for that car?
Oh wow, but that's quick
No,
stop.
it is quick. So that might be Kai now in that car. And that is Wong Yu Chung coming out. Well, no, I said that should be Kai now. Very quick stop for them. Currently in 4th, and confirmation that yes, he is in fact behind the wheel. So under 60 laps to go.
Rahul Raj is actually lapping pretty fast at a 2:35, 3 seconds faster than Faris Fauzi. Not that it does a lot in the context of that lead by HMRT, but
I mean, we could sit here and calculate it. If he's making 3 seconds every lap,
yeah,
and he's 5 minutes behind. That's, I
but
mean,
it's just more of consolidating his.
you know what, I'm actually gonna calculate that, seeing as how we got a bit of time.
Over the course of 57 laps.
Well, if he's making 5 seconds per lap, and he's... Hold on a second. Yeah, he's going to need 100 laps. Roughly, he's going to need 100 laps at this pace, and with HMRT not going any faster, and then he will catch him. Unfortunately, he's only got 56 laps, so double that, and then
Double that, he might have a chance.
So yeah, what he needs to do is now be 6 seconds faster, and that means he has to lap at 2:30. These numbers, as Mio pointed out right at the beginning, you could just infinitely extrapolate. Not looking too good. This team has been fantastic. They're now second at Vios. They were leading. Now that's interesting. That means that Tedco Racing has now taken the lead in Vios.
Yeah, Tedco Racing doing really well for themselves, up in third in the MTC.
But I have a funny feeling that Tedco Racing are going to have to come in for another stop. Yep, they're on 4, and Sakudo Shenzo are on 5. So Sakudo should take back that position. They've just opted for an early stop. Either way, it's still been a really good run for Sakudo. Sun setting here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. And within the next hour, drastic change and reduction in light on the circuit. It is a well-lit circuit. It has had some lighting put in over the last few years.
Even the track has been refurbished. It has been retarred in several sectors as well.
It gets updated quite a lot. In fact, there was a lot of work done on the drainage over the last few years. Not that that needs to be factored today by the looks of it. Hankook now in that 4th spot for Winghin Motorsports. Well, there's about a minute and a half right now between Hankook and Tedco Racing in 3rd. Things very spread out at the top.
Still no sign of Toyota Gazoo Racing getting back out.
Bay Racing Team have retaken the lead in SP2G. So that was a minor blip for them, as Ronnie Risman and Piston Project are now behind them. That's actually very close. There's just 3 seconds between them. So there's a big fight happening in SP2G. There is that 37 car. And they don't look any closer to it getting out on track anytime soon. So solid this car was for so long. But that's how quickly things can change. That is 22 Pro Shop. That is out at turn 1 on lap 126.
Not sure if it had something to do with that Proton R3, because that Proton R3 seemed to have stopped for a while before moving.
So 22 Pro Shop.
And finally gets moving.
Well, this is going to be the replay. Let's see exactly what happened to that car. Well, 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 there you go. Proton R3, the 82 car, that car that has been in such great trouble Looks like they've had a bit of a clip. At least they're both back up and running. And still cars coming into the pits. That's
car number 60, TD Racing Team. That incident at turn 1 earlier is now under investigation.
I wouldn't be surprised. That looked like it had the markings of something that was always going to be under investigation. Said that 82 car has been plagued since the beginning.
Oh, there's a driver change, or rather pit stop.
For Putra Adam, that means Avir Baha will be back in for another stint.
This would be their 5th.
Yeah.
5th pit. Again, see how fast
this
driver
has been,
change is made.
this has been a trademark of them. Fantastic stuff.
And done.
Out again. The speed of their pit stops today have just maintained that relentless pace that they've put in. And now that should be, that was, I said, Avir Baha that's now going to be in that car.
And Putra Adam has such a sizable lead over Lee Wai Kong that he'll come out comfortably in fifth place.
Absolutely. So back out and running, and there's the 39 Wing Hin sports car that's now looking in pretty good shape for a car that's 20 laps behind.
But they've still not been able to move the needle to go up.
No. They haven't. They haven't said overall 55th, 10th in class, lapping about 2:37. And even though that is a pretty decent lap, yeah, they haven't been able to cut in. It was just too much of a problem early on.
We have a full course yellow.
Well, lap 127.
That's because of the incident
at turn 1, I'm sure.
Now it's turn 15.
Well. Something else has happened.
Yep, something else has happened.
Debris at turn 10 as well on the left-hand side. So I wonder if this is going to be another quick full course yellow for them to take care of.
Several incidents happening at this stage.
Well, it's around this stage that these cars, as I said, are going to be really pushed to the limit. So I'm not really surprised.
And we are green. Okay.
There you go. That's also been a trademark of today. I think these are more cautious full course yellows than anything else. Well, we're getting close to the end of the 6th hour. And the biggest news in this hour, of course, has been Toyota Gazoo Racing. No doubt about that. There's the 38 Wing Hin sport car, which is still in 4th, and Nkai has been putting in 2.55. Is that a 2.55?
2.55.
Yeah, that's, well, that could be down to that half full course yellow. Good to see that 324 Nisa racing car back in action and looking sprightly. That car, remember, had stopped, getting a bit of a refuel. Splash and dash. '72nd overall because of that stoppage.
Car number 70, Roy Tang's car, has been given a drive-through penalty for overtaking during full course yellow.
That's the first one that we've seen. Drive-through penalty. Well, as I said, he wasn't really in contention. All due respect to Roy.
Levi Kong is also in pit. That is his 6th pit. Most cars have, there's some cars who have pitted 7 times. Most of them have done a 6. Average is 4 and 5s.
Well, some of them have had some big problems to deal with and needed that extra pit. In fact, that 27 HMRT car had an extra pit itself. Well, so that penalty came in for overtaking during FC1. There was that big incident at turn 1 that's still being investigated. Race control very busy at the moment. A lot of open cases for them, for the detectives to solve.
Yeah, several incidents in various parts of the track.
Gumshoes, that's what they are. But they do an amazing job at keeping things as level and fair as possible. And, you know, you've got to understand that half of these incidents and infringements aren't intentional.
Yeah, indeed, it's just parcel of the race.
Of having 83 cars running at this speed for this long, always going to happen.
But you're right, race control has been, you know, so efficient in managing the entire race.
Yeah, they really have.
Really getting the intel from the marshals and the stewards to give them feedback as to what's happening.
As I said, the one team that they haven't had to worry about is that team at the back, the white and red car, Honda Malaysia Racing Team, HMRT. They were dominant during the MCS season and still dominant now in S1K.
The focus of the drivers also will really come into play even bigger than before. With almost two-thirds of the race completed.
Yeah, even though we've heard in the pits about how they manage their time when they're out of the car, but that whole cycle of having to get back in the car and then go to full focus again as we look at Akash. In fact, it still says it's Farah's on our timing screens in that 26 car. 4 minutes 53 seconds ahead of High Rev Dream Chaser, lapping at 2:36 at the moment. Avia Baha has just put in the fastest sector 1, so both of those HMRT cars still working pretty well.
Yeah, to have a almost 5-minute advantage is a luxury at this point.
They were helped along by, I said, a couple of retirements. And if I'm right, Toyota Gazoo are still not out.
Still not out, yep.
51 minutes they've been in the pits now. That is absolutely tragic and damning when it comes to trying to get a result here.
Yep. Just right after we went to commercial.
I know, after such a great run. I mean, they lasted just 100 laps. 115, in fact. Just goes to show you that you've got this amount of laps, and I think we talked about it at the beginning of the race, but the real impact and significance of 181 laps is only really felt around about now.
Yeah, of course, it's now beginning to take its toll, not just on the car, but on the state of the drivers as well.
Well, there's a number of different ways you can look at it. I've said it before. I mean, the entire MCS season is basically 8 hours.
In totality?
In totality, with 1 hour races, 2 races a weekend, 4 rounds, it's basically 8 hours. So, you know, you're talking about an entire MCS season raced on the same day with these cars.
Condensed into one day.
There's Aiden Heichel. High Rev Dream Chaser going to be very happy with the outcome so far. Rahul Rajmaya is putting in a decent stint. Is matching Faris Fauzi. So we used to have the situation of the top 3 all coming in at the same time for their pits. Now it's a question of the top 2. That's very wide by 361. And Rahul Rajmaya did well to avoid that.
Not surprised to see that car number 27 is continuously putting in one of the fastest laps. Now it's Avila Baha.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to do? I mean, if they've already done the hard bit, which is get back in the top 5. So just keep that pace going. You know, anything can happen. It doesn't have to be a mechanical failure. It doesn't have to be a shunt or, you know, any kind of incident on track. It could just be exactly what happened to Toyota Gazoo, a pit stop that suddenly gets very, very long. Based on what we've seen from HMRT, I don't think that's going to happen. That is the other High Rev Dream Chaser car, and that is not looking like it's coming back out.
Yeah, it was Aaron Hakim who was behind the wheel.
That's right, so lap 131.
This car has been in pit for quite some time as well.
So that 100 High Rev Dream Chaser car is seriously got some problems. And it looks again like it's brake discs at the back. So many different components to keep an eye on. And unlike F1 cars, which now arguably are computer controlled, so that you can keep an active eye on every single component in that car as it's running. These are touring cars. Touring cars don't have that. So if you feel a rattle and if you feel something happening, then you really have to get involved to find out what's going on with the car first before you can fix it.
Yeah, it's not a fully digitalized.
Well, that's the main problem I have with F1 these days. And I love the speed. I love the fact that, it is obviously the biggest motorsport around. But as one of my good friends who I used to commentate with, Graham Goodwin, said, it's a computer car. You basically, whether it's Lewis Hamilton or Sebastian Vettel, there's like 20 computers running this car and watching it. There's about 40 people in the pits that can see everything that's going on. So they can diagnose problems before they happen and get them in, whereas this is a reactive thing. Something happens, you get it in, you have a look, and you try and fix it. But there's time added to that.
Yeah, because it's diagnosis that's done on the spot in real time.
It's done like it used to be done. It's man and machine. They are, of course, there's computers around, but they're not actively controlling these cars or reviewing these cars or linked to these cars in any way. These are road cars that have been tweaked up to race specs. Cars that you and I drive, as we've said so many times this season.
And that you and I have not pushed for 1,000 kilometers.
No, of course not.
Over the course of 9 hours.
No. I mean, I've driven to the East Coast, and that's 500 kilometers. I've done 500 before in a day. And even then, my car is steaming at the end of it. That's just a normal road car. And we have the benefit of having highway rest stops and petrol stations and things like that. They don't have that. And we're certainly not driving at the speeds that they're driving at. 49 laps to go now. Just over 2 MCS rounds is what that is. 2 MCS rounds would be 42 laps. And so this is the highlights for 6 hour. And I hate to call this a highlight because this is a downlight, really. It's a low light. But this car that was running so well, Mitchell Chia and Naki Baslan, came in for what looked like a routine pit stop. And before you know it, was wheeled into the pits. And so far has yet to come out of the pits. Serious work being done on that car. There you can see it. They've been in there for almost an hour. And sadly, that means that their challenge for the top spot especially has fizzled. Meanwhile, everywhere else on the track, well, there was a slight change in SP2G as Bay Racing Team did relinquish the lead to Piston Project, but regained it after that. Some high-profile battles happening around. Turn 9 and 10 always busy. And as you can see, DV Motorsport picked up a bit of a hit at the back. That's a lot of damage to that car. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't get a mechanical flag. And this was the big shunt. That was Mohamed Najib and Alistair Young, 22 Pro Shop, and that 82 car, the Proton R3, that's had a lot of troubles. Clipped each other at turn 1. And while this was happening, it was just another fantastic pit stop from the HMRT team. This is for the second car. Avia Baha getting in this car. They were in and out. It was lightning fast from them. They've been doing that all day. And there was a full course yellow on lap 127, and that was a debris. Well, we didn't see that before. So we're going to take a break now. We'll be back, and we're getting very close to the end of the Sepang 1000km race for 2024. Do stay with us. back here with 47 laps to go. Lap 134. HMRT still dominating the MTC category. Bay Racing Team now back on top for SP2G ahead of Piston Project and R Engineering. Black Wolf Racing still absolutely in charge of SP2V ahead of R-Works Rios and, oh sorry, ahead of, well no, it looks like a double for R-Works Rios. 2 and 3 in SP2V. And for Vios, Sekudo Shenzo are back on top. They lost the lead just for a second, but that was due to a pit stop. But now back on top. That's how the 4 classes stand right now. Tedco Racing in second spot for Vios Enduro and Kigani in third. Daniel Storkerson for Kigani Racing with another stint.
Developments on the top actually sees Raul Rajmeyer
cutting into that lead, yeah. It's 4:32 now.
Quite a fair bit.
But now that, I don't know how that's happened because I haven't seen any drop in lap time from Faris Fauzi. But maybe he did drop a couple of laps.
Yeah, I didn't see Raul going extremely fast.
Well, I didn't really pay attention to some of his lap times. I saw him at 2:37 for most of it.
But that's like a 45 second that he shaved off.
Yeah, something like that. So definitely worth keeping an eye on that with 46 laps to go. So this is R-Works Rios. Now this is the second R-Works Rios car. They said it's a 2 and a 3 at SP2V right now. Ryuma Sako, 389, and this car, 289, second and third. It's been very, very solid from them.
But that Black Wolf Racing team looks destined for the victory.
You know what? I reckon they've actually been in the lead since the beginning.
Yeah, and now they just push themselves to the top 10 position, overall position.
And surrounding themselves, as I said, with lap times from SP2G and even an MTC. High Rev Dream Chaser, Aaron Hakim Haikil back on track after being in the pits for a while. So that car's out now. Takashi Oi was in the car. Let's find out exactly who is going to be driving that car now. So the sun definitely setting.
And that car 37, Toyota Gazoo of Mitchell Chia, not moved from pit.
Yeah, that's an hour and 5 minutes they've been in the pit now. So that challenge, I'm sure, has been nullified. R Engineering, Proton R3, Rennplatz, the Night Racing team. All of these cars still stuck on 10, 11, 25 laps completed, 38 laps completed. So far off the pace, almost 100 laps off the pace. So now it's about which of these cars has what it takes to stay the course and last out till the end.
Yep, we are approaching the final stretch. This is where, like you mentioned earlier, Jeff, the weather changes, the floodlights come on, things have changed, and we will witness some thrills and spills for sure.
that change in light condition is going to be the big one. After driving all day. Oh, well, look at that. They're back out.
Finally.
I wonder who is actually behind the wheel of that car. It is Leon Koo. Well, good to see that they fixed it, because that car really did look like it was done. I mean, the engine was out of it.
The car was in for more than 2 hours, I think. Ever since Calvin really could not get it past the back straight on turn 15. It had been in the garage, but good to see, like you mentioned, Leon Koo out there. Now the aim is just to finish the race.
Yeah, I said it's the last race of the season. They know now that they're not going to be going for top honors, but get that car out, do the best that you can. It's 181 laps for the leader. That'll be the end of this race. A lot of these cars will be stuck on whatever lap they end on. Interesting that they should be coming out at the same time as the overall leader.
Yeah, car number 26 have definitely eased up in terms of lap times. 2:38s.
Well, there's another pit stop just brewing for HMRT and High Rev Dream Chaser. Those are the two that are in contention right now, with HMRT, of course, being in pole position. Nice quick pit stop there for AAA.
Oh, what do we have here?
We have a car that's absolutely stopped. That is
Looks like
24.
It's Akila Chandra.
That's the Delta Garage Racing Team. And has stopped on lap 126. Doesn't look like that's going anywhere.
Yep.
But you never know, maybe we'll see it on the last couple of laps. Certainly, I mean, we started seeing cars failing at lap 13. So it's still a good effort that they managed to get up to this level, but too much for them. So here we go. This is second place, Rahul Rajmaya, who's been putting in some good lap times, currently lapping 1 second faster than our leader. Still 4 minutes 30 behind.
Just about 2 laps behind.
Well, what they need is a pit stop to go wrong for HMRT, and then they're back in it. And not to go wrong by a huge amount.
Yeah.
Just for something to make it maybe even a 2 minute, a 3 minute pit stop. They come in for a minute, and then they might just be in it. And that's why it's so important to keep the pace that they're at right now.
Because even a slight delay from HMRT would make things really interesting. Speaking of HMRT, they've just come into pit.
Well, this is it. This is the big one. So Akash should be getting in there. There they are. Well, they're rolling it back. Is that a refueling stop for them? No, well, he's out. Faris Fawzi's out.
Expect to see Akash racing in.
Again, look at the speed of the movement.
Almost like a 100-meter sprint earlier when we saw car number 27.
I really think they've been working on this this week. I think they've been working on pit stops. Oh, hold on a minute. They're doing a lot of moving of that car. A lot of moving. This is the slowest stop we've seen from them.
Yeah, we've not seen Akash at all. Yet to take his spot.
Well, I had no idea Akash was that high. Look at that, they're all ready to go. No, they've definitely been working on that. And that might just be the difference. Well,
This has been rehearsed time and again.
1:35 right now.
It's so coordinated in terms of all their movements.
Fresh set of rubber. So they should have another pit stop at around about 20 laps, and that'll be the last one.
Oh, even Rahul has come into pit as well.
Had to happen.
Had to happen.
They're just trying to keep pace. Now, can they get out even quicker?
But this is the longest pit of both cars.
Certainly the longest pit for HMRT, yeah.
They are usually on their out lap by this time.
But there's no movement for High Rev Dream Chaser as HMRT again are out.
High Rev has just come in.
Oh, it was refueling, that's it. They had to put some fuel in there. And now, well,
and this is where I think we'll see Akash again really start to lower those lap times.
so Daim Hishamuddin is now going to get in that car, which leaves Hayden Heikel as the last driver for the pit stop that should be at about 20 laps to go. That will be the last pit stop, which means they should both end up with 6 pit stops ideally completed. They're taking some time. Certainly not as quick as HMRT. Ooh, that looks like a big problem at the back wheel.
Yep. Seems to be struggling a little bit in the back wheel.
This could be key.
An even bigger lead now, Jeevan. What can we say about HMRT's chances at the top?
Well, it's going to, I said, it's going to come down to that last pit stop at about 20, 21, 22 laps left. And they're going to have to hope that HMRT has a really long pit stop and they have a really short pit stop. But right now, that...
See the mechanics still working on that back tire.
Well, HMRT were at 248. They are currently at 228 for this pit stop. If they want everything to be fine, they're going to have to get out in the next 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now the lead is getting bigger. Oh, that's not looking good. And this car, this is the 27 car, actually.
Yep, this is Avila Baha, who's
probably still putting in 233s.
237s, but...
Oh, well, I said...
Yep, just
everybody else
there.
is on 241s and 2, yeah, so he's still going faster. This is not good. This is not good at all.
Both back tires have given them a
Well, you
problem.
just saw the coordination for HMRT. They counted themselves down. 3, 2,
That has
1.
been-
Everybody's
that has
gone.
been the main difference. Even their movement from the garage out to the pits.
Well, they're out. That was a full 45 seconds longer than HMRT. They should just get rid of that second headlight. It's really not doing anything.
As you see, the floodlights have come on.
So we have now moved into, as I said, it's hour 7. This is the last section, section 3 of this 9-hour race. Well, it looks like it's going to be an 8-hour race at this rate. 8.5 maybe.
We can expect to see bigger time difference, perhaps even reaching into the 5-minute.
Yeah, it should be. With the extra 45 seconds, sorry, that they had on their pit stop, it should be. So HMRT have not just put in a consistent 235, 236 throughout the day, but they've also managed to keep it very tight in pit stops. And even that one, the longest pit stop they've had at 248, was outdone with a 347. So it's actually almost a minute that High Rev Dream Chaser were in longer because of that back wheel.
Yep, and those times will reflect pretty soon on the screens.
Well, as soon as they pass the start line, we'll see it. That is Tedco Racing. Freddie Yang is now behind the wheel, still in 4th place and, well, out of contention, 1 lap behind Unkai from Wing Hin Motorsports, who've done really well in that 38 car. Now let's see what Akash can do for HMRT, because if he's going to do what he did before, then he's going to be pushing. But that's a good strategy. That means Hayden Heikel, as I said, not Hayden Heikel, Aaron Lim is going to come in for the final stint for HMRT.
Yep.
And Hayden Heikel will be the final stint for High Rev Dream Chaser. That's going to be in about 20 laps from now.
So this would be Akash's final stint.
This will be his final stint. But again, you don't want to over-push this car. Lights are on. This twilight time is exactly what I was talking about. The difference in light intensity is going to make it just that bit more difficult for the drivers to see those braking lines, the racing lines, the braking points.
We have the difference, Jeev, and it's 8 minutes.
That's how it translates. That's unbelievable. Now that now means that HMRT can afford to put Aaron Lim in, because Aaron Lim was the slowest driver.
So meaning to say, as soon as Akash got out there, he has already started putting in competitive lap times and...
Yeah. So
High Rev Dream Chaser have just not been able to match that as of yet.
Well, we'll see what Akash can do. I'm sorry, what Daim can do now as he comes round. But I think this race has already been won now. It would be something really, really spectacular if they didn't make it. So now this is number 8 car that is in the pits. That is MSA Motorsport, B. Christian. Ninth in class, overall 29th. And again, based on the HMRT pit stops that we've seen, that just looks like a normal pit stop. They've been a tight team, HMRT. Looking at the S Production 2V, Black Wolf Racing still 1 lap ahead of a good double from R-Works Rios in 2nd and 3rd. DV Motorsport in 5th. MTC, as we now know, as you can see, almost 2 laps clear. So this is Daim coming round to turn 15, and let's see what lap he just put in. Looks pretty fast based on the sector times. But when I say fast, I mean fast for them. But they need to be going around at Sebastian Vettel times.
It shows that actually Hayden is behind the wheel for High Rev Dream Chaser.
Well. That is interesting.
Yeah, so that's a switch of a strategy perhaps.
So Hayden Heikel is put in a 2:35, which means they're actually 5 minutes 21.
So meaning to
down.
say, this High Rev Dream Chaser have really big dreams to try and catch up by putting Hayden, knowing he's the faster driver of the lot.
Now it's actually balanced out, because as I said, they were about 4:30 behind, 45 seconds added on, 5:21 behind now. So things getting increasingly worse for them.
But the fact Hayden is now behind the wheel tells me that they might just look to give it a real push in the final 40 laps. We just take a glance through the Vios Enduro Cup, and it's still Sokudo Shenzo Racing Team, helmed by Timothy Tomasio. It's been one of the outstanding drivers in this Sepang 1000 race. Has not let up. That is an absolute stranglehold. And even this car, the Wing Hit Motorsports, they had some issues earlier, but now find themselves in the podium spot. Wing Hit Motorsport, of course, topped the S1K last year. That was car number 39. This is Ng Kai He behind the wheel. Trailing Hayden Haikal with 1 minute and 23 seconds. But he will be happy to be in that podium spot. There's a lot of movement happening, jostling for that third position. We've seen Tedco Racing occupy that position for the longest time. And now it's Wing Hit Motorsport as we see a tire change from car number 57. But this has been one of the great fightbacks. The HMRT, car number 27, currently being navigated by Avila Baha, posting the last lap time of 2:36. Have to remember that they were 76th at one point. And now hovering in the top 5. They come through that straight, complete yet another lap. That will be the completion of the 139th lap from Avila Baha. Still a lot of ground to make up on Tedco Racing. But it's a combination that has worked for most parts of the season. And now in the S1K, Adam is of course Avila's partner. Like we've been alluding to throughout this race. If it's not for that early setback that they had, perhaps we could be seeing HMRT 1-2. See a battle for 5th place between Wing Hin, Tedco and HMRT. As nightfall prepares to descend, the floodlights will be even more prominent. Pit crew members take a breather.
Certainly getting darker now. But still, that HMRT car looks irrepressible, irresistible, and quite unstoppable. And I hope I haven't jinxed it by saying that.
I mean, from 76th to 5th, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around it.
That has to be the best performance we've seen, even though they're not going to win that 27 car. It just goes to show that the HMRT team has been on point all day. They fixed that problem. Looked like a big coolant problem out the back of the car.
We could even give them the comeback of the year title.
It might be, yeah. But again, as I said earlier, if they hadn't have had that coolant problem, it would have been a 1-2 for HMRT, and in some style as well, as both of their cars have been really responding well to the drivers and the situation at hand. It's now 6:30 in the evening, so things are going to be getting very dark very soon.
I think Akash has been given instructions to not push it like how he did early on.
Yeah, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to, yeah.
5 minutes ahead, good enough. Good 2 laps. Javier Baja is pushing it. He's at 2:34. Well, these Honda City sedans, wow. One's a hatchback, the other one's a sedan. They have performed admirably.
And I think the change in format as well has worked massively in HMRT's favor.
Yeah, it has. Now that is not 4 position. They'd love it if that was 4 position. But unfortunately...
Yeah, that's 2 laps separating.
It's 2 laps separating them. And I don't think that Akash is going to let him through, regardless of whatever flashing lights might be coming. He is lapping faster, Hayden Heikel, by a good 3 seconds, so he is going to try and get one of those laps back. Well, he is letting him through. Just. Is he?
Doesn't seem like it.
No, it doesn't seem like it at all.
Closest competitor after all.
Oh, come on, you're 2 laps ahead. I mean, he's trying it. Oh, I hope this goes well. Big push from Hayden Heikel on the outside.
Not over yet.
He hasn't been able to do it.
Thing is, I think Akash has a big point to prove as well. This is probably going to be a huge breakthrough in his career.
That's true, yeah.
And so he's going to do all he can to keep Hayden at bay.
Well, he's really impressed me, I have to say, in terms of his pushing. Now he's got the inside line here on turn 15. So Hayden is not going to be able to attack. Straight line speed, I'm going to take the Honda. Credit to Hayden Heikel. I just hope he doesn't overcommit and push that car too much. Look at the way that Akash is defending that line. That's beautiful into turn 1. And he defends the switchback as well. So Hayden Heikel is getting absolutely no purchase at all. No reward whatsoever.
It must be so frustrating for Hayden, but
exactly.
He's just got to keep patient. At this point, there's nothing much you can do.
That's exactly what I said. The race itself has dictated where he is. And Akash just has to realize that...
And Akash himself knows how Hayden drives, especially when he's got a lot of ground to make up in. As you can see, the last minute break.
Really trying, yeah.
A little bit of drift action there.
Cutting through the back markers, still less of a racing line to attack and defend. Now he's got a chance on the inside, but again, Akash showing some great Ken Urata type skills, actually, in terms of defending. We haven't heard much from Ken.
Seen Ken a lot in the pit, Steve.
Yeah, I don't
More
think
on track. More than he was on track.
Gonna have to figure out where he is.
Again,
just hasn't been able to get past.
Hayden will look to try.
Well, he certainly doesn't need to be pushing that too much.
Yeah, they're both lapping at 2:36, identical, almost identical lap times. And finally,
so he's pulled 1 lap back. Now he just has to go and pull another one back.
That's just a small psychological victory, but it'll do him some good.
A little bit. I just hope he hasn't pushed that car too much. And as it is, Akash is not giving up too easily.
He wants to get that advantage.
He wants that back. I just hope that these two keep to themselves. After all the work that's been put in by their teammates and their teams, the last thing they want is to clip themselves.
And at this point, Akash has more to lose than Hayden.
A lot more.
A lot more to lose.
So Hayden has pushed forward. He's got a lot of work to do in the next 36 laps if he's going to even try. But he has at least engineered a 1 minute 34 lead over Hankook in third spot for Wing Hit Motorsports. Now it's easy for us to say up here that you can just sit in second and consolidate that. That's not what Hayden Hankook is like.
Nope, he's not. The way he's driving, he's intent on making up that 2 laps.
And hoping for something to happen to HMRT.
Just trying to push.
Yes, you guys have put in such a great job. And I hope you can hear me because you've been fantastic today. Let's not forget about all those people working in teams. That one headlight really does stand out now. .36 laps to go. Remember, there's going to be one more pit stop, probably around the 21, 22 laps left. Oh, on the inside at turn 10.
Akash may be leading, but he's not about to let the psychological battle swing in the favor of Hayden.
Yeah, he doesn't want that at all. I mean, if he can take that back, he will.
This is all mind games at this point, I think.
It is, 100%. Now, Hankook is actually in the pits at the moment, which means that Freddie Ang for Tedco Racing might just be able to overtake and get into third spot.
Whoa.
That is the 38. That is Hankook. So Wong Yu Chung will be coming in. Well, that doesn't look like a very fast pit stop at all.
Yep, looks like the brake pads are done for.
So Freddie Young is now cutting into that lead. This is the 7th pit stop for Wing Hit. Now the refueling's done. Looking under the hood. Good change on the tires. A bit of oil in there as well. A lot of smoke coming off that engine.
A lot of smoke coming out.
Good to go, and they're out. That was... Well, Freddie Ang has got into third.
And Akash has come into pit.
Akash has come into pit, yes. Which means... Wow, why is he coming so early? That is...
Could be handing back the reins to Aaron Lim.
It'll be Aaron Lim now. But that's very early. I was expecting another 10 laps at least. Well, this is... brilliant for Hayden Hankook.
Yeah, he gets to do what he does best, which is to get past all those back markers.
Push and push.
Yep.
Well, 110 they're at now, HMRT in the pits. Is it going to be another lightning pit stop for them?
Let's see. Let's see where they are.
119, 120, 121, 122.
Yes, I think the driver change has been made already. And car number 26 just getting
right in front of us.
Yeah, right in front of us. Getting ready to leave.
It's just waiting.
I think the driver change has been made.
Well, well, well. Well, they did this before. No.
Oh.
No.
What is going on? The car has just been pushed into pit.
It was 10 laps too early.
The car has just been pushed into the garage.
It was 10 laps too early in terms of my estimation. And that 26 car is in the pit now. It's been leading for so long. Are we going to see a big finish here?
There's a lot of movement happening in front of the garage.
Well, Hayden's got to come in at some point as well. That's a 6th pit stop for Akash. Maybe he did push it in that fight. Well, I'd love to get a shot.
Hayden had succeeded in that mind game battle, because we saw Akash.
Drew him in, yeah.
He just reeled him in.
Reeled him in, drew him into a fight, made him push the car too much, and now that 26 car might just be in serious trouble. Hayden Heikel, meanwhile, is closing in. He's a minute 44. There it is, there's the car. Oh, wow. Oh, this is just, you couldn't write this stuff.
It could be anything. It could be an engine overheat. It could be something short.
Oh, wow. Well, this is one of the highlights of the 7th hour on lap 146. It's going even deeper into the pits.
Yeah, that's not good at all. That 5-minute advantage that they had is dissipating rapidly.
Massively.
Could this all have been part of High Ref's strategy to put Hayden
out there to cause damage?
Yes. Because Daim wasn't out for long.
Daim wasn't out for long at all. As I said, I expected them both to come in with about 20 laps to go for a splash and dash till the end. I don't know the stint times, but maybe. Well,
we saw
Hayden Heikel is 17 seconds from taking the lead. 15, 14, 13. Well, no, he's actually got to do another lap.
He's got to do another lap, yeah.
So this is another lap back.
So unless they can sort that car out in the next lap, it's gonna be, we're gonna have a new leader in the coming lap.
There you go. He's now 4:52. He's not one lap back at all. Says it's taken the lead.
If that was part of a High Ref strategy, that was a master stroke.
If it was, I think it was more of a hit and hope, really, a Hail Mary than anything else.
To leave Daim out there for a short while, get Hayden to really disrupt Akash and result in this.
Oh, that car's not coming out. Well, that is the biggest news. They have no idea what's going on with that car right now.
And Akash has dropped. Hayden has just taken the lead.
Yep, he has. So it was the first lap when he overtook them, and then now he's taken the second lap. So HMRT currently in second, 5 seconds back, but if that car doesn't come out soon, then Tedco are going to go into second.
Yep.
What an end to this race. Wow.
This is the biggest turning point.
For sure. Absolutely for sure. And while we're at it, let's just check on Toyota Gazoo Racing, who are 1 hour, 40 minutes in the pits.
I think that's done for them.
That's done for them, absolutely.
But car number 26, Misfortune, just might be giving the chance to Avila Baha to try and...
Maybe, maybe.
To try and...
he's up to 4th now.
Get that podium spot.
2:34. He's lapping faster than Hayden, but Hayden, of course, is now going to take it easy because he's going to have a sizable lead over Freddie Yang, who should be going into second. Yep. Honda Malaysia Racing Team have been in the pits now for 6 minutes and 57 seconds.
I expect Hayden Heikel to be out here a while longer before it goes back to Rahul.
Unbelievable turn of events. Why does this always happen at the end of these races?
We were seeing the signs.
This is not Jake Paul versus Tyson. This is not rigged. This is not fixed in any way.
This is real stuff.
And I did say that because everybody around the world is saying that fight was fixed. But this one, I mean, this is. I think you hit it bang on the head. Hayden Hankook came out, scared the living daylights out of Akash, pushed the car too much, and now that car is broke.
But Akash did not need to be drawn in. He had a 2-lap advantage.
He didn't need to. He could have easily let him go and just kept at that pace.
And we are seeing a car number 27. That is Avila Baha, who has just come in for pit.
Well, yeah, we saw the pit crews getting ready. So Putra Adam is now going to get back in that car, and this looks like it's going to be a pretty standard pit stop for them. Or we think. What a turnaround.
Looks like a standard pit stop. A lot of smoke coming out as well.
Certainly looks like they know what they're doing. That's a brake disc, I think, on the left side. And this is what it's all about. I mean, no matter what situation you're in, you still have to maintain and keep delivering at this top level. Well, high rev Dream Chaser. Sometimes it's worth chasing that dream.
Wow, how the pendulum have swung.
Yeah, completely. And, you know, this is... You thought that it was tragic and heartbreaking for Toyota Gazoo, but what can you say about that 26 car? 35 laps away from victory. 5 minutes ahead.
Is there a chance for Putra Adam to now try and lock in a podium spot?
Well, it certainly looks that way. So, Putra Adam will be in that car. He's currently in 5th. A lot is going to depend on that final pit stop that High Rev Dream Chaser have to make. I still think that that's going to happen at 21 laps.
Yep. That would be a safe bet for Hayden to try and extend this advantage. Now it's a 2-second advantage over Freddie Young.
Yeah. It's suddenly got very, very close. And who knows, Freddie Young has been pretty stable so far for Tedco Racing in that 96 car. But Hayden is lapping 3 seconds faster than him. All lights on, not just inside the commentary box, but also out on track.
So many changes.
Now, too much to really handle. So lap 133 for the Vios Enduro Cup.
And our long time leader, car number 26, is still in pit, has not moved.
Yes, 10 minutes has been there now. Well, we said it, that's how quickly things can change, and they needed something to happen. And I think they went out and they made sure something happened for HMRT.
Confirmation of all cars switching on their lights. All lights must come on. So it's officially a night race.
33 laps in the evening. Much cooler conditions, of course.
And it goes to show that nothing is a given, even in an endurance race. Especially in an endurance race. Especially in an endurance race.
Because you've got all this time, you've got so many permutations, and you've got these cars that, as I said, are usually rigged for 21, 22, 23 laps, suddenly doing 181 laps. Black Wolf Racing still well in control. Bay Racing still well in control of SP2G.
that's been absolute measured driving by Blackpool fan now.
Yeah, it has. They really have ruled the roost. And Shikudo Senzo as well. For Vios, they only dropped the lead once, and that was due to a pit stop. Well, all eyes now on Hayden Heikel. Putra Adam has come out and put a faster sector 4 in. I think he is going to be pushing for at least that third spot. He's 58 seconds behind Wing Hin Motorsports. 58 seconds, 32 laps. And we'll find out how fast he's lapping. Wing Hin are lapping at 2:39. That doesn't sound like Putra Adam at all. So if Putra Adam can put in 2:33s from now for 32 laps, I reckon he might do it.
I think he's going to make it real interesting. He's going to put a lot of heat on car number 38.
Well.
58 seconds is an advantage, but not an extremely big advantage. We have seen bigger advantage being slashed.
26 cars still in the pits. 13 minutes it's been there now.
And I reckon Freddie Young will make a real push for it as well. He's
Why
only
not?
2 seconds.
2:20 in fact. But he's got to lap faster than that if he's going to catch Hayden Heikel.
I hope we get live footages of the top 2 in action and see how close they are.
Well, Putra is throwing this car around. And we're going to find out when he comes around this corner and then the next corner as to exactly how fast he's pushing this. Remember, I said he just put in the fastest sector 4. Getting to that time now. So this is where we find out exactly how fast the 27 car is going. Comes around turn 15. It's going to hit the transponder in about 5 seconds. That is a 2:33 that he's on. So
you're bang on, Jeev. You're bang on.
Absolutely bang on. So he is now lapping 9 seconds faster than Wong Yu Chung for Wing Hin Motorsports. That means when he is 49 seconds behind, these numbers are too much, really. But basically, if he's making 10 seconds a lap or 9 seconds a lap, and he's 49 seconds behind.
Yeah, in the next 10 laps.
Basically 5 laps away.
He'll catch him.
If they keep at this, I mean, if Freddie Yang and Wong Yu Chung can start picking up the pace a little bit, then they might be safe. But Putra Adam might just make a run for this. And that really would just be the cherry on top. He was in pole position at the beginning. He went down to 76th. Him and Avia Baha have carved their way through the last 6 hours to get back into the top 5. And now there is a mathematical chance that they might just be able to catch at least second in the standings. Hayden Heikel, we don't know yet. Putra has just put in the fastest sector 2. So he is pushing.
He's pushing. Still a whopping 9 seconds faster.
Well, Wing Hin Motorsports have just upped their pace a bit. Tiny, but still 9 seconds faster. Hayden Heikel is lapping at 2:35.
Wong Yu Chung has really got to step it up if he wants to try and consolidate that third spot.
Oh, he's got to.
He's considerably slow among the top 4.
Yeah, he's
the only one.
He's speeded up a little bit now.
Just a little bit now.
But still 6 seconds under, and that's enough time for 31 laps. If Putra can keep 2:33 for about 20 of those laps, then he's going to catch him.
The thing is, Putra and Avila Baha have been consistently doing 2:33s to 2:35, 36. So they are accustomed to it.
That is their bread and butter, yeah. That's what they love to do.
Again, another fast sector 2 from Putra Adam.
But remember, there is still that one pit stop for Hayden Heichel to make. 17 minutes now for the 26 car. It's not coming out.
So you reckon Hayden will be staying on for another 10 laps, give or take?
I think so, yeah. And then one of the others is going to have to get in.
I think it'll be Rahul. The most natural...
The natural choice would be Rahul.
Yeah.
Wow. But I do think they need to put a little bit of fuel in that car to get it to the end. Especially the way Hayden's been pushing it. Remember, they even admitted earlier on
that they were
burning a lot of fuel. $30 laps to go.
Freddie Young has come into pit. So we're going to see possibly a change in second place.
Freddie Young has come into the pits, you're right. So, Wing Hin should go into second. Unless that is a lightning pit stop. Well, he's out again. That was lightning. Now look at that. So I'm guessing that's got to be Goh Lee Heng.
Oh, that's just a driver change.
I think it was just a driver change.
That's a technical switch.
It may have been a stint thing.
All right, yeah.
I think Freddie Young was in there for quite a while.
He would have maxed out the 75 minutes.
Now, if they have done that, then he should be all right. We'll find out very soon. Well, our timing screens are still saying that there's Freddie Young in that car.
Wow. Putra Adam has just posted at 2:32. That's one of the fastest time today.
2:32.888. The 2:32.500 was the fastest we've seen.
Yes.
But 2:32.888 is not far off at all. And he certainly wants to have a pop at Wing Hin Motorsports. Now, Wing Hin have had their 7th stop.
That's about 45 seconds separating Putra Adam.
Very slow. That's very, very slow.
$151 laps completed. 150 laps. 151.
Yeah, 151. 30 to go for the top players. 2:35 for Hayden Heichel. This is now the fastest car on the track. 2:32. 2:33 was his last lap. And we just gotta hope. There's so many things that can go wrong. But this is the business end. And that's confirmation of it. 2:32.688. His last lap, his best lap was 2:32.500. You know, drivers like Putra Adam and Hayden Heichel, if you put them in this situation, they just go into a zone.
Yep.
You know, they just turn on the jets and then that's it.
This is the zone for them.
Yeah. Yeah, this is literally. So he's now 35 seconds behind Wing Hin Motorsports, and that's just in a couple of laps. Was 53, remember? Reading him in like a fishing line.
I don't know how long Yu Chung is going to be able to withstand this heat, even though I'm sure he sees it coming. He's going to feel it soon enough.
I just don't know whether he can push that car. That car's been in the pits a lot, that 38 car. I don't think he can get a 2:35, which is what he needs to be doing. If he can keep it at 2:35, then he might be able to keep Putra Adam at bay. If he keeps lapping at 2:40, he's got no chance.
Yeah, and based on his last lap times, he's really losing time.
Look at that, Putra Adam is just screaming through the back markers.
And I think it's safe to say that we're not going to see car number 26 anymore.
I don't think so. 22 minutes in the pits. They've been. What a shame. After all that work.
Yeah, undone in 3 laps.
Less?
We could see it. We could see it unfolding like
Well, we have this great opportunity to see it from up here with all of this information and data.
Yeah.
You know, for them, it gets relayed to them on radio. But yeah, it took 3 laps for, you know, the previous 140 laps, all that work. Wonderful work that was done. Great stints from Aaron and Faris. Brilliant stints from them.
And even
All
Akash,
undone.
his
and
first,
even Akash, yeah. I mean,
his first stint.
It's not like he did anything wrong.
It's really easy for us to comment from up here, but the emotions and the intensity that, you know, they're facing.
Yes, yeah, I agree totally. Hayden is now posting a 2:36. He's begun to take his foot off the pedal because he's 3 minutes ahead of Freddie Ang. And that 3 minutes should be enough for a splash and dash pit stop. High Rev Dream Chaser. What a team. There they are. Their other car is still in the running. It's in 6th right now. Aaron Hankook behind the wheel of that. Managed to get out of the pits. So 28 laps to go. So I fully expect in the next 6 or 7 laps for Hayden to come in for that final change. He's done his job and he's done it really, really well.
Yeah, I don't think even he would have expected to hand over the car to Rahul in such an advantage position.
Yeah, I think he would have expected a bit of a chase at the end, but to suddenly come out 3 minutes ahead, the same way that 26 car came out 5 minutes ahead.
5 minutes ahead, yeah.
But as we've seen, it only takes a couple of laps for things to go drastically wrong.
And they're doing it with a makeshift left line.
One
left headline.
I mean, the other one is working. It's just not very good, that's all. What a finish to this race. So now we're getting to about the time for one full MCS race. Should be about 23 laps. So they've still got that to do, but I'm fully expecting him to start slowing down a little bit. He doesn't need to be going this fast, Hayden, unless he is, of course, trying to build up a buffer for the pit stop. But I'm sure that car's got to be running low on fuel soon, very soon.
And the final pit stop will probably just be a driver and a fuel change.
I think it's yeah, a splash and dash. Is he going to do that now? That's the question. It's a perfect time to do it with all of these numbers lining up. No, it's Hayden Hankook. He's going to stay in. Of course he's going to stay in. He wasn't going to... He's not cautious.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it.
Enjoying himself out there.
Such a great crop of drivers that they have here up at Sepang. They all know each other really well.
Hayden has not exactly taken off his foot all that much. He's still doing a commendable 235. Putra Adam, on the other hand, is maintaining his back on the 233. Trying to shave off as much as possible. Still lapping 6 seconds faster than Yu Chong.
Well, he's 22 seconds back now. He was 53 seconds back.
Yep.
So he's definitely looking for that 3rd spot, which would be an amazing achievement, seeing as how they were down in 76th. Well, we called it right at the beginning. It's enough time to do whatever you like in this 1,000-kilometer race.
We just got to find that moments to capitalize on, the moments to take advantage of.
Well, as Tengku led is so famous for saying, oh, Toyota Gazoo is still working on that car. So that's got to be over 2 hours now. It is, in fact, 2:01. Exactly. That's frustrating for Mitchell and Nakib. We're going to be sitting there watching that. There is Tenko Racing. Freddie Yang. He is 3 seconds behind Hayden Heichel. No, sorry, 3 minutes behind Hayden Heichel.
But Freddie Young has been one of the more solid drivers today as well. Ever since he took the wheel early on, he's gradually just...
I feel bad because I said irrepressible, unstoppable, and then literally after that, the commentators curse. That car stopped and it stopped. So Freddie Yang, yes, he has been solid. There's the 38 Wing Hin Motorsports car. That's Wong Yu Chung, who is lapping still at 240. Putra Adam now 15 seconds behind him. That is definitely going to be a fight that we see.
Yep. I would say it's just a matter of time.
It is inevitable at this point.
Wing Hin might be rethinking their strategy. They might think of calling a Yu Chung back into pits for a driver change. Perhaps need a fresh licks.
Well, Unkai has put in some better laps. That has to be said. But that car has already been in 6 times today. High Rev Dream Chase has only been in 5, which is why I'm worried about their fuel consumption. But with 3 minutes 20 ahead, they can afford.
They have that buffer.
They have that buffer, yeah. Meanwhile, Putra Adam is still just locked on to 233. He knows exactly how to push that car.
The next lap, he will be 12th.
Yeah. Oh, it should be even less than that,
Lesser,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, it'll be 7.
7, yeah.
And then the lap after that, it'll be... So basically, in 2 laps, he's going to catch him up.
He's setting himself up for comeback of the year.
Yeah, this is drive of the century, I reckon, for me. This is an amazing drive. I mean, he's put in some amazing drives in MCS as well.
Yeah.
We've seen that, and he's capable of doing it. But to do it over 8 hours and to just have the faith and the belief to keep going.
This would be cherry on top of the cake, considering, you know, what he's achieved in the MCS this season.
Oh, undoubtedly a standout driver.
Yeah.
.64 seconds, so it wasn't 7, but it's close enough. And seeing as how, so he should be 1 second back at the end of this lap. Wong Yu Chung has put in a 240 still. So, yes, maths is maths.
And to be fair to Yu Chung, I think he's trying his best.
39.
This is 39,
Army
yeah.
Harris and Nabil. For a second, I thought that was...
Yeah, Yu Chung that came
I thought that was it. I would have put the headset down if that was the case. I would have just left.
Adam just moments away from getting into that podium spot.
Well, I mean, you know, I've said it so often, getting into the position is one thing. I think if he keeps, he's just going to be up against the back bumper of Yu Chung. Now we've got to find out where Yu Chung is. He is probably, he's a minute off, so I'd say he's probably around turn 8, turn 9 now. Just have a look out for that 38 car. There it is. He's stuck, mired in some back markers.
Yeah, that's been his issue, really being stuck and trying to navigate through the back markers.
Divyesh Parajan's car that he's just got past.
It's not for the lack of effort, that's for sure.
Trying desperately, as I said, like a fish on a fishing line, to get away from the fisherman.
And I'm sure he's already been communicated to that Putra Adam is bearing down fast and hard.
Well, this is where it's all gonna, I said we should be able to see them both on the same screen after he crosses the line, because unless he's put in a 2.33, which I highly doubt, then you should be able to see that might be actually just at the back. Putra Adam, let's see what he's put in now. It's a 2:46.69. Putra Adam has come through with a 2:34. He is 1 second behind. There they are. I said they'd be on the same screen. This is for position. Unbelievable.
This is for third place.
53 seconds behind 7 laps ago.
I think
and look at that, he's already closing in on it.
Turn 6, turn 7, Putra Adam is going to take third spot.
Yeah, I think either that or he's going to take it at turn 9 or turn 10, but it's like that HMRT car is nuclear powered. Maybe he's even going to do it at 5. He's done it. He's gone straight past him. Unbelievable. Well, Yu Chung is having a go. He's having a pop. I don't think he's going to get any
This is the only time he can have a pop, because I foresee Putra Adam just leaving dust.
Now, the difference between Putra and Freddie Ang should be, well, it's about a minute. I don't think he's going to have enough time.
Never say never, G.
Well, let's we're going to do the calculation, because Freddie Ang is lapping at 2:38. So Putra Adam is 4 seconds ahead every lap. 24 laps to go.
And that's the confirmation of the third place to Putra Adam.
Unbelievable.
That's completion of a 73 places jump.
I'm going to have to try and calculate this. He's lapping 3 seconds faster. He's got 24 laps.
Last year we saw Tengku Jan.
No, he can do it.
He could.
24 laps, 3 seconds ahead is a 72 second, is a minute and 12 seconds. And Freddie Ang is 1 minute and 5 seconds ahead of him. So he could seriously do it and make second. That's based on those calculations, I said. Right now, if they keep lapping it like this, so Freddie Ang is trying to speed up.
Yeah, Freddie Yang, he's a much faster driver than Yu Chung. He's going to offer more resistance.
Now Hayden Heichel has got to come in around this time. Is that him? No, that can't be him.
No. We've been so engrossed in the chase for third place, we've lost sight of what Hayden Heichel has been up to.
Well, it's all going to come down to these last few laps now. So he's not in yet, 23 laps to go. What we need to see is Putra Adam's times. Still lapping at a 2:34, so he's still 3 seconds ahead of Freddie Ang. That is Freddie Ang, if I'm right.
Yep, 96.
Now, when he comes around turn 15, let's find out how fast he's going, and if he's responded.
He needs to be faster than a 2:37 in order to...
He needs to do at least a 2:37 or a 2:36, and we're about to find out. Heikel, meanwhile, is now lapping at 2:40 as I expected him to, because he knows that he's very close now.
Yeah,
and
but I
this
think
big fight is for second.
he's pushed that car as much as he
Yes,
would.
safely as you could. He doesn't need to go any faster. He knows Putra Adam's run out of time for catching him, but he hasn't run out of time for catching Freddie Young. Now, there is Freddie Young, who's now again been pegged back, but this marauding assault by Putra Adam, who's just throwing cars away. It's a 2:34 for him.
Oh,
That was his last lap.
Freddie Young has actually slowed down in the last lap. 2:39.
Oh, then he's definitely going to get caught.
Quicker than we expected, Jeev.
Putra Adam 57 seconds behind. Now remember, it took him 7 laps to catch up Wong Yu Chung. He's got 23 laps to try and attack Freddie Young.
This is about the duration of an MCS race.
It's exactly, yeah, the duration of an MCS race. Two, three, four. Freddie Young is now trying to push as fast as he can. Meanwhile, Hayden Heikel has already put in a 2:36. There he is.
Yeah, we reckon Hayden Heikel will come into pit.
I think he has to, yeah. I mean, I think it's a fuel thing.
Yeah.
So before we go any further, let's we're going to have a little look back at hour 7. And we are going to keep a very good eye on this. And as you can see how the lights changed already just in this last hour. That's twilight. There's a lot of damage on that car. But that was really par for the course when it comes to the 7th hour. There were a lot of changes up at the front. And of course, the big one was that number 26 car. At this point, it was Hayden Heikel that was in the car. And he pushed and he pushed. We thought for a second that this pit stop was going to be the one that ended it. But in the end, it was this fight. And all he had to do was just scare the living daylights out of Akash in that 26 car, which he did. He got himself in front. Akash was drawn into the fight. And in doing so, we suspect that he pushed that car a little bit too fast, a little bit too hard. That was a big blowout for 137. Looks like a big lockup for Rennplatz. They're already out of the running at this point. But again, Hayden Heikel was just hot on the heels of Akash here. And he managed us to get through finally, but Akash drawn into that fight, pushed it too hard, and when they came in for the pits, which they had to do, it was going to be very, very tough for some of these cars. And this was the biggest news. The car that has been leading for so long with such great performances from Aaron Lim, Faris Fauzi and Akash is still in the pits now. And then it was the great run from Putra Adam, who in 7 laps reeled in Wong Yu Chung and Wing In Motorsports to take 3rd spot. No luck for Toyota Gazoo that was still in there. That was their 2-hour mark in the pits. As the sun set and the lights came on, then Putra Adam made his way with absolutely no trouble at all past Wong Yu Chung and is now looking to reel in the rest. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this race. Don't go anywhere. We're back with the conclusion of the Sepang 1000km race for 2024. This is the car that is leading. And if you look at it, it's 162 laps completed, 19 left to go. And, well, I mean, it's tough. It's going to be tough for Putra now because Freddie Young, who's in second spot, has actually been matching him for speed. And I don't know if he's now got enough time to catch him up.
But more importantly, Jeev, Daim Hishamuddin only has a 27-second advantage.
Yeah, that's true.
It was more than 3 minutes before we left for commercial.
Well, they had that last pit stop, as I said, around the 20-kilometer mark. There won't be any more pit stops. Daim has been entrusted with the final stint. And he's so far put in a 2:43. Now, I don't know if Freddie Young's increased pace is going to be able to catch him in 18 laps.
I think Daim was longer in his speed as well.
But Putra is now just lapping 2 seconds faster than Freddie Young, who has upped his pace. And that changes things drastically.
Yes, Freddie Young has definitely gone faster. He is going faster.
So right now it is still all about High Rev Dream Chaser and what they can do.
A lot will rest on the shoulders of Daim Hishamuddin to try and bring this win home.
So I don't think there's going to be any more pit stops. There shouldn't be. Putra Adam has just put in a 2:35. 2 seconds. He's 44 seconds back. Yeah, right now he's just out of reach of Freddie Young. We spoke to Freddie earlier, of course Mio did. He was looking forward to his stint. Now while this happens, I can just summarize and tell you that Bay Racing Team is still ahead in SP2G, ahead of Piston Project and Scuba Racing Team. That's a great effort from Scuba Racing Team to get into third there. SP2V, R-Works Rios has taken the lead. Black Wolf has actually relinquished the lead for the first time in the entire race to Rios Racing right at the end. That's in SP2V, and for Vios it is, well, still Sakudo Shenzo ahead of Tedco Racing and then Kagani as well in third. So no changes for the Vios Enduro Cup, but a big change for SP2V. And now it's all about what happens in this last 18 laps and which of these cars can last out and stay the course.
Putra Adam is still lapping 2 seconds faster than Freddie Young.
Well, he's going to be close, but I think he's not going to have enough time unless Freddie really slows down. And we're going to find out exactly how fast Freddie's going to go in just about 12 seconds. He's going to be coming around the corner. That should be him right there, in fact. There he is, 96. 2:36. Yeah, he's matched Putra Adam's pace, or close enough. He's done enough to at least hope to hang on to the second spot. Well, we saw a great charge from Putra to get into third spot, but I think unless these back markers really hold up Freddie Young, I can't see Freddie conceding this second spot.
Yep. I think for Putra, it'll still be a magnificent achievement along with Avila Baha.
Oh yeah, absolutely. To get onto the podium after dropping right down to the bottom, to overcoming that big problem that they had so well, and then to put in such consistent laps. So still for me, that's the drive of the day.
Yeah, that's definitely been the drive, the comeback of the day. Freddie Young just going slightly wide.
A little bit wider, yeah.
Looking at Daim's last lap time.
So we are now going to hear from Avila Baha. He's down in the pits with Mio.
Avila Baha down here, P3 right now currently with about 17, 16 laps to go. You're in third place right now after 181 laps. Just a few more rounds to go and you're jumping back in for the last 5 laps. Man, how can you finish strong about this? Can you still maintain that position or maybe gun it for the second spot at least?
I think it's going to be tight because we have an unlucky moment in the beginning of the race. So we need to pit stop around 5 laps. But our pace was there. And I believe with the team strategy, I'm very happy with the car for the whole weekend. I also thank you to Putra for delivering a good pace also. So we managed a great race, a great recovery. So hopefully.
Yeah, because I've had a chat with Putra Adam earlier, before flag off on the grid. He was quite confident that he could deliver the winning position, at least be on the podium. And you guys are definitely on track on that. And I mean, looking at the weather right now, it has been somewhat kind. There have been some scares, but it's all about just finishing that last mile for you guys.
I think S1K for this is a very nice condition. It's getting interesting. So many factory joining. So it's a new challenge for us, and we always keep motivated.
And in regards of this version, this season of S1K, how many S1Ks have you participated in before?
So this is gonna be my third year. Previously I joined in the SP2, now I'm joining with the MTC. So it's really interesting, very fast lah. Yeah.
So could this be the year that you guys will get on the podium?
I think so, hopefully lah.
Hopefully. We wish you the best of luck for your last 5 laps and do your best, man.
Thank you.
Right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Mio. Interesting that there's going to be another pit stop. And Putra Adam, I'm possibly reaching the end of his stint time. So Avia Baha will be getting in the car again. But I think that charge might be over based on the pace of Freddie.
Oh, what's happened here? Stalled car.
Lisa racing again, 3.24 on lap 164.
Chief, just looking at the top of the standings, I've just realized that Daim only holds a 15-second advantage over Freddie Young.
Well, Freddie Young, as I said, is now going as fast as possible to try and get away from Putra Adam. Maybe he's going to catch him. I mean, it's very, very likely. There's a lot of smoke coming off that car now. In fact, that doesn't look very safe at all. Well, I don't know if that 324 car has already been off twice is going to make it again. But yeah, 15 seconds between the first and second. And he is lapping 1 second faster than Daim Hishamuddin. There's 16 laps to go.
Yes, it really, we could be in for more surprises because Daim's last lap was a 2:42.
Well.
So he's not going as fast as he should be.
So if Freddie Young can just stay 1 second faster than Daim Hishamuddin, then we might have a very, very close finish.
We might have a photo finish.
We might have a photo finish at the end. He's 15 seconds ahead, and there's 16 laps to go. You can do the math. I mean, it's not rocket science.
Because when we were in commercial just now, I realized that High Rev Dream Chaser took quite a long time in their pit.
Yeah, it did. Well, they had to make that stop.
They had to. And it was an interesting choice of a driver because we thought that Rahul would be on next.
Yeah, I really did. But they've mixed it up. Playing Hayden Heikel or racing Hayden Heikel at the time that they did was the masterstroke, really.
Oh, but it's a bit of respite for Daim because he's just opened up a 20-second lead now. Freddie's lost a little bit of time.
Putra is a little bit of smoke coming off the back of his car, but looks like he's fine now. Avia said he's going to do the last 5 laps. Now that is
Freddie Young.
Freddie Young, yes.
That's why Daim has got a bit more of an advantage. Freddie's in pit.
Freddie's in pit. And you know what? That's just going to pull in Putra Adam, who's now moved into second because of that. So Putra Adam is now in second spot and 53 seconds behind Daim Hishamuddin.
But he's got to come in for pit as well, Putra Adam, to hand over.
True.
So he might just try and close as much of gap as possible and then hand it off to Avila Bahu, who's been extremely fast.
I'm guessing that's not Freddie in the car anymore.
Unless High Rev Dream Chaser has another card up their sleeves to have a final driver change, perhaps to hand it back to either Rahul or Hayden.
So that could be, well, let's find out exactly who's in that car. It's now Fuyung Cha who's in that car, who's been pretty fast all day. Well, we're going to see he's on his out lap, so we're going to have to see when he comes by the start line exactly how fast and what kind of pace he's holding.
All eyes would be on Daim Hishamuddin's lap times.
For sure.
Just to see if he can be
we're
competitive.
We're going to find out right now exactly how fast he's going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a 2:40.294.
So he's got 2 seconds slower compared to the previous lap.
Yeah. Putra Adam is on a 2:35. He's got 14 laps, 53 seconds. No, that's too much. That's too much. He's not going to do it. Especially with the pit stop coming.
Yeah, Tedco Racing are back out on track. There's a fast pit.
That was a very fast pit for them. 1:27, in fact. Well, there's been thrills and spills in this last hour for sure.
And so many things have happened in the last hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And just checking on some of the other. So we now have an interview with Tedco Racing down in the pits with Mio. Let's hear from them.
Okay, now I'm here down in the Tedco pit together with June, one of the drivers for car number 96. It seems that you have dressed down, you're done for the day.
Yes, I'm done for the day.
So you think that you have delivered enough for your team with all your fellow drivers, that you delivered your best, you think?
Yeah, I think I did my best. I did my best. And just stay out of trouble.
All right.
Yeah.
Being out of trouble, I think that's the most important thing to be in an endurance race. And looking at how it is right now, you guys are very much ready for the podium with only about 15 laps left. So your drivers, your partners are outside now trying to finish the business. How do you feel right now?
I think as everyone, we just feel nervous. It's always the closing part that is really make you more nervous than anything else. Because anything could happen, you see. So just cross my finger.
Of course, and now we have also seen that you guys were in P2 and then now you have dropped down to P3. You think that your fellow partners can gain that place back to get at least P2?
I hope so. I hope so, yeah. But anyway, I just hope so.
You just hope so. Yeah. Ultimately, final words, how has the S1K 2024 been for you and your team and for Tedco Racing?
So far it has been smooth. We just stick to our strategy. Try not to just stay out of trouble. That's about it. Yeah.
Of course, strategy is very important. Thank you so much, Jun. Hope to see you on the podium at the highest place possible.
Thank you.
Hopefully. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mio. And of course, what the Tedco Racing have in their pocket is the fact that HMRT still have to come in for that pit stop to change with Avia Baha. So there is a very good chance that they're going to make it up to the second spot on the podium. Daim Hishamuddin is now lapping at 2:42.453. It's still not going to be enough for either Putra Adam or Fuyang Chao to catch with 13 laps left.
But Putra Adam has shaved off another 5 seconds.
No, he's certainly giving it a go. But yeah, that's a bit too much to ask even for the maths. So crossing the line. SP2G, Bay Racing Team, are still very much ahead. Black Wolf have retaken the lead in SP2V, and that's only right, really, isn't it?
Yep.
If you think about it. Artworks, Rios in second and third. And for Vios, well, Sakudo Shenzo have just been untouched for 151 laps, which could also be a contender for drive of the day.
Yeah, definitely. They've been the front runners by a distance.
Yes, I said
in their category, of course.
They've literally been running, well, Black Wolf especially have been running amongst the SP2G cars. There's another car that's being pushed into the, well, that is the big change. There is the pit stop.
Avila
So
Baha.
Avila Baha is in with 13 laps to go. Is that some confusion? .103 is their current pit stop time. 107, 8, 9, 10, 11. And they're off. So a quick enough pit stop. But Tedco Racing have moved into second spot. Now it's just a matter of how quick Avila Baha can be as he comes out of the pit lane. Well, Daim has a 1:48 lead, and I think that's going to be enough.
Should be enough.
With 12 laps to go.
As long as he keeps it below a 240, should be fine.
Yeah. Or even around 240 should be fine.
Yeah.
238, 239s. Fu Young Chess has put in a 241, so that is definitely going to be enough. And Avila Baha, well, we'll see, but he should come out. So we're just waiting for the difference between them. There is the 27 car. That's been very much the car to watch all day, actually.
I don't think Engta Kai He in fourth place has any opportunity of overtaking.
No.
Even
almost 2 minutes back, yeah. Well, High Rev Dream Chaser are the team to talk about, and we're going to hear from the team manager right now, who's with Mio. Let's get down to the pits.
All right, we're bringing in a bit of a difference for this time around. We're in the High Rev Dream Chasers pit. I'm together with Nicholas Ha, one of the more important people behind the scenes, the team communications manager, and one of the guys who made this team a great team. Nick, your boys out there, they are performing their utmost best. We're moments away, just a few more laps for them to bring in the #1 spot for the MTC. Share with us, how has the preparation been for you and your team for High Rev?
It has been very difficult because we have always tried to win in S1K for so many years. We have won so many championships, but not in S1K. But today, my boys are really pushing all the way. They have prepared themselves either by going to the gym or simulator or on track days. Okay, they are so well prepared and they are very determined to win today.
And how do you keep your drivers? How do you keep, your assets basically well motivated to make sure they're always in the game and to make sure that nothing deters them from delivering the ultimate job, which is to win, basically?
Actually, it's very simple. I think everyone knows that we are the friendliest team around, right? Okay, so they are very motivated and we work very closely with them. They are like a family. So if there's any issues, any problems, they come to us, we will help them to solve it, all right? Whether it's driving or maybe physical, we always do that. And mental coaching as well.
All right. And the best part is, earlier in the season, there was a bit of a switch in which we saw Hayden Haikal made his switch to High Rev, and that changed the game ultimately for High Rev, because yes, you did lose Mitchell, but you didn't lose that much because you got Hayden being, taking his place and putting on that leadership hat and performing at his best. and he must be a wonder to work with, hasn't he?
Actually, I wanted Hayden in my team for many, many years. Okay, when he was 14, he was racing against me. Okay, and then after that, he was in my team during S1K in 2019. 2019, he was driving for us. I saw his performance. I told the team that we need a young talent like him. Okay, and he has proven himself. You know, motorsport is a little bit like football.
Yep.
You know, people transfer to this team, to that team. You know, so yes, we are still very close to Mitchell. Mitchell is a very good friend of ours, and Mitchell and Hayden, both of them, they are like brothers. Okay, so when Mitchell joined Toyota, Hayden from Toyota joined us. So I think it's quite a fair game.
Quite a fair game. Ultimately, obviously, your team right now is in the running, is in the best position to get through to the checkered flag and get that first P1 slot. Any last words to them? I know they won't be listening to this, obviously, but if they were in front of you right now, what would you want to tell them?
Do your best. I can't say anything because it's beyond our control anymore. It's up to the drivers and the machinery. Anything can happen in a race. Right. Thank you, and all the best to all the drivers.
All right. So obviously, car number one, you own Nick. You know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You know, for the next week actually. Thank you so much, Nick. It's awesome speaking to you, gents. Back to you guys.
Well, that's fantastic to know, and I mean, it is fair game to have the switch, but fair game for them. I mean, for the rest of the field, it's not really that fair at all, is it?
On the verge of history, High Rev, a dream chaser.
Yeah.
The verge of etching their name as champions of the S1K 2024.
As I said, it has been a fantastic run for them, and I think when it comes down to it, they have earned this well. I mean, who knows what would have happened if that 26 car had kept going, because it was so commanding in the lead that it had. But in the end, that's how the cookie crumbles, that's how the dice gets rolled. And as we said earlier on, I think it was probably 2 or 3 hours ago, that whatever opportunity turns up, you have to make the best of it, and they've certainly done that.
And it's no surprise to hear how highly Nick speaks of Hayden and how long he has been pursuing him. It's been an investment that looks to be paying off handsomely.
Oh, absolutely. Now, in terms of these final 10 laps, I can tell you that Tedco Racing are lapping at exactly the same time as HMRT 241. High Rev Dream Chaser Dime is 3 seconds ahead of them, so as it stands right now, it's going to stay like this. And I think that's probably down to the fact that nobody wants these cars stopping in the next 10 laps.
Yep.
They don't want anything to go wrong.
Yep, it looks like he'll just be pedal to the metal all the way without any more pit stops. And that pit stop earlier by Tedco Racing has given Daim the buffer that he that he really needs. That much needed buffer to now take this home.
Which he should do.
Which he should do.
We say should, of course, because, well, I mean, things happened.
Well, if we go back to 2021, Jeef, we had the leader for most parts and with 10 laps to go.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, we've seen it happen so many times before.
We're not trying to jinx anything, but
no, we're not.
That's just a fact.
It's just a fact, yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how this plays out. But as it stands right now, High Rev Dream Chaser are on the brink, as you said, of history. And it's all up to that man, Daim Ishamuddin, behind the wheel to bring it home. There is the 96 Tedco Racing car, currently in second. Now, wait a sec. Oh, for a second I thought Avia Baha was actually behind in terms of his timing. He's now lapping at 2:44, which is very odd for him.
Very odd, yeah. It's probably slowest lap time.
And in fact, do you know what? Wing Hin Motorsports might be able to catch him, because they're lapping at 2:39, so that's 5 seconds. They're 11 seconds behind, which means in the next 2 laps, if it stays like that, that there's a chance for Wing Him Motorsports to actually overtake HMRT.
Yeah, indeed. Ng Kai Hee.
Well, there are cars, as you can see, that have stopped all over the shop now. That car looks like it's going very slowly indeed, and it is, and it's stopping.
Another twist. What do we have?
The 27 car, Avir Baha. We just heard from him in the interview.
Goodness.
Has come to a stop with 9 laps to go on lap 172. That indestructible almost attitude that HMRT had has just crumbled away. That car has stopped, and it doesn't look like it's starting again, which means Wing Him Motorsports are in third, and that Honda Malaysia Racing Team, after such an incredible run, are not going to make the podium.
We were just talking about it moments earlier. That lap time by Avila Baha looks off, completely
It looked off. The 244 looked very off, and now he's ground to a halt. Well, you know, it only takes 1 lap, I guess. And they're dropping down the order now, which means High Rev Dream Chaser are going to have 2 cars in the top 5 by the looks of it. Because even if, well, let me just check on that. Yes, even if Fitra Eri is 9 laps behind and that car is stopped, then it might just be that they get in the 4th. This is unbelievable stuff. I mean, it's unbelievable stuff.
This would not have been, we would not have been even imagined this an hour ago.
No. What, 20 minutes ago?
2 HMRT cars.
Out.
One was in commanding lead, the other one was gunning for podium.
Can you believe it? Look at that. It is just heartbreak in the pit. They can't believe it. After 7.5 hours of pretty much leading this race, it's just come to an end.
They've even asked the cameras to turn away. They just do not want to face anyone.
Nobody wants to see that. It's just a tough call. It's still stopped. Wow, that is unbelievable.
But this is where it really starts to turn up, isn't it? We just spoke about what happened in 2021, a car malfunction, and it's happened again 3 years on.
Well, you know, nobody knows what was happening underneath that bonnet, and for the last 172 laps, it really did look like they had fixed everything from that early setback that they had with the coolant issue. That now seems to, it's not a coolant issue. It looks like it's just an engine failure. But for both of them, for both of those cars to be in a winning position from pole position, and of course the 26 car that was leading for so long, to suddenly break down, wow, that is absolutely heartbreaking.
It's as if they have squeezed everything out of the car, and when it came to the final stretch,
that 244 did look very, very odd, very out of place.
Very out of place
for a driver of his caliber.
Because we were talking 232s to 236.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. I mean, I said that's how they climbed back from 76 to the top 3, the top 2. Well. High Rev Dream Chaser, it looks like the fates are in your hands. There is the car. Dai Mishimurin just has to put in, well, yeah, 240s even. He's a good 2 minutes clear of Fu Young Chia from Tedco Racing. Ng Kai Yi is putting in 240s, so what a turnaround.
Yeah, the top 3 just need to maintain this same pace.
That's it. Take care of the car, nurse the car. You've just seen what's happened to HMRT. The last thing you want is for it to happen before again. I just said just now at 10 laps, the last thing you want is for your car to stop in the next 10 laps.
Man, what a blow.
Tough times. Absolutely tough times. So cruising now.
Yep, and the lap times have also just decreased dramatically. Everyone is sort of comfortable. No one is really chasing each other at this point.
Well, yeah, I said they don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to.
You know, let's not overcommit the car. It looks like there might be a yellow flag out at one of the corners right now. Debris at turn 3 on the right-hand side, apparently. Well, this is Bay Racing Team that, as I said, have been back in charge of SP2G. And as we close in at the end, it is still Black Wolf Racing in SP2V. Well, now we've got this interesting situation of what was drive of the day, because HMRT didn't finish in the end.
Yep.
You know, they did some great things. It was a wonderful drive to get through and make it all the way to this final stage in this, you know, last section.
Well, one of it is definitely Sokudo Shenzo Racing Team, Timothy
yeah,
Thomas.
they've been untouched.
I think for the MTC, it would have to go to Tecco Racing as well.
All thumbs up for Wing Hin, and they deserve it. They've done very well.
Tecco Racing very consistent as well. Freddie Ang, Fu Yong Xie.
There's Bay Racing. 3 laps back from the overall leader, 9th. But ruling the roost. And look at the Scuba Racing Team, that's Jonathan Z. That's up to 2nd in S Production 2. So he's made the podium. Which, as you said, is probably going to be what he was looking for to kind of get some redemption for this season. Taking it nice and easy, dying with a 2:41.531 for his 174th lap. That is 177, that is Scuba Racing Team there. This should be, the headlights get out of the way.
You can see the top 4 just pretty much in cruise control as of this point.
Yeah, they're all lapping at 240 now. And Avir Baha stopped. Big question mark next to his name. Such a shame.
Context of the race from 76 to 2nd at one point.
8 laps left. Good to see smiles all around the pits. It has been a great day of racing, as it always is with S1K. Well, also congratulations to all of these other teams that are still out on track. There have been a lot of DNFs. Proton R3, well, that's comeback really faded. Night Racing Team, the Renplats also as well. Let's not forget Toyota Gazoo.
Yep, Gazoo, who were really solid at one point until that pit stop.
Well, you know, I think they're actually out on track again. Yep, I think Nakib Aslan is out on track. He's just put in a 3:11 for his last lap. So they did get the car working again. Posted up a 2:40, sorry, for his last lap. But obviously out of contention and has only completed 128 laps. Turn 9 and 10. That's Sekudo Shenzo. That's the car that's absolutely dominated the Vios Enduro Cup. Just that one lap, they were pushed off because of the pit stop, but that could have been down to strategy. And as you can see, they're just letting cars go by because they can. Now it's all about nursing these cars home, especially in light of what happened to HMRT. not easy. So looking back at the last highlights, and there was a lot to talk about because it was all about this car that really did look. Now, you already saw a bit of smoke coming off the back of it, but we didn't think anything at this point. And this was Putra Adam. A little bit of wave to the pits. Maybe that was an indicator as well. Tedco Racing had a pretty fruitful pit stop. And Putra Adam would go around for another lap. At this point, we were actually talking to Veer Baha in the pits, and he was looking forward to his last stint. And Tedco Racing, Fu Yangcha gets into the car. And since then, has moved up into second spot. Now that already looked like there was a bit of a problem with 27 getting a Veer Baha up and running. But it looked at this point that everything would be just fine. But that wasn't to be, sadly. Daimi Shamuddin had just come in earlier on to take the final stint for High Rev Dream Chaser. And it put them in a nice position to be 2 minutes ahead of the rest of the pack. And then after a 144, you can see some sparks coming off the front brake pad, but then it was just grinding to a halt just between turn 5 and turn 6. And after all that great work for 7 hours today, it was the end of the run. We're going to take a break now. We'll be back with the final conclusion of this race. Don't go anywhere. Well, we're back, and as you can see, the headlines keep dropping here because Axel Sports 123, that was the car that skidded off a little bit earlier, has also stopped. Nikhil Bora, Alex Young, and Aswar Razwan. I don't know who's actually behind the wheel right now of that car, but ground to a halt at turn 15. It's just tough on these cars to make it all the way. I wonder if they picked 181 laps because they know that these cars break down. As I said earlier, this is the race that breaks racing cars. But this is a team that are waiting patiently for history to be made. And they've done so well today, whether it's from their driver selection to put Hayden Heikel in at just the right time, Now, Daim Hishamuddin with just 4 laps to go.
And fitted with a new engine as well, this high rev Dream Chaser. So really a lot of breakthrough in this season's S1K.
Well, I said, we heard from the team manager just now. They have won all the other championships. This is the one they wanted to win. And yes, it's been a little bit of luck, but I think you need a little bit of luck if you're going to win over 7 hours. But in between that luck and in between the misfortune of everybody else, you need to keep the pace going. Hayden Heichel made sure that that pace was there.
Yeah, he handed off the car in great position, and Daim has just been a model of consistency.
Really has, really has.
I like what Nick touched on earlier about the preparation that came towards this race, the gym work that was put in, the mental
simulator
training,
work as well,
the
yeah.
simulator work.
Oh, that's another car that's off. Oh, I hope that's... No, that's the Scuba Racing team. They were running number 2 in SP2G.
Yep, they were 4th when this happened.
Oh no, with 3 laps to go, it doesn't look like it's going to be starting up again either. Johnny Z.
Yep.
Just always has such bad luck when it comes down
Not
to
a
it.
season to remember for Jonathan Z.
I told you once he was leading an MCS race and then suddenly he spent 7 minutes in the pits and he was just sitting in the car. So Daim Hishamuddin, 3 laps left now. Taking it nice and easy, lapping at 2:41. Fu Yangchao also lapping at 2:41. Unkai for Winghin Motorsports in 3rd spot, lapping at 2:40.
Yep,
so all 3 teams happy with where they are.
Yep, Daim's
certainly don't want to be pushing it right now.
Full 2 minutes ahead of Fu Yongxie, who's almost 40 seconds in front of Unkai.
Yep, that's not even mathematical. That just can't happen. Some things you just can feel when it comes down to sports.
So we have a 2-driver team, a 3-driver team, a 4-driver team, all ending up on podium. Destined for podium,
good.
at
Yeah,
least.
that's actually a really good way of looking at it. And it just goes to show you that, you know, it comes down to whatever strategy you want. But Winghin Motorsports with the 4 drivers kept them nice and fresh, and more importantly, all 4 drivers have been on the same page in terms of keeping this car running.
Yeah.
And they've done very, very well. Lap 178 for High Rev Dream Chaser.
And we're just talking off air about how smooth this race has been in totality.
Oh, yeah. I mean, race control said they saw some raindrops around multiple turns. That got me worried for a second.
We
saw some gray. Well, I didn't see any. We saw some gray clouds come and go, which was also a bit concerning. But I think this is the first day in the 9 years I've been doing this job that I haven't seen rain at any point during one day at the Sepang International Circuit.
Or hardly a long full course yellow.
Hold on, have I jinxed that with 2 laps to go? Is it suddenly going to pour down for the last 2 laps? No, I don't think it is. But yeah, as you were saying, I mean, it's been a beautiful racing conditions all in all. Was a bit hot in the beginning, but as night descended, as evening descended, things got a bit cooler.
I think this is the only race this year is destined to complete without any stoppages, without any rain, without any red flag.
Yeah, well, I said we had about,
FCY.
you just count up the full course yellows. There was 1 on lap 32, there was 1 on lap 61, 1 on lap 83, 1 on lap 93, 1 on lap 127, and that was it. And each of those were half lap full course yellows. It didn't even last 1 lap. So it was a very smooth running for the race, and that's down to, of course, the wonderful staff, logistics, marshals, technical officials, race control, everyone. There's so many, hundreds of people.
And there we
that are
see car
involved.
number 37, that Gazoo is back.
Yeah, as I said, Nakib Aslan has been back. I mean, they're about 60 laps off the pace, but good to see that they got it up and running in the end.
All that hard work in the pit paid off. They finally at least get to put their car back out.
He actually looks like he's having a pop. Yes, it looks like he's having a go at Daim Hishamudin, which would be sensational, but no, I don't think that's going to happen. Well, interesting the way the lights are set up on that car. Just on the right side by the looks of it. So 2 laps to go. Coming round turn 15. Lapping at 2:41. Fu Yangqian now lapping at 2:52.
Yeah, he's dropped off quite a fair bit.
And that is why, because he's actually in the pits right now. Interesting, with 2 laps to go.
Definitely an unscheduled pit.
Could have been, I said, a bit of a splash and dash, could have run out of petrol. Now let's just see whether this is going to be in any way affecting. No.
Wing in has.
No, he's well ahead of Fitreri. So the leader is on the last lap now. There he is. And notice they're all still really worried. Don't worry, guys. It's all in the bag. It's in the bag. Everything's going to be all right, okay?
Wing In Motorsport has just taken second spot. Tedco lost out on second spot.
Tedco lost out on second spot because of that pit stop. Probably the last headline, I think, that is going to happen, but they probably needed that for the fuel.
Just to get over the line.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that happen before. Cars running out of fuel right in the last lap. Fuel is the hardest thing to predict when it comes down to this kind of race.
You can see the...
I mean, Tedco Racing had 10 pit stops today. That was their 10th pit stop. And that's a full 4 more than this car here.
Yeah.
So, down to turn 10 for high rev.
Everyone heading out from their pits out to Park Ferme to greet the champion-elect.
Yeah, it's 5 corners left, 4 corners left now. Why do I think something's going to happen? I don't know. I'm of a nervous disposition. 3 laps now, three corners left now. And they're all getting to the checkered flag. This is the back straight. Daim Hishamudin is going to be bringing this home. Turn 15 coming up. Now they celebrate, and so they should. It's the last corner. I can see the checkered flag position. They're unfurling it. And there you go. We have a winner in MTC, and High Rev Dream Chaser have won S1K for the first time in their history. Hayden Heichel, all smiles. He had such a big job to do.
He was integral to that comeback.
Really was. Contributed so much to that win.
And for Daim as well, what a race to remember. I remember him saying that this was his first race.
Yeah, well, Raj Meyer, very happy. It screams euphoria and total joy for High Rev. And #1 after 8 hours of racing. It is amazing the kind of pressures that motorsport people put themselves through. But this is a one-of-a-kind race. Look at that. Doused. So, Wing In Motorsports will be coming in second spot for sure.
High Rev just missing out on a second podium spot. Fitra Eri just...
That's right, yeah, Fitra Eri was nicely in a good position. There is Wing Hin. Nkai coming round. Finishing in second spot.
Even they would not have expected to
not
finish.
Not really, yeah. Great effort from Wing Hin Motorsports.
Yeah, last year's champion, this year's runner-up.
Shame for Ami Harris and Nabil Aslan, who were pretty much pushed down the order right at the start of this race and never really got back up. Back straight for Wing Hin. And that will be our podium. And I can confirm that Bay Racing Team, Piston Project and Motul Awesome are the three in SP2G. Black Wolf Racing deservedly taking the SP2V title ahead of R-Works, Rios, double in fact for them in SP2V, and Sakudo Shenzo obviously winning ahead of Tedco in Vios Enduro Cup with Kagani in third, and that pretty much stayed that way for the entirety of this race.
And the duration that High Rev finished their race also, perhaps it could be a record, because we started at about 12 p.m.
Well, yeah, this is actually one of the earliest finishes for
they came in
for
about
S1K.
5 minutes ago.
So the cars making their way to Parc Fermé, and a welcome rest for them. What a day of racing once again. S1K always delivers every year since 2009. It has been the highlight finale race of the season. It's been a wonderful season of MCS racing, Toyota Gazoo racing.
Cue celebrations.
Absolutely. And look at that black and yellow car. We've seen so many times. And here comes Daimir Shamunin. He was given the task of bringing it home, and he did. Well, that's great to see. You know what? He probably enjoyed that. Seeing it's out so hot in those cars.
It's just the beginning of the celebrations. They will probably go on for the rest of the night.
So that's 22,000 ringgit and the trophy for High Rev Dream Chaser, and that's going to go a long way in terms of developing these cars for next season. What a race.
Yeah, unimaginable at one point, but then came the turning point. That battle between Hayden
and
Akash.
That was it. That was the turning point of the whole race. But to have Avir Baha also, I said when we were watching the highlights just now, you actually saw that there were some sparks coming off that car, and there was the push start out of the pits as well. So maybe they were a little bit aware of problems in that car a little bit earlier on.
As soon as Putra Adam handed off the car for the final.
That's right. So all the cars now parking themselves up as close as possible. Of course, Parc Fermé is not going to have the space to accommodate even the cars that are left. There's probably about 60 cars odd left on the field.
All cars got to be parked at a 45-degree angle as well.
Yep. Still the protocols there. And the High Rev flag flying high. That's the man. That's the team. fantastic performance.
I think we got to agree the main highlight of the race has to be the turning point we just spoke of. Besides Putra Adam and Avila Baha working their way from 76 to second, they were so close. Unfortunately for them, the car gave way right at the end, but it was a valiant effort. They should still be commended for trying their best to finish in podium spot.
Absolutely. I mean, all the competitors today really did push themselves, and it was wonderful to see the competitive spirit that went from it.
I know, I heard. You did well, thank you. Well done.
Congratulations, you did so good. They did so good. You did so proud.
Well, under the gorgeous lights, this is the final results. IRF Dream Chaser coming out on top. Wingin Motorsports in second for MTC. Tedco Racing in third. HiRev Dream Chaser with fourth. Honda Malaysia Racing Team in the end in fifth. Proton R3, Alistair Young in sixth. Wingin Motorsports, Honda Malaysia Racing Team, the other car in eighth. Toyota Gazoo in ninth, and R Engineering in 10th. And that leaves Hugh Wei Leung and Tedco Racing and Proton R3 in 11th, 12th, and 13th for the Malaysian touring car.
And we move to the SP2G. The Bay Racing Team, dominant winners are Piston Project in second place, and Mortal Awesome Racing completes the top three. Hafiz Kamarudin in fourth place, TD Racing Team in fifth place, Sia Woi Peng in sixth, Shazul Hisham in seventh place, Bay Racing Team in eighth, AK Boss Motorsport in ninth, and Piston Project completing the top 10.
And as we look through, Sakura Shenzo in 11th, Black Wolf, this was SP2G, Black Wolf Racing in 12th, Scuba Racing in 13th, Motul Awesome in 14th, Yun Lin in 15th, Kanchana Racing Team in 16th, Bay Racing Team in 17th and 18th, R-Works Rios in 19th, and R Engineering in 20th.
VMAX Lynx Racing is in 21st, ST Powered, that car that had so much of problem.
So many problems.
Finish in 22nd, Sukudo Shenzo Racing Team in 23rd, R Engineering, Chao Tek Siong in 24th, Delta Garage in 25th, Lin Yuan Hu in 26th, Axel Sport in 27th, Lau Jun Shen in 28th, Putra Fahid in 29th, and Niza Racing completes the top 30.
And as we still go through, and of course these are the DNFs, Pisao Fan in 31st, Ong Wai Kwong from ST Powered in 32nd, Night Racing Team in 33rd, Ho Paul in 34th, and R Engineering in 35th.
And the SP2V, the dominant winners, Black Wolf Racing, a team really dominating from start to finish. R-Works Rios finishing in second and third. Divyesh Murajun and Bradley Benedict of DV Motorsport just outside the podium finishes. Delta Garage in 5th place, Mark Ong in 6th, R Engineering in 7th, MSA Motorsport in 8th, Chinhua Lip in 9th, and Li Chihua in 10th spot.
More to come from SP2V, Axel Sports in 11th, DV Motorsport in 12th, Project S and Axel Sports in 13th and 14th, Project S in 15th, Mohammed Iksan in 16th, Rich Pam in 17th, Tang Jun in 18th, Axel Sport in 19th, and Su Yanming in 20th.
Ahmad Firdaus is 22nd, followed by HG Racing, Black Wolf Racing in 23rd, and Renplatz Asia Pacific in 24th.
And looking at the VS Enduro Cup, while it was just untold dominance by Sakudo Shenzo, up top, Tedco Racing came in second, Kagani in third. Those were untouched, those three spots. Rook Team in fourth, G-Mart in fifth, Kashash Vino in sixth, ST Powered in seventh, Axel Sports in eighth and ninth, and Boy Kai Jin in 10th. And that just leaves Lim Keng Jun in 11th. And that's some 163 laps back. So looking back at the highlights, well, this seems so long ago now. This was the MTC start, and it was a very clean start for MTC. But you can see those two HMRT cars immediately taking position up near the front. Our engineering was also a bit of a threat at this point. That was the first, that was Shafiq Ali that was off very early on. That was actually on lap 7. So didn't see much of that car later on, but it would restart. And this was a huge, huge hit for Mohammed Yuzaidi in turn 10. It's 477, that was on lap 13. In the second hour, as we went through, it was High Rev Dream Chaser that were beginning to assert some kind of dominance. A little clip there at turn 1, but of course everyone had that. This was one of the biggest DNFs. Our engineering had to have an entire engine overhaul halfway through it, and this 26 car that dominated for so long was out halfway through the race, and that led to the other Honda MHRT car, 27, making a big, big run. And for a while, it really looked like that car was going to do it. The 96 Tedco car was as solid and reliable as ever, but it wasn't to be for the 27 car. As Tedco got restarted, there were troubles ahead for the 27 HMRT. As Avir Baha, who was looking to just make the last 13 laps, ground to a halt, and that would be the end of HMRT's challenge on both cars, and that left the path clear for High Rev Dream Chaser and Daim Hishamuddin to come through with the checkered flag at the end of a 7.5, almost an 8.5 hour race. Perfectly strategized, wonderful work from all the members of the team to take the checkered flag and their first ever S1K victory.
In potentially record time as well.
Potentially record time. Great scenes of celebration, and well-deserved from High Rev Dream Chaser. So we're going to take a little break now, but we'll be back, so do stay with us. Welcome back, and about ready now for the podium ceremony.
Technical Director of UMW Toyota, to present the prizes for the winners of the Toyota Vios Enduro Cup 2024.
I'm going to be starting off with the Vios Enduro Cup. And Mio is on hand with our VIPs.
Let's welcome the winners in 5th place with a finishing time of 8 hours, 15 minutes, 20.8 seconds from G-Mart Motorsport, Muhammad Shafiq Samsudin, Kelvin Yap Yuning, Sophia Zara, and Amirul Arif Wahid. The winners will be bringing home a trophy as well as a mock check worth 2,000 ringgit. Winners, can you step down first, winners, for the receiving of the trophy in the middle with the presenters. In the center, please, winners. At the center. Yes, please.
Don't worry, don't worry.
That's what it's all about. Mock check and trophies for G-Mart Motorsport.
Congratulations to the 5th place winners. You may now stand at the furthest end there on the floor. Thank you so much. Thank you. In 4th place, with a time of 8 hours, 14 minutes and 32.6 seconds, car number 36 from Group Team Nexta BMC 52, Surasa Daking, Bibitan Watanit, Varunchin, Watan Tanakun, and Tarabat.
Well, great to see Thailand represented on the podium from Rook Team Nexta.
The 4th place winners will be going over the trophy in a mock check worth 4,000 ringgit. Congratulations to the 4th place winners. You may now take your place on your right, please. This side here, on the floor on this side. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the 3rd place. We're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen, because right now is the announcement for the 3rd place, finishing the race at 8 minutes, 8 hours, 16, 37.2. Car number 361, Kegani Racing Academy. Luke Yin Yi, Daniel Storkinson, and Kirill Sapushkiski.
Kagani Racing. Solid output from them.
The winners of the 3rd place will be going on with the trophy as well as a check worth 6,000 ringgit. Congratulations to the 3rd place team. You may take your place on the podium behind you. Thank you. Next up is the 2nd place with a total race time of 8 hours, 60 minutes, 48.072 seconds. Car number 12, Tedco Racing, Juan Muhammad Rafi, Lawrence Wibisono, and Andrew Haryanto. The 2nd place winners will be going home with the trophy as well as a check worth
Tedco Racing in 2nd.
ringgit. Congratulations, second place team. You may now take your place on the podium. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Toyota Vios Enduro Cup category, who finished the 181 laps in 8 hours, 15 minutes, 56.53 seconds. Car number 3, Sokudo Shenzo Racing Team, Teo Hong Chao and Timothy Thomas Yo.
What a performance from a team that's only really just started up here at Sepang International this year. Sokudo Shenzo were untouched.
For the champions, they'll be bringing home a trophy as well as a mark check worth 10,000 ringgit. Congratulations, first place winners, please make your way onto your podium. And now we would like to get a group photo with our dignitaries on the furthest of the winners. And all the winners, cram inside and make yourself small for a group photo finish. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Toyota Vios Enduro Cup winners.
Congratulations to all of our winners for the Vios Enduro Cup. The end of the Toyota Gazoo season.
All right, photographers, we're done. Thank you so much. Congratulations, winners. You may take your leave. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gents, your Toyota Vios Enduro Cup winners 2024. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on with the podium ceremony for the S Production 2G category. Third place winner will win a trophy for each driver and 2,000 ringgit prize money. In third place, with a total time race of 8 hours, 14 minutes, 33.275, car number 168, Moto Awesome Racing, Lee Wen-chan, James Liam Russell, and Miko Peteri Nasi.
Motor Awesome Racing in
second
third.
place, will win a trophy for each driver and a prize money worth 5,000 ringgit. With a time of 8 hours, 16 minutes, 13.938 seconds. Car number 5, Piston Project, Muhammad Rodney Ritzman.
Piston Project in second.
And the winner for the S Production 2G category will also win a trophy for each driver and a total prize money of 8,000 ringgit. Completed the whole 181 laps in 8 hours, 14 minutes and 51 seconds. Car number 80, the racing team, Sun Chiu Po, Liu Kao Wai, and Toro Chen.
Eddie Liu and team from Bay Racing. Fantastic performance from them.
And now it is my honor to invite Mr. Hong Sik Jion, Managing Director, HK Motorsport, to present the third place, second place, and the winners for the S Production 2G category.
So those are our winners for SP2G.
we'd like to have a group photo with the presenter and all the winners for the SP2G category. Smile, gentlemen. You are winners today for the SP2G category for Sepang 1000km 2024.
Big congratulations to all of our winners in SP2G.
Thank you. Presenter, thank you. Can we have another just photo with the drivers only? Just with the drivers on the podium. Just with the drivers. Lift up your trophies, gentlemen. Lift it high, lift it proud. All right, thank you. Once again, congratulations to all the winners for the SP2G category. Congrats, gentlemen. Congrats, guys. Thank you. Have a good one. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, is the podium ceremony for the S Production 2V category. Can I get the winners list? And we're now moving in with the third place winner, who will be bringing home a trophy each, as well as a prize money worth 2,000 ringgit. Completed the race in 8 hours, 14 minutes, 56.9 seconds. Car number 389, R-Works Vios Racing, Ryuma Sako, Kota Umemoto, Umemoto Junichi, and Karuroso Honda.
Great performance from R-Works Rios with a double here at SP2V.
In second place, they will also bring home a trophy each, as well as a prize money worth 5,000 ringgit. Completed the race in a time of 8 hours, 16 minutes, 39.6 seconds. Car number 289, R-Works Rios Racing, Takashi Ui, Chang Fang Swan, Masaya Kato, and Chang Kianwei.
What a great performance from R-Works Rios. Get 2 spots on the podium.
And now, the winner for the S Production 2V category will also bring out home a trophy each, as well as a prize money worth 8,000 ringgit. Competed all of the 181 laps in 8 hours, 16 minutes flat. Car number 888, Black Wolf Racing by Bay, Tay Kahing, and Kingston Dan Hong Wei.
They were untouched, Black Wolf Racing. Start to finish pretty much. Fantastic performance from them.
And once again, it is my honor to invite Mr. Hong Sing-jian, Managing Director, HK Motorsport, to present the third place, second place, and the winner for the S Production 2V category. photo with the presenter together with all the winners. Smile, gentlemen, smile, look forward where the podium is.
So congratulations to all of our winners in
Thank you, Mr.
SP2V.
John, and now just with the winners on the stage. Raise up those trophies, gentlemen. Raise them proud and high, because you guys are the winners for the SP2V category for S1K 2024. All right, congratulations, thank you. Thank you to all the winners, thank you so much. You may take your leave now. Congratulations once again to all of you. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Congrats, man. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final category for the M production category will now announce the podium ceremony. All right, let's kick things off. In third place, who will be bringing home a trophy each as well as a prize money worth 8,000 ringgit with a time of 8 hours, 14 minutes, 38.8 seconds. Car number 96, Deco Racing, Fu Yung Chi, Freddie An Hing Yu, Yi Kok Jun, and Go Li Heng.
So we get to M production.
In second place, we'll also bring home a trophy each with a prize money worth 15,000 ringgit. With a time of 8 hours, 17 minutes, 4.48 seconds. Car number 38, Wing Him Motorsport, Wang Yu Jung and Eun Kai Yi.
So close in the end, but Wing In make it to second spot on the podium.
And the winners for the M production category, who will be bringing home once again a trophy each and a prize money worth 22,000 ringgit. The winners who finished the race 181 laps with a time of 8 hours, 14 minutes, 25.894 seconds. Car number 1, High Rev Dream Chaser, Hayden Haikal, Rahul Rajmaya, and Bain Shamuddin!
Number one car, number one team, number one spot on the podium. History made for High Rev Dream Chaser.
And now, it is my great honor to invite onto the stage to present the trophies Encik Azhar Shafriman Hanif, Chief Executive Officer, Petronas Sepang International Circuit, to present the third place, second place, and the winner for the M production category. can we get a photo with our presenter, DJ Sharp, together with all of the winners? Smile, gentlemen, look forward. Smile, give a bigger smile.
And there are the winners of
All right,
Malaysian
thank
touring
you.
car.
But Encik Shaf, we're not done yet because there's another prize that needs to be given out. Because right now we would like to announce for the overall champion of Sepang 1000km 2024. The champion will win the coveted Sepang 1000km Challenge Trophy. And it goes to Team Arya Dream Chaser. We'd like to invite Team Manager Siwa to receive the coveted Sepang 1000km Challenge Trophy. And now another follow-up together with the team manager, Siwa, together with our lovely ladies as well as Encik Shaf. Look forward, guys. Smile, the biggest smile. You finish a race worth 8 hours plus. Thank you, Encik Shaf. Thank you, presenter. Now just the drivers. All right, drivers, you're not done yet. Another photo up. Everybody on the podium. Everybody on the podium one more time. Just for the photographers there. Raise your trophies high. Raise it high. Up in the sky. Finale for 2024 for all of you winners for the M category. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the year 2024. Thank you so much for all of your support. And we do hope to see you again next year. Have a great night, safe travels, and goodbye. Aku tak dengar, so korang bagi cue kat aku. Just waiting for the cue. Hey, why? All right, guys, now I'm together, first of all, with the winners for the M production category. We got the likes of Daim here, we got Rahul, and we got Hayden. No surprises, boys, but congratulations. 181 laps.
Yes, sir.
In simplest term, how was that? Who's going to take the mic from me right now? Let's go with Daim, man. He seems confident. How was that, man?
It was a roller coaster, and that's all I can say. It was
All right. Rahul, anything to add on that?
Nothing much. I think amazing pace all through the weekend, especially since Hayden came on board. The cars made a lot of developments. We were consistent, we were solid. Couple mishaps here and there, but I think as everyone knows and has mentioned, it's a race of endurance. Who finishes first?
You obviously owe a lot of these guys dinner, lunch and breakfast all throughout the year. But again, you specifically, Hayden, MCS winner and now S1K winner, back-to-back for 2024. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I mean, super happy. You know, after joining this team like last year, our first S1K didn't really go to plan, and now this S1K was just flawless for us. I mean, it wasn't easy. We had a few, like Rahul said, a few mishaps happened early on and even towards the end when Daim was driving. But yeah, somehow as a team we still managed to push through and win the race. So yeah, I'm still super happy.
Awesome. Let's talk to the team manager right now. CY, again, you must be proud of your boys over here.
very much. And after 10 long years of fighting, finally we managed to get this back home and get our team name engraved here as well. Yeah.
All right, congratulations again to all of you. And now let's jump to the Toyota Vios Enduro Cup Challenge. We got Timothy. Hi.
Hi.
It's a familiar face, obviously, on the stage here together with your partner. Again, 181 laps, man. That definitely wasn't easy for you guys.
Yep. I think the race was long and tough.
At one point, we didn't know if we would still finish first, but we are glad that the car held on and we brought home first position.
Right. And you want to say anything? I mean, like to all your fans out there? A different team. Sorry, where's your partner?
He's not feeling well.
He's not feeling well. Too much excitement, I guess.
Yeah, I think
All right,
so.
awesome. Congratulations to you, Tim. All right, as Production G, again, it has been 181 laps, guys. So again, people tend to make mistakes. But again, we got the winners over here, down here. Gentlemen, seriously, awesome race. A few bumps here and there, but you guys pulled through and managed to bring the biggest prize for the year 2024. So again, who wants to say something? Show some appreciation. Let's get the veteran, or you want the young one? It's okay.
Anyone is fine.
All right, you first.
Okay, so firstly, I would like to thank my team for giving me this opportunity to race. I think all of us did our best, and of course we did well. So yeah, we got what we wanted.
And your best is coming in first, and that's not bad at all.
Yeah, actually, we really do a lot of preparation for this race. And thank you to team actually doing well and prepare a very good car for us.
Lovely. Final words to you, brother.
Just thank my teammate.
Yeah. You can't stop smiling since just now. Awesome. Again, congratulations, gentlemen. And finally, we got the SP2V category. We got the two gentlemen over here. They're all excited. Again, gents, grueling 181. Different category regardless, but you guys pulled through in your own category. So we might see you guys in the M category soon.
M category, I'm not too sure about that.
Okay.
But it's definitely a tough one because our pace was lacking throughout the weekend. But with my friend over here from Hong Kong,
right?
Yeah. So it's just I was a bit hopeless at one point, but at the end, yeah, some changes here and there, and yeah, here we are. It was a hectic one, but it's going well apparently. So
It's definitely a hectic one. And again, you have proven it that you guys came in as champion, and now you get to bring something back to Hong Kong.
I'm very happy win the SP2V. I'm 2 year win the S1000K. Last year I racing the Wheels Cup, and this year race SP2V. I'm maybe next year I'm SP2G. Yes, I want to win every cars.
There you go. The enthusiasm is definitely there. Once again, gentlemen, thank you so much and congratulations to you. All right, guys, that's it from all the winners up here at the S1K. It has been tremendous. It has been great. It has been enduring as the race suggests. And we do hope that everyone at home appreciates and loving every minute that we have brought to you down here from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. This is me, Mio Adlan, signing out. Back to our commentators, Nick and G.
Thanks a lot, Mio. It has been a fantastic day, a wonderful day of racing, and the close of the season. All that's left for me to do is thank Nick Arnold for being here. Nick, thanks once again for being with me for the whole season.
Glad to do this with you, G, for 2024, and we'll look to be back
in 2025. You guys have an absolutely great off-season, and we will see you next year. For us up here at the commentary box and everyone here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, it's good night.